This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto's parents were exiled after the Kyuubi attack. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
No one would ever forget that evening. Numerous unfortunate people were separated from their loved ones. That night on October 10th, the Kyuubi had sounded like mayhem. While he had declared Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, too young and with a future ahead of him to call forth the Shiiki Fujin, the Sandaime had made the ultimate sacrifice by sealing the Kyuubi inside a newborn just out of the womb of its mother who had just given birth. The woman who gave birth to the new nine-tailed Jinchuriki while serving as its previous host was no ordinary woman. She was Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's wife. When the Sandaime sealed the soul and its yin chakra into Kushina, she retained her position as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, he sealed the other half, the yang, and the Kyuubi's vessel into her son, Naruto Uzumaki. Soon after, the Sandaime passed away. Minato was unable to convey his appreciation. He had a shell, empty heart. He was aware that casting the Shiiki Fujin was his responsibility. He wished to die with those who lost their lives and gave their loved ones up for the good of their village. Kushina's midwife was Bawaka the Sandaime's wife, and it happened too fast. The man in the mask penetrated Minato's protective jutsu barrier. As the masked man stealthily used a general jutsu to kill Kushina instantly, Bawaka had just removed Lil Naruto from her abdomen. Their son was threatened with death by the man in the mask. With a sudden and remarkable burst of speed, Minato stepped and stopped his son from swinging on kunai. Due to his distraction, Minato had to leave his wife behind, leaving her open to the masked man's whims. When he got back, the Kyuubi had been taken from Kushina and she was chained to 4 monolith pillars. In order to incorporate the broken seal, Minato used Hiraishin level 2 and added a Shiki marking. Minato laid his wife next to their newborn son and carried her back to their private compound. Wearing his Hokage's robes, Minato assured Kushina that he would handle this quickly. He used his time and space jutsu barrier to deflect the menacing ball that the Kyuubi spat after he teleported on top of his statue. Hugh was attacked from behind shortly after, threatening to be engulfed in the masked man's time rift jutsu. As the Hiraishin started their battle for supremacy, Minato escaped with them. When compared to the Hiraishin, Minato was able to determine that the man's time and space jutsu was incredibly advanced, but not speed-wise. He came to the conclusion that only one man could control the Kyuubi and overcome his barrier. "You're Uchiha Madara, aren't you?" Behind that mask, the man pulled off his hood, showing no signs of recognition. Although this man's hairstyle resembles that of his deceased student, Uchiha Obito, Minato's eyes flinch, but he was too old to be Obito. Hitaki Kakashi, his lone remaining pupil, is 14 years old. To question whether this man was, in fact, Obito would be merely skepticism. Even though Madara would soon turn 100, the idea that he was still alive was still a possibility. Regardless, who was this man? Minato had an urgent task to complete. After Minato successfully invoked Madara's contract on the Kyuubi, the man declared he would return one day to retrieve the Kyuubi for global supremacy. When he swiftly returned, the village was in complete ruin. He tightened his jaw. The Kyuubi was almost unbreakable. The power of its Biju was greater than that of the shinobi. Gamabunta was called upon by Minato to duel the Fox Biju. Using the summon Monkey King Enma, who changed into a diamond-hard staff, the Sandaime had successfully blocked the threatening ball. The cause was too important. Hiruzen's left leg had been sacrificed. Everyone whimpered as he fell to the autumn grass. Gamabunta was attacking from its blind side, but his staff was containing the Kyuubi's onslaught fangs. The enormous amphibian was struck by the beast's snarling tail. As it tackled the fox, Bunta swerved through the tails. Minato seized the moment by hurling Bunta's head against the Kyuubi's spine. Like a flea, Minato marched up the Kyuubi's back. Minato stood atop its skull and watched in horror as the Sandaime was squished into the Kyuubi's mouth, flinching against the teeth and fangs that would pulverize him to bone and flesh. Without any delay, Minato used the Hiraishin to teleport the Kyuubi to a remote area, more specifically, his house, not some unidentified place. While his wife used her unique chakra chains, Minato used a lot of chakras to create a barrier. Lacking chakras, Kushina was unable to reseal the Kyuubi. Taking the Kyuubi down with her was her suggestion. Minato vocally objected. In the end, Minato prevailed, and Kushina grinned broadly in appreciation of his first successful argument. Prior to Hiruzen casting the Shiki Fujin, Minato had informed him that his wife had been murdered by Uchiha man. After the sealing was finished, The Sandaime died. Kushina sobs as she holds Naruto in her arms. Minato also wept over his son's birth and the Sandaime's passing. Several kunai with explosive tags were thrown into his face and exploded, interrupting their moment of joy and sorrow. "Minato!" exclaimed Kushina in a panic. A number of Anbu blacks come toward Kushina. These weren't your typical Anbu. These men are members of Root. Kushina clenched her jaw and growled like a crazed dog. With his head resting against her cleavage, Kushina tucked her son inside her apron. Kushina snapped her head forward and glared ahead, her face a bloody mess, making sure his chin was resting on the collar. At least she was worried about this. She was aware of these men's desires. He was after the Kyuubi and, as he knew the old war, Hawk, this was not his first attempt. Although he had previously failed to capture Kushina, Kushina was unable to find concrete proof that Danzo was responsible for her kidnappings. Fortunately, the Kyuubi's yin chakra had restored Kushina's chakra reserves, even though she lacked weapons to protect herself. War cries came from the men as they approached Kushina. Kushina tightened the Anbu with another set of chakra chains. Before their bodies tore into bloody pieces of bone and flesh, there was a cry of murmurs. It was reckless of Kushina to deactivate her chakra chains. Kushina retreated, leaning against a tree bark, as 30 more came toward her from the other side of the hill where the wreckage lay. Naruto sobbed. She was unable to console him. She gave Root Platoon a quick snap of her head. There was no time for her to reactivate her chakra chains. At this rate, before she could do anything, she would be cut down. The Root Platoon surrounded her, leaving her with nowhere to flee, her back against the tree. She wouldn't falter, no, the life of her son was at stake. Minato was no longer there to defend them both. For her son to survive, she would have to give up her life. The inner demon's soul had other ideas. Kushina's body was suddenly covered in hot, boiling crimson chakra that shaded her body frame, and she was surrounded by silhouettes of flaming chakra. Crimson slits replaced her once beautiful blue, jaded eyes. Kushina had that Medusa look because her hair had grown up above her head in the shape of 9 tails. She snared the first shinobi she saw with a demonic phantom hand. The man was crushed into a pool of blood that poured onto the grass of the Namikaze compound, and Kushina clenched that hand. Few of the Anbu had the courage to continue their attack, which resulted in their horrific deaths, while the majority fled in terror. After intercepting the remaining Anbu root forces and using his 3-prong kunai to cut them down, Minato Kushina believed he had died when the explosive tag exploded in his face. The shinobi was deeply wounded by kunai's slashes. He choked some of them before severing their necks or repeatedly stabbing them in the back. The shinobi was impaled from an exposed splinter by Minato's sidekick, who then crashed into the rubble of an exposed rod. Nobody noticed what had struck them. Before they passed on to the afterlife, all they saw was a yellow flash of blur. After witnessing the Kyuubi's yin wane, Minato hurried to his wife's side. Kushina staggered to a crouch and then sat down, still physically exhausted. Minato sat next to her, his white robe permanently marred by the blood of the men he killed, and they kissed quickly while looking down at their soundly sleeping son. They both passed out, but not before the Konoha had shinobi arrived, and Minato was also tired of chakra exhaustion. 2 weeks later, there was a riot in the streets after it was revealed that Kushina had previously worked as a jailer in Kyuubi. They demanded Naruto and Kushina's heads. The village rejected Minato because they no longer saw him as the hero they had once hoped he would be. Because he was unable to prove his and his wife's innocence, he was forced to leave office. It seems that the council assisted Danzo in hiding his tracks. Minato and Kushina claimed that the root that attacked them was not even a member of the root. They were typical Anbu employees. The council was not informed of Naruto's birthplace, and because the Kyuubi was released on Konoha, they accused Minato of betraying Konoha. The Anbu the Namikaze killed was a renegade root Anub personal, and there was no concrete proof that the masked man was responsible for the attack. Minato and Kushina were exiled from Konoha by the council with the assistance of the daimyo of the Fire Country. Danzo was not happy. Danzo was furious and wanted them put in jail, but the council and daimyo had changed their minds. They maintained that heroes don't belong in jail and that Minato would always be a hero of Konoha. Giving up their child's rights was the harshest thing in life. If they didn't, they would go to jail. Kushina threatened to murder each council member and was a genocidal person. As he would suddenly yield to their demands, it was able to alleviate her suffering. As a result, the Namikaze couples were banished without the clan's household's consent. Inoichi could demonstrate their innocence, but he was powerless to stop the trial from ending. From the bottom of his heart, the daimyo graciously gave the Namikaze couples a week to prepare and say goodbye. Danzo was furious. He wanted them out of Konoha as soon as possible, but he was powerless to stop them. In the same week that Minato and Kushina had persuaded well-known world poolers to purchase the orphanage, and they did, Danzo was elected Godem. With the aid of Minato's Hiraishin, Kushina's friends could visit their son every night and maintain taps on Naruto. Minato and Kushina marched through the gates of Konoha at noon on the day of departure, which was likely their final time as citizens, but they were accompanied. Almost every clan and household in Konoha switched to Minato's side. The only way to avoid civil war was to do this. All of the world poolers, apart from those at the orphanage, and 1/3 of the village's population had packed as much as they could for the trip to the Land of Waves. The history of Shinobi is about to change, the worst defection in ninja history. The Great Defection was the name given to it. However, a plan was put in place for Hitaki Kakashi and a few shinobi from Anbu roots to kidnap the child of each clan leader who defected. While his teammates were successful in kidnapping the children, he barely survived the battle with his former sensei. While the Yamanaka clan had taken control of the Anbu ninjas' minds and taken the children, a somber play of acting was a success. Kakashi had withdrew and was waiting for Danzo at the Godem Hokage's office. The old war hawk, who praised Kakashi's efforts to kidnap Inazuka Kiba, Aburami Shino, Akamichi Chochi, Yamanaka Ino, and Nara Shikamaru, found his false betrayal to the Yondaime Hokage to be too pleasing. It was Kakashi who informed Danzo about Minato's plans for the entire week, including the Yellow Flash's deliberate betrayal. Kakashi was aware that it was all a part of the scheme to trick his sensei. Instead, whether the deception was deliberate, out of his own volition, or not, particularly while working for this despot, Kakashi felt sick to his stomach. With deceitful childcare, the kids stayed in the orphanage. Minato's design resulted in Naruto and the clan's children eating less and receiving terrible treatment. There will be less opportunity for Minato's plan to be thwarted, as is the case with the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha clan, and Hyuga clan, all of which are remnants of Konoha's noble clans. Minato desired some degree of foreign country protection for Konoha. Following the Great Defection, Danzo promptly imposed martial law and curfew the following day. He had to prepare for the worst from neighboring countries rather than worrying about what would happen to the Namikaze couples, as more than half of his Anbu root division was destroyed in an attempt to kill the Yondaime and his wife. However, the abrupt disappearance of the rebels was what spoiled his day. Danzo had a terrible first 2 weeks at work. How could 4,000 plus vanish from the face of the planet on its own? They seemed to have never been there. He had attempted, but failed, to reveal the rebels' location with a team of ninja hunters. The group never returned alive. Nothing has been seen since the early foundation, and Konoha is about to enter a new dark age. Minato and Kushina would visit their infant at the orphanage once a week. Cursed that motherfucker of a Godime, Kushina was inflexible. She was eager to snap his neck like a twig by wringing it. It seems that while the other kids were still sharing a room, Naruto was confined like a savage animal. Every visit was sobering for Kushina. A waterfall of tears would cascade down Kushina's cheeks. She was content, though, that she could hold her child and nurse him until he turned 1. In order to hide their chakra from the outside of the orphanage, Minato had erected a barrier using a cage buncheon. After finishing with Naruto, Kushina returned him to his cage. While the original Minato called forth each clan's child's parent one by one, she used a shunshin to transport herself back to the Land of Waves. The parents would visit their children while they slept once a week at midnight. The construction of the new Uzushiogakure no Sato had been ongoing for 2 years. The island had to be rid of plagues and viruses for 7 months. The Namikaze couples had parted ways in order to locate their Sannin forebears. For Minato, it was an easy task. Apparently, Jiraiya had heard the news and had been searching for him. The student and the former sensei gave each other father-son hugs. Jiraiya sensei was always viewed by Minato as a father figure. They returned home to Uzushio. It was Jiraiya's first time on the island. The view was magnificent and stunning. But as Tsunade waltzed out of the tent, drowned in sake, Kushina had already outrun Minato in the race. As usual, Jiraiya engages in perverted behavior whenever he gets a knuckled sandwich to the face. However, Jiraiya decided to put off his research and play ninja for an indeterminate amount of time. My spy network brings you terrible news. We're safe at the moment but, unfortunately, for Konoha. Spill it out sensei, Minato said, forcefully slapping his jaw. As I predicted, Iwa has begun to launch a full-scale assault. They should arrive in Konoha at 1500 hours. The Sennin touched his chin. They took their sweet time. My prayers and thoughts go out to the innocent. I wouldn't be worried too much. Konoha will survive this war all thanks to Orochimaru. Orochimaru! Shouted Tsunade. I'm sure of you guys are aware of the fact the people had been missing over the past decade or so. Everyone replied. That bastard was behind it, conducting experiments on those poor souls. My sources gathered data on Orochimaru had secretly built an entire army of mutated shinobi chimeras. He and Danzo are planning to use these carnivorous beasts. Jiraiya saw that everyone was in awe of what he had just told them and could not express it in words. TCH, see, I told you when we were kids. That guy just gives me the creeps. Kushina grumbled. Minato had no idea that Orochimaru was responsible for the abductions. The truth is that he had no idea who was responsible for the mass murder and kidnapping cases he had worked to solve. This individual was excellent at going back and removing all traces of evidence. Minato's foolish emotions caused him to turn his head. He had scratched the back of his head while giving a wink to the eye and his goofy thumps. Up. Yeah, like thousands of times. To get their attention, Jiraiya had to cough. Now kids. There's plenty of time for that later. Astonished, the couple said, my apologies sensei. Tsunade questioned, what will we do about Konoha in the future? Nothing really, returned his reply. It's up to my son, and the clan's children who are living with him in the orphanage help restore the lost wool of fire. Meanwhile, we should head to Amikager. Loser, to enter Amikager, you must be out of your mind. Did your baka of a sensei explain to you that me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru lost against Amikager's leader Hanzo the Salamander? 3 against 1 and he'd managed to prevail. I do not care who the fuck you are, but if all 3 of us could not defeat one shinobi, what makes you think you could do any better? Well, first of all, we will not be fighting Hanzo, theoretically, so such topic is irrelevant to discuss. Second, the younger generation always surpasses the older generation. Minato swung a monstrous fist at the bridge of his nose, forcing him to flash. Step out of her line of fire. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, Minato's antics made Jiraiya laugh uncontrollably. As his body sailed far into the ocean's Uzu fields, he was decked square in the face. Kushina laughed as her husband hid behind her, looking like a lost child. Tsunade's nostrils flared as she exclaimed, fine, you win dumbass. The country of Amikager never stops raining. For the Namikaze couples, it was their first time. At the age of 7, Kushina's older sister and her newlywed husbands relocated to Amikager. Both sisters left Uzushio to start a new life. With all of these wars going on, Kushina didn't hear from her sister for years. She didn't respond with any correspondence. After all these years, she was still concerned. She didn't want her sister to suffer any harm. Her nephew Uzumaki Nagato was 4 years old when she last received mail. At that point, Kushina was 12 years old. A family reunion has been something Kushina has been anticipating. Since leaving Uzushio, she hasn't seen her sister. After all these years, how is Kushina's sister doing? She hoped Kushina's sister and nephew had been looked after by her brother.in.law. A green toad the size of a hand crossed the river and entered the town. Then, from its small mouth, 4 Uzu shinobi emerged. The Namikaze couple and the Sanin pair passed a low-income area where many children were dressed in torn clothing and tunics. The kids looked up at the unidentified intruders, who seemed to be homeless and known as street rats. A 5-year-old girl glimpsed the cerulean orbs. Although the girl's identity was mostly hidden by her raincoat, Minato managed to catch a glimpse of her amber eyes and red cheeks as she giggled and then soared into the sunset. Amikager is apparently divided in half by a civil war that is currently raging. Hanzo the Salamander himself leads the north, while militias currently control the south. While they passed vintage Edo-era clothing, 20 shinobi were on either side of them. All 4 of them died. And Aim Kunoichi inquired, halt, where did you think you're going? When Jiraiya cleared his throat, Tsunade's and his eyes widened in amazement at the sight of a blue-haired woman only 18 years old wearing a black cape with red clouds on it. The woman with the blue hair was stunned, and Jiraiya took off his hood. The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth and said, oh, my, you sure have grown into a beautiful woman, Conan. He begged, may you take me to the 2. She turned her head toward her men and motioned for them to back off, then snapped her head back to the man with the silver hair, and Conan hissed. She wanted to be grateful that she was able to see Jiraiya Sensei once more, but she still harbored deep resentment. 4 years ago, Jiraiya was forced to leave him behind. Why had he returned? What on earth is he trying to get out of us? Conan had dabbed at her dripping chin. She looked at Jiraiya and the other 3 hooded figures. It did not sit well with her. Staring daggers through Jiraiya, Conan asked, What brings you back here, Jiraiya? Jiraiya experienced a crushing sensation in his heart. Instead of adding the suffix, sensei, she spoke in a sarcastic manner that made him shudder. He could see some of the villagers scurrying behind closed doors, slamming it shut, and this woman's killing intent spiked throughout the district. Lights and lanterns were switched off, and the curtain blinds were firmly closed. Jiraiya turned to look at his old student. On the inside, he was depressed. Not in front of Minato, but he didn't want to display it. He forced a false smile to cover his remorseful expression. Not only you, he eventually spit out, leaving the kunoichi insult him perplexed. When Jiraiya heard Kushina accidentally cough at the mention of Nagato's name, she said, "I need to speak to Yahiko and Nagato." Jiraiya understood her motivation since he had seen Konan looking over his left shoulder in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the coughing woman, but the hood obscured her face in the shadows. Jiraiya had diverted her focus by pretending to cough himself. "This is very important concerning you, three and your militia. Then you've come all this way for nothing. We don't need your pity and welcoming arms anymore. As you see," she said to her male companions, "during your absence, we fought with exertion, blood, and sweat against Hanzo's tyranny. Many had perished. If only you were still here with us at that time." Conan's voice started to rise in pitch. "We don't need you. If you're planning to intervene within this war, you have no business here. If you guys are smart enough, why crawl back to whence you had and never set foot on this land ever again? You have until next sunrise. How dare you to treat your guests like this? Do you want to live or not?" Tsunade yelled as his partner took off her hood. "You guys won't live to see the next sunrise." Jiraiya sighed in defeat. "Isn't Tsunade the Slug Princess, one of the legendary Sanins? I haven't seen you since we'd first met, but we did not ask for your help nor did we invite you guys on our land. You guys are trespassing, and I stand by my word." Minato almost shot back, but Jiraiya shoved him with his huge, bulky forearm, holding him back. "It's settled then, but since we have time, why don't ya take us to visit the boys? I give my word. None of us will bring trouble, and our ties with Konoha are severed." Konan sighed, "Very well, but any one of your companion gets out of line." Tsunade was glaring at them. "Please, spare us the threatening lecture," she said. Jiraiya gave her that. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Look," and then shook his head, almost urinating. Tsunade, however, gave him a stern look and told him to back off. Jiraiya backed up while perspiring hilariously. The Namikaze couples, particularly the redhead, were utterly silent as he looked over his shoulder. He was aware of her potential for enthusiasm. "Right this way." The walk to the militia headquarters took an hour. Regarding the Amikager sightings, the Namikaze couples were whispering. Despite the chaos caused by the war, the village was still lovely. The villagers, however, were vulnerable to starvation. Many of them made a living by stealing. They had been led up a slope by Konan, which was still slick from the rain. When they reached the summit at last, the white fog covered the area, making it difficult to see. A sculpture of one of Amikager's former leaders in samurai armor was located in a sizable shrine. It looked as though the statue was standing in the center of a well. As it draped down like a water fountain display, water poured out of its mouth indefinitely. A tiny canal encircles the shrine, which is dead center between four houses. Each of the four wooden bridges spans the canal to the residences. Children were running and playing near the well. When a number of kids unintentionally ran into the Namikaze couples, they grinned. Usually, when someone bumped into Kushina, she would become furious and grab them by the neck. Even though they were kids, they were having a great time. She put on a gleeful smile and patted the boy's head, whose face was 100 shades of red, and one of the boys apologized. They passed two guards and the flimsy sliding doors into the shrine. The interior was merely a courtyard used for militia training in white GI, akin to a dojo. For practice throwing shuriken and kunai knives, there was a wooden dummy for each. When Konan marched between them, the group formed a line. The Uzu shinobi ignored their guests as though they were non-existent, but eyes glared at them. Two guards were standing in front of another slide screen door with two guards as they turned the corner. For a brief moment, they converse, granting Konan and company entry to the room. They passed a narrow gathering room that was at least 10 yards wider than the courtyard. With their lances pointing to the ceiling, they were arranged in a line on either side of the room, leading directly to a throne. The walkway leading to the throne is approximately 50 feet long and covered in a long, scarlet, silky carpet. Chinese lamps were hanging from chains just above them. Two men were waiting on the other side, while a man who appeared to have just reached adulthood sat on a throne. He resembled Minato in that he had long, orange, spiky dreads. His skin was peach. off-colored, and he wore a black cape with red cloud patterns, just like Conan. He seemed to have muscle. The man on his right has scarlet, red hair. He seemed to be wearing the same cape as the man with the orange hair, but his eyes were obscured by his dreadlocks. He seems to have grown up as well. His physique was more slender than bulky. As the face of the man on the throne was revealed, the Sannin both took off their hoods and glared at Conan's companion. His eyes were as wide as fruit grapes, just like Conan's, and he and his partner never thought they would ever see Jiraiya or Tsunade again. "Sensei." The man with the orange hair spoke in a childlike voice, but his tone abruptly changed. "Conan, what's the meaning of this? I told you never to look for him ever again." "Forgive me, Yahiko." The silver-haired Sannin caught Yahiko's attention. "What's done is done," she said. "What brings you back to Amikagure?" Having regrets, Yahiko exploded. Jiraiya had the impression that his heart was being crushed once more. He was still unable to meet Yahiko's eyes directly. "I thought you three were killed by Hanzo. I never completely forsaken you all these years. I was going to visit you guys once in a while off duty, and during my research, but my spy network confirmed your deaths. Rest to assure you, Hanzo will never kill us. I wouldn't count on it." The two Sannin blushed as they looked at one another for a moment. "Well, isn't the slug princess? Wow, I can see why Sensei fantasize about you. You never age one bit. Why are you here? Are you going to follow up what Orochimaru said all those years ago?" Tsunade also spat, saying, "If I wanted to do that, I would not make my presence lovely. Baka, tell them why we're here." Before he spoke, Jiraiya coughed to collect his thoughts. "We all know that you have allied with the Godem Hokage." There was a shout from the redhead. "How did you know that?" "Ah, Nagato, I was wondering when you would speak up. It seems you have deemed from shyness." Nagato grumbled. "And don't forget about my spy network. I know what's going once you guys started to resurface. The reason that we are here is that Danzo has betrayed all of you?" "What?" They all three shot back. "Believe Sensei, Danzo and his root has joined up to launch an assault on your militia within hours, minutes henceforth. I wouldn't count all of them being loyal. Some or maybe all your men have already gone over to the other side." Minato took off his hood. The three AIM shinobi's faces had lost all of their color, as though they were seeing ghosts. "Yellow flash," exclaimed Yahiko. "I see, so you brought our disciple sibling Sensei." Despite Minato's reputation as the world's fastest man, Yahiko never took his eyes off of him. "I was wondering if I could ever get to meet the legendary one-man army. The Yondaime Hokage who was banished 2 years ago. I never would have expected we meet on friendly terms." "So do I, Yahiko, if I presume." "Jiraiya. Sensei has told me stories about you three. I'm just curious as you are. I also wanted to meet you three someday. I guess my wish has come true. At least in a way." Minato was shaking his head. Yahiko researched the Hokage. If he desired their death, knowing that Yahiko couldn't match his speed, not this close, Minato would have done it long ago. Yahiko grinned, however, before he could respond. "How do we know that you guys are not part of Hanzo and Danzo's plan?" Conan inquired. "No, he speaks the truth." "Good," said Jiraiya. "Now comes the hard part. If you three want to live to fight another day, disband your militia and come join us. Like Minato said, there are defectors among your group." Nagato sneered, "Then we will kill all who defiled our trust." "If we follow, we will be taking the militia as well," objected Yahiko. "Can't risk it," the man with the blonde hair stated. "You expect us to forsake the militia? We are not those types that squander and think everyone is trash like you Konoha scums." Minato let out a sigh. "I know how much of your men means to you three, but there are traitors who are undetectable. Our hideout will be revealed. Danzo will learn of our location and kill everyone down to the last woman and child. Hanzo may be ruthless, but he's the reason why me and my 2 former Sannin teammates are alive today. I'm certain that your men would be spared. There is no time to assess the situation. I will let you guys think it over. You'll have an hour." "Very well then." "Wait," said Kushina, taking off her hood. "I never came all this way to come empty-handed, and where's Nina?" "Who?" wondered Conan, but Kushina was focused on the red-haired man. "I see," she said, shaking her head wildly. "My apologies, Uzumaki Nagato," she said going forward. The trio was shocked. The red-haired Kunoichi suddenly embraced Nagato and said, "Lady, how did you know my surname? I haven't heard it in years." She sobbed loudly onto his right shoulder, and her husband suppressed most of his tears with a smile that would have been appropriate for a happy ending in a film. Nagato could only give a hug in return. "Hey, ma'am," he said. "Aye. Always dream of meeting my older sister, Uzumaki Nina's son. I'm so sorry that I never came sooner, nephew, she lovely said. Why? Why? Yo. You're my mother's little sister Uzumaki Kushina, he gasped. She told me bed stories about you when I was just a boy. Nagato was crying. The woman squinted and said, it's a pleasure finally to meet Ya Dadbeo. Nagato winced and even screamed more after he had pushed his aunt out of his grasp a little. Where are your parents? I need to see them. They're dead, killed by Konoha shinobi during the Second Ninja Wars. Behind her head, Kushina's eyes rolled. She broke down in tears and stumbled to her knees. This was the most afflicted wife Minato had ever seen. Minato scooted beside her and knelt down in front of her, putting those ripped, husked arms around her waist. Kushina buried her face in Minato's chest, which was pulsing constantly from hammer blows to both shoulders, though they weren't very strong. Everyone walked out of the room. When Kushina called for Nagato, he was just about to cross the door. As Nagato approached, Minato was humming, and he could hear it. It seemed awkward that it took him a moment to realize that they might be a couple. It wasn't very appealing for a sibling, to go out with his aunt. Even though he had never met the brother before, it was as though he had a brother who was seeing his aunt. Then, as Kushina turned to face him, Minato slowly lifted her to her feet, jolting him out of his reverie. She had almost blood-shot red eyes. She said, it's my fault, with fatigue. It's my downfall for not risking my own life to come to your aid. Your parents would have been alive. Auntie, there's no need to be depressed yourself. What mother told me that you of all people had suffered a great burden for the sake Uzumaki clan and its village long ago. I did not expect Konoha out of all places. Mother was not specific to where you'd been taken. If I knew you were in Konoha regardless of the hatred I had been wrought up, I would have you sooner, but you must forgive me. I want to help Yahiko liberate Amikagure from Hanzo's reign first. Nagato nodded slightly as Kushina gently put her hands on his cheeks and said, Jiraiya. Sama said that you've wielded the Rinnegan. May I see it? Kushina stroked his eye, covering scarlet dreadlocks. The instant her violet eyes met his violet iris, pupil, sight that swirled so sublimely. From behind, she could hear Minato coughing. So pretty, you must have unlocked it from a young age. It was when I woke up and noticed to find my parents dead along with the two-leaf shinobi. I looked in the mirror, and I had the Rinnegan. Jiraiya. Sensei has not seen until I killed several shinobi that were about to kill Yahiko after he'd taken us under his care. As Nagato's Rinnegan looked into Minato's ponderous cerulean eyes, Kushina wiped the last of her tears from her face and said, Oh, I want you to meet my husband judging you already know his title. Nagato. This Namikaze Minato the Ondaime Hokage, and Minato, this is my nephew Uzumaki Nagato. He did not mind being an uncle, but he preferred his nephew to be younger. The two men shook hands and said, It is a pleasure to have a Rinnegan bearer as my nephew and disciple sibling. Minato tried to flush out all those bitter thoughts, but an 18-year-old made him feel like an old geezer. Same goes for you, the thought of having the yellow flash as my uncle is astounding. Before leaving, the two men finally squeezed hands. If your auntie had told me sooner, I would have helped restore the peace here when I was still in office. You see, Jiraiya stepped in to say, like I taught you before, every place has its light and darkness. You'll find light in Konoha just as much you will find darkness. Everywhere is the same no matter where you go. There will always be a balance between the two forces of our heart. Here, you guys are the symbol of light that sprouts profoundly into the roots of Amikagure. Hanzo is the harbinger of darkness which plaques this land of tyranny, and S goes for Konoha and every other place. Nagato gave a feeble smile. Thank you, sensei. Tremors rocked the shrine. As debris rained down on the shinobi, the ceiling collapsed. Every piece of debris was set on fire. The shinobi used their kunai to swat the remaining pieces away. A few were cut in two. Tsunade, Konan, and Yahiko locked the door after themselves. Beyond that door came cries of war. The two AIM shinobi appeared to be perspiring. They were admired by the four. What's going on? Yahiko and his two companions ran behind the throne, saying, like you said, we have been deceived. I did not expect half the militia to betray us. This way. The wall was covered in baseball-sized pillar stone buttons. In the shape of a diamond, Yahiko pushed for it. Dust that had accumulated over the years fell from the ceiling, where the wall was at the time, and the wall slid open. Get in here. As he led his wife into the hidden chamber, Minato said, all of you, go on ahead. I'll stall some time. Their lips met. Minato, be careful. Kushina had turned away from her and broken contact. I'll stay behind. I've got a bone to fetch with the salamander. Tsunade said with a hearty smile. Yahiko sulked and said, "Go on kid. We have a reunion." Jiraiya waved him away, saying, "Don't worry, we'll save you some leftovers." With a, "Fine, it's your funeral," Yahiko closed the door. Jiraiya used his lance to call forth Gamahiro, a gigantic toad that swung into the ceiling and split the shrine in two. The former Hokage and the Sanins ran up the wall, their souls molded with just the right amount of chakra. The roofs were being searched by the Uzu Nin. The renegade militia ambushed them. In the blink of an eye, Minato dispatched them. Using a chakra enhancement fist full of super strength leveling buildings, Tsunade launches her cherry blossom attack. Similarly, Jiraiya enlisted more toads to join him and confronted Hanzo's troops. Jiraiya used fire release jutsu from the amphibian's head, burning everything in its path. Jiraiya behind you. The J-Man protected himself from the enemy's Ninhanto by covering his body with his hair. Beside his former teammate, Jiraiya stepped. His eyes widened as if they were grapes. He smirked simply, replacing his surprise. The three great ninjas were given the title of Sannin by the man who defeated them all by himself. His gaze shifted to Tsunade as he noticed a huge smile on her face. The greeting was, "Long time no see," Jiraiya said. "I would say the exact same to you too," the man with the blonde hair and gas mask said. "As I thought, so you have been training 3 orphans nin jutsu. Maybe it was a mistake sparing you free if I knew you would train those pests." When the elderly man suddenly materialized standing next to the salamander, the 4 Uzu shinobi screamed, "You're too soft, the old war." Hawk laughed and said, My, Jiraiya, Tsunade, it's been a while. Surely, you wouldn't dare to rebel against your own birthplace?" She said, "Old man Danzo, Tsunade." Danzo simply stared at him blankly, asking, "Simply ask yourself, why would we work under a man who disgraced my grandfather and your best friend's will of fire? I'd anticipated as much to find you two here, and expected results. You two are now rogue ninja. The next time I see you will either be behind a prison or in a body bag." He raised his eyebrows. Danzo Shunshin disappeared, saying, "I trust that you will dispose of these fools. After all, I have a war to fight." When Hanzo said, "Well, you heard what the old man said," he laughed. Hanzo started to weave several hand seals and said, "This time, I will not let you two leaves here alive. I'll say Orochimaru was the smart one. Look out, Heim, he will use that poison of his. Like he did the last time." Tsunade grinned. "Oh ho ho, I upgraded the salamander's poison since our last encounter." Jiraiya pointed behind him and replied, "But really, we came here not to fight you," laughing. Hanzo continued to keep the Sannin in sight out of the corner of his eye, but how could he have been so reckless? Not even the chakra of someone behind him registered with him. The coldness of a metal blade flushed against his throat, and he had noticed it now. When he first arrived, he had only seen the 2 Sannins. He had no idea that Minato was with them. Even at close range, Minato's chakra was masked in a strange way. "How ridiculous. Ha 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 ha, I see you let your disciple do your dirty work," Hanzo grumbled. "Like I said, Wen did not come here to fight you. Even so, you should be worried about yourself," Jiraiya chuckled. "The younger generation always surpasses the older generation. Curse you, imbeciles, kill them." "Oh," Minato gasped. "You mean them?" Minato gestured toward them with his free hand. All his men. Some were killed, some rendered incapable. Minato had not acknowledged and didn't give a damn. "I see, so the rumors is true." Konoha's yellow flash. "Pity if you thrust that blade into me neck. You will die along with me." "Do you know why people call me the salamander?" I asked. "There was once a single black salamander in this village that produces a toxin this deadly. I was a kid when it died, and I took its venom sac and implanted it in my body. I know about your abilities and poison, thanks to Sensei. The venom sac is in your gut, so I don't need it ruptured to kill you." "True indeed, your master is a Sannin for no reason. Since I already orchestrated the jutsu. The venom is channeled through my immune system straight with my lungs where I can blow a sea of tormenting miasma. If I wait a minute longer, I will burst like a balloon unleashing poisonous vapor of clouds. If you were to cut me, the same result even if it's just a nip. I wonder how fast your flying thunder god can match the speed of the poison in the air." Hanzo laughed, but his laughter was restrained. If he laughed any harder, he would accidentally nip his throat, and he didn't want to jerk his head. Hanzo felt like he was being made fun of. "I could prove that theory," he swallowed. "But I will keep your honor. Since you spared Sensei and his team long ago, I will do the same for you. You'll be lucky that you are not my prey. Despite having a horrible past you put this nation through and which sides you have taken. Unlike Danzo, you have honor, which I call you a true hero. It will either be up to you. Alternatively, my nephew to restore Imikager no Sato to its finest glory. I would have no regrets if you cut him down. I guess enough time was stalled. Minato laughed as he disappeared into thin. Hanzo spit the toxic fumes out of his body, but he did it out of sight of his men. He turned to see where the two Sanins had been before. Gone. Hanzo burst out laughing. He has never lost a duel before. Not even a single move could defeat him. Indeed, you're a true shinobi. Although, clichés don't suit you, I promise next time we meet again you won't be so lucky. It had been 2 years. While carrying out the previous Daiwaimo, Danzo has taken control of the Land of Fire. The war has been won by Konohagakure no Sato. After losing the war, Iwakagure no Sato is now a part of Konoha territory. The Sandame Tsuchikage was a nuisance scouring the land of fiends, but Orochimaru's demonic minions mauled through hundreds of regiments. When it came to defending his men against those vile hordes, the Sandame was practically unbreakable. The war just came to a terrible end a month ago. When Danzo determined that his trump card was old enough to go to battle, Iwa was all but erased from the map. Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 Tails. The Yondaime's son had been exposed by Orochimaru. Sanin, the snake, insulted Naruto even more by claiming that he was the son of the notorious Yellow Flash. Similarly, a lot of Iwa shinobi wanted to kill the child right there because he was the son of that bastard. During the first year of Naruto's life, Orochimaru implanted a parasite in his body. By drawing out the Kyuubi's chakra, the parasite could transform the boy into a demonic crimson fox. Under the influence of the snake Sanin, the parasite could also take control of their host's mind, but only at a certain distance. Those on both sides of the Iwa massacre will never forget that terrible night when people were killed. Fortunately, the parasite was able to weaken the Kyuubi's undeveloped coil's remaining chakra. People from Iwa will always remember Kyuubi Jinchuriki, who killed and disfigured not only their favorite shinobi but also any civilian who happened to be around at the time. Konoha did not treat Naruto as a hero, again, rather, this served to deepen their animosity. Many Konoha shinobi had witnessed men, women, and children being mauled, mutilated, and ripped apart from limb to limb, despite the fact that Iwa was the enemy. The screams were terrifying and would never be forgotten. The Jinchuriki's threatening ball destroyed the buildings. Some, fortunately, had not died in agony. They had no idea what had struck them. The surrender treaty, which the Tsuchikage had signed, bound his homeland to Konoha lands. Iwa ninjas were now at the expense and mercy of Konoha. The world soon learned about Konoha's Crimson Fox. They were aware that Danzo would use his Jinchuriki without hesitation. However, Uzumaki Naruto's Yondaime birthday is today. Naruto may receive reprimands from the villagers under 2 conditions. He is not killed by them. Second, they don't stop him from using future operations in the future. When it gradually descended from the horizon, the sunset was breathtaking. Lights, food vendors, and other decorations adorned the streets. The Kyuubi festival, which honors those killed 4 years ago, was in its 3rd year. While bellowing, the pigeon herd would move with the trade winds. 8 boys who appeared to be older than the girl cornered her. The girl had short pink hair. The girl shuddered and said, "Oh looky dee have here. It isn't it billboard forehead?" A boy with spiky brown hair asked, "Where's yaw girlfriend?" "That's right, that blonde trash is not here. You're going to have to pay for what your orphan gal did to us last time." The girl's pink hair got caught in the fist of one of the violet, spiky haired boys. "Stop, please," she cried aloud as she was flung to the ground, winced. "It's time for payback," the black-haired boy with the dark brown potato skin said, curling his fist. "Save it forehead, no one's going to save you this time." He had easily pulled his hand back to hit the pinky. He was shocked when someone snatched his fist from behind, locked it, and twisted the boy's wrist in. "Ah!" he exclaimed in agony. "No you're not." The boy was kicked in the back, his hand caught in a wristlock, and he fell, sprawling into multiple other boys. The blond boy wearing blue trunks and a khaki t-shirt with a Konoha emblem print on the front exclaimed, "Who do you think you guys are picking on, an innocent girl? Pick on someone your own gender." The girl and he seemed to be about the same age. "Who the heck are yo?" The boy's identity was revealed when he removed his orange costume kitsune. The boy's cerulean eyes were stunning. His hair made her think of the Yondaime Hokage's photo. She saw that each cheek had 3 of the 6 whisker markings. Sasuke was the cutest boy, in her opinion, but this boy had to be at least as good as the Uchiha. Out of the corner of her eye, she had noticed the boy's trembling. Then accused the boy of being at fault. You're that demon circa child. Are you guys nuts? Shot back one of the terrified boys. This is the Crimson Kitsune, who murdered poor people in Iwa. Run for y'all lives. Another boy shot back, good luck forehead, and he and the gang ran out of the alley. Sakura was really scared now. Other girls told her what this boy had done. She had previously been warned by her mother not to approach the demon child. She wished to believe her mother now. She felt afraid. How is he going to treat her? The blonde toddler came over to Sakura, who balled herself up. She closed her eyes tightly. After a minute or so, she closed her eyes to the outside world without suffering any injuries. She heard the boy calling out to her at that moment. She opened one eye. She only saw a hand extended toward her. She was shocked. Tears filled her eyes as she looked up. She had never seen a boy smile so joyfully in her life. Take my hand, I will not hurt ya, promised Dadbeo. She said softly, okay, as the blonde boy did, thanks very much for saving me. Nah, I don't see why boys would pick on a pretty girl like yourself. The girl's cheeks were streaked with various shades of red. I don't know what's wrong with your forehead. Pinky, may I ask what's your name? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha's future Hokage, he laughed. He will mock my forehead if I say no. When Naruto realized that something was wrong with Pinky, he wanted to kick himself in the ass. Oh, sorry. I meant no offense calling you Pinky. The name's Haruno Sakura, and no, that's not the reason. The reason they. She grumbled. They tease my forehead because how wide it is. Naruto studied her forehead for a long moment. He could see the fear and anxiety in her eyes. He smiled again and nervously scratched the back of his head. The worst was what this girl was anticipating. He merely chuckled to himself about how stupid these boys were. Naruto's cheeks began to glow. His face was a fiery tomato, radiating heat. Though he shuddered at the thought, he eventually plucked up the courage to voice his opinion. Something akin to a confession. Cherry Blossom, your name fits you perfectly, Sakura spit out. I think your forehead is the prettiest thing in the entire world. It makes me want to kiss it. Naruto had sworn he had heard Sakura squeal. I don't see anything wrong with your forehead. Sakura turned red. She had never received praise for her forehead before. Sakura desired to hide beneath a rock and soar into the wind. She was ashamed. Sakura had no idea how long the taunting had lasted. This was breathtaking. She was curious as to why in the world people thought he was a demon. She overheard her parents stating that the night of his son's birth, the Yondaime had sealed the Kyuubi inside him. They continued to refer to him as a demon. The Kyuubi incident was proven to be the work of his traitorous father. Only if she had been aware of the precise reality. Knowing that the Kyuubi festival is his birthday, she said, well thank you Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, and took out a kitsune stuffed doll from her purse. I have something for ya. Well I won this at the festival before running into the boys. You can have it, happy birthday Naruto.kun. Naruto suppressed a few tears. No one from outside the orphanage had ever given him a birthday present. Naruto had finally allowed his tears to flow. You don't know how much this means to me. Sakura-chan, thank you very much. When Sakura heard the suffix, chan, added to her name, her face turned red. You're welcome. Listen, I'm running late. I will get in trouble if I stay out too late. Knowing that her parents would be like the other villagers, Naruto wanted to walk her home. He didn't want to chance a confrontation with her parents. Naruto extended his hand and said, I understand, thank you for your time. Can we be friends? They said, sure, and shook hands. He felt like he was being slapped across the face with a block of straw that was extending into the wall behind him. Get away from my daughter, you heathen. Several more jabs from a brand new broom stung him, but that was not the end of it. The wind was knocked out of Naruto. The thick straws that got past the boy's protective hands and eyelid caused his eyes to burn. The water in his eyes caused his vision to become blurry. He witnessed Sakura being dragged over the shoulder of a woman with pink hair as she thrashed her arms in an attempt to grab hold of him. It was pointless. My daughter has been attacked by the demon child. Get that bastard. Naruto was aware that trouble would soon find him. He had frantically run for his life. An irate mob filled the alley behind him. For the first time, he was being pursued by almost half the village. As the first wave of a mob marched past him, he started hiding in a trash can. Confident, he would sloppily step out of the trash can, drawing unwanted attention. There he is, exclaimed one man as he continued to run. Over here, exclaimed a woman. This way, exclaimed another man. On the plus side, Naruto would highlight the importance of patrolling the area since he was compelled to run on the main road, which could have disastrous consequences. He would soon be dead and unable to flee, back against a wall in an alley. His face went completely white. His heart was pounding. Sweat started to seep into the shirt's hem. He cursed himself for getting out of the trash can, his throat dry. It was better to leave him in there. These villagers were glaring at him, and he could see the black clouds of shade. They edged toward him. They were prohibited from attacking Naruto with blunt and cunning weapons. They are allowed to use excessive force, though. "Somebody help me," he cried, aware that no one was saving him. The attempt was worthwhile. "Face it, demon brat. You'll need to pay for your crimes against the little girl." "But I didn't do anything. He lies. Finish him." When Naruto closed his eyes to await the beating, he was unaware that multiple three-pronged kunai knives had been surreptitiously thrown in the middle of the crowd, from front to back. He winced as a fierce gust of wind pushed him deeper into the wall. Naruto's eyes opened. He turned to face a man in a black cape with red cloud patterns on it. Naruto sneered. The eyes of Naruto were as big as oranges. This man's longer hair, side bangs, and lack of whisker markings were almost exactly like Naruto's. The fact that this man was muscularly built, somewhere between lean and bulky, was obvious even to Naruto. A Super Bowl-sized ring featuring a dark blood ruby gem with the number 1 engraved in the center is where Naruto's eyes trailed down his midsection. Then, in what appeared to be a massacre from his point of view, his eyes followed the villagers on the ground beyond him. In actuality, Minato rendered the villagers incapable of pursuing them. "Stay put, Naruto. I will be right back." Naruto was aware of his notoriety. Naruto's name was never used directly by anyone outside of his friends at the orphanage. For the first time, someone from outside the orphanage properly addressed him. However, he wanted to express his gratitude to the man for saving his life. He couldn't help but feel pain and sympathy for the killed villagers. Could he be the next? He was not yet ready to die. There must be an escape route. He observed the man gathering his three-pronged kunai. A pocket of wind suddenly blew past Naruto's feet. He had been so terrified that he had failed to notice. There was a rat hole beneath Naruto's foot when he looked down, but it was small enough for him to pass through without getting stuck. Naruto landed on his knees and writhed through the black hole over his mouth as the man was busy gathering his kunai. He didn't want to create a sound that would draw attention to the guy. Minato made sure no one had noticed him by the time he had gathered his kunai. Naruto had left. His gaze flickered to the rat hole that Naruto's legs were hiding in. Minato let out a sigh and laughed. He did not hold the child accountable for having faith in strangers. He would need to conduct another search. Naruto safely returned to the orphanage without incident. The girl with the platinum blonde hair and the dumplings in her mouth said, "Naruto, you were told countless times never to leave the orphanage on your birthday." Ino spat out the dumplings in her mouth in a bewildered manner, saying, "Sorry Ino-san. I was busy buying instant cup noodles. Then I rescued the pink hair wide forehead Sakura-chan from bullies." The boy nodded and slammed the door. "You don't mean Haruno Sakura?" he asked. "OMG," was her exclamation. "I'm going to kill them next time I see them." Naruto was heating hot water in his room in the meantime. He was definitely starving. He got a gift for his birthday and met a pretty girl today. It wouldn't appear to be much. He thought, wow, this was a hell of a better birthday than the last 3. What did this man want with him? He wondered. Perhaps he made a mistake. Though his other instincts told him otherwise, he should have thanked the man for saving him. He filled the cup with hot water after taking off the paper cap. His meal was interrupted by a knock on the door. Ms. Suzuki exclaimed, "Naruto, I'm making an entry." "You have a visitor." Apart from Danzo, she was one of the orphanage's caregivers who showed Naruto respect. However, Naruto was treated like garbage in Danzo's presence, and he was never able to comprehend why the caretaker was insulting the Godem Hokage in that way. His cerulean eyes were drawn to the red cloud design and black robe once more. He almost dropped the ramen cup as he shuddered. Was he in danger? "Naruto," said Suzuki. The door was closed behind her. "I will leave you two for now," she said. A female voice said, "Happy birthday Naruto," to him. The individual was different. Naruto looked over her whole body. With her long red, vibrant, rosy hair, she had to be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Whoa, he never imagined seeing the most beautiful woman and girl in one day. Her jaded eyes were strikingly similar to Sakura's. A golden hair clip held the woman's portion away from her face and was attached to her left side bang. As he saw the man's ring on her right ring finger and another ring on top of it, The woman clutched her hands anxiously. The number 3 was on this. N. Naruto.kun, I miss you so much. Then Naruto smiled and offered his cup, saying, Lady, you want a cup? The redhead's embrace cut him off. L. Lad. D. Lady, what's wrong? He scowled. Naruto was unsettling. What was causing this woman to cry? How did he do it? He merely offered a cup of noodles to the lady. Please accept my apologies for making you cry. She responded, No you didn't, ending their embrace. Tears streamed down the redhead's stunning cheek, and if Naruto had been 10 years older, he would have suffered a nosebleed. My little Naru.kun. Mommy really misses you, my baby boy. She grinned while continuing to cry. Naruto was in awe as he dropped the cup out of his hand as it spilled. He had always wondered what had happened to his mother, and now she was standing directly in front of his sobering sapphire orbs. All he wanted was the love of a parent or parents. Why had she returned now? Why had she been separated from her child for 4 years? Where was his father? These questions plagued his mind to the point where we would be in anxiety. Naruto had never experienced the meaning of hate yet, and he could not feel it even if he wanted to resent her. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Yes, sweetheart. Naruto wrapped his arms around his mother's neck, his face buried deep within her cleavage. I always wanted to meet you. Naruto had cried before, but never in this way. It was a combination of sadness and ecstasy that he could not explain. Mommy, I miss you. Pardon me, son, please. Kushina sobbed uncontrollably. They had no idea that Minato was standing behind them, crying as well. They hugged for a while. Behind her, Kushina could feel Minato's chakra, but she chose to ignore it. There was no way to describe the atmosphere she experienced. For the first time before giving birth to Naruto, Kushina felt as though she was in heaven. Otherwise, she would have been dead for years. The painful past that plagued her dreams had been buried since she was reunited with her son. When she was in Konoha and was selected to host the Kyuubi, her village, friends, and family had all been destroyed during the Second Ninja Wars. After being freed from her Kumo captors, she became friends with Minato. As they became couples, their friendship had evolved into love over time. Then following Iwa's Third Great Ninja Wars, their ties were subsequently strengthened by the fact that Minato had already lost 2 students and a sensei during that conflict. Kushina accepted Minato's proposal. The best times in her life started when they were married, which would happen a year later, before the night 4 years ago, when she and her husband were exiled after giving up her son to Konoha. All suffering had been forgotten. However, Naruto was unable to articulate this emotion. Love, he had seen kids leave parks while clutching their parents' hands. Naruto wished that he were one of those kids. His prayers had been answered by Kami today. On his birthday, he wished to have parents. The wish was fulfilled. Naruto's first 4 years had been a living hell without his parents. He had no friends at all to support him and was treated like a scapegoat. Luckily, Naruto received different treatment from the kids at the orphanage. He received respectful treatment. They resembled his siblings. In the presence of the Hokage, shinobi, and a civilian council member, the caregivers were typically focused on the kids. Children from the 5 household clans, including Naruto, were treated like trash and, if necessary, were severely beaten. Because they all knew what was inside of him, Naruto received worse treatment than any of the other 5 kids out of the 6. The caregivers would express regret to the kids after escaping the altercation. Like family, the 6 grew closer. As brother and sister, Naruto and Ino were the closest. When it came to showing their love for one another, Naruto and Ino were not ashamed of what others thought of them. Naruto and Ino merely chuckled at the children's antics as they teased each other by calling them lovebirds. Up until 6 months ago, the nagging continued. When her husband and older son, Uchiha Itachi, were away on mission, Uchiha Makoto had taken her son, Uchiha Sasuke, to the orphanage. Both had been killed in the war with Iwa. Makoto had been grudgingly going to the orphanage. It seems that every caregiver was a close friend of hers. The girls would lose their minds. He wanted to scream because of how painful their infatuation with Sasuke was. Although it was nice to meet Itachi, Naruto could not help but feel envious. Sasuke never experienced the same level of kindness that Itachi showed Naruto. He would get envious too. Makoto and the caregivers had to intervene to break up the minor altercations between them. The trip to the land of Earth 2 months ago was the worst experience by far. He would rather be beaten and placed in dangerous situations than go through this trip to Iwa once more. Although it was extremely hot during the day, he was lucky to have fluids to stay hydrated. It was as cold as the Antarctic at night. What's worse is that he never wore blankets or pajamas to stay warm at night. Instead, he would curl up in a ball and wrap his arms around his legs. He miraculously avoided getting sick at any point during the journey. Naruto was shackled while traveling in a cube-shaped, galvanized animal cage. He wasn't fed properly. They fed him slops that tasted like spoiled cheese in his cage. With every gulp, his stomach roiled, but eventually his digestive system would become used to it. For the entire day, the taste persisted in his taste buds. Those who inhaled Naruto's breath described it as having a foul, sewage-like smell. The upside of eating slops was that they were full of minerals and nutrients that would keep Naruto healthy, but he could still use the restroom if necessary. If he didn't have Shinobi by his side, he would either have to poop or crap. Urinating was hardly a problem, but when someone urinated repeatedly in the same place, the stench got worse and worse, like the tang of a sour pickle. Typically, trade winds from the eastern mountain range would blow in, carrying the odor away for a longer period of time. They also didn't remain in one place for very long. It was never a problem to take a dump. They would lead him to the bushes with attention. If Naruto needs to use the restroom, the Godem Hokage orders a platoon to escort him. Either he had to dig a hole and shit into it, or there were bushes here in the wilderness. After that, Naruto had to bury his own waste. The Anbu would usually nag about it. Even though he was only 4, he was old enough to realize that he was being made fun of for the fucking shithole. The blonde toddler would occasionally be forced to walk to the cage with Naruto's pants down by the ninjas. Naruto squirmed back to his cage in fear as they kicked him in the ass as he fell. He zipped his pants and pulled them up. The ninjas rattled the cage and taunted Naruto from outside, making him shudder. He brushed the remains of dry twigs and rocks from him, and the dirt stained his tunics. One particular instance was worse than any of his earlier forays into the bushes. Sake was consumed by the Anbu as though tomorrow didn't exist. They were so inebriated that they didn't hear Naruto yelling for him to go to the bathroom. Crouching in the corner was the only option available to him. Naruto found it challenging to move his hands around his groin to zip down and yank the pants where the buttons were at ankle level because he was shackled. Then he let his waists out while crouching as low as he could. There was nothing for Naruto to wipe his ass. Someone threw him a roll of toilet paper just as he was ready to pull his pants up. He was imprisoned at the Leaf Jonin, which was not a member of the Anbu. There was something strange about this man. His black hair, which was darkly plastered, resembled Aunt Makoto's. Naruto shuddered with chicken skin at the sight of the ghostly white skin. Naruto was tormented by the snake's eyes, which seemed to be looking death in the face. Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, was his name, the man said. Naruto was certain that his movements and even his voice were inhuman. As he watched Orochimaru approach the inebriated Anbu shinobi and dismember them one by one before killing them, Naruto wiped his behind. Orochimaru said, "That's what happens when you don't follow orders given from Danzo Sama." Naruto was startled, but he then burst out laughing. Naruto's stomach churned at the evil laughter. It wasn't the smell coming from his feces. The slaughter had caused Naruto to throw up. Orochimaru expressed regret, whether on purpose or not. Naruto was never harassed or used as a scapegoat while with Orochimaru. Like a gaki, Orochimaru lavished him with food and attention. Naruto began to question whether Orochimaru was a malevolent figure. That would continue until they arrived at Iwakage no Sato's outskirts. If Naruto assisted in ending the war, Orochimaru would fulfill his promise. They would call him a hero. As the Sannin held out an insect by its tail, Naruto entered the battle, or rather, there was one last thing to do before it happened. Insects frightened Naruto. This one appeared to be a scarab from an exoskeleton that soaked into his back. Naruto let out a cry. Something seemed to be driving a nail into him. Only 20 seconds were spent on the process. He gasped. When he woke up, the last thing he remembered before fainting was the huge head of a terrifying creature staring at him. It would change forever. Structures fell apart like a piece of dry clay. Naruto's attention was drawn to the scent of burning corpses. He looked at the pile of remains and bodies. "What happened?" asked Naruto. Orochimaru laughed and informed Naruto that he had killed many people by using the Kyuubi's power. Naruto felt bad. He had just murdered more than 5,000 people. Among the victims were civilians. Naruto never gave it any thought. He was sad, not angry. After that, he rushed up to a Konoha kunoichi nearby and took a kunai out of her holster. He was filled with the Kyuubi. Using both hands, Naruto extended the kunai and aimed its tip at him. Harakiri was an attempt by Naruto. After Orochimaru used his long pink tongue to block the kunai, someone came up behind Naruto and whispered in his ear, "Naruto." We're all victims of Danzo's tyranny. What just happened here was not your fault. No matter what people will say from this point on, you will always be a hero in my heart. A hand. Knife chop to the back of Naruto's neck rendered him unconscious, but not before Orochimaru introduced himself as Hitaki Kakashi of the Sharingan Eye. This happened 2 months later. The wind blew in from the screen shades, and Naruto felt Kushina's hair trickle down the back of his neck as he lifted his head away from Kushina's cleavage and looked up into those mournful blue, jaded orbs. It wasn't just that Kushina was beautiful, she also smelled damn good. Naruto laughed as he lifted his head away from Kushina's cleavage and looked up into those eyes, and he was enthralled. He could stare into her eyes all day, and for some reason, it was like heaven. He didn't know why, but deep down, from the depths of his soul, he felt all the anguish being cleansed from his soul, and it was now filled with happiness. Mommy, where have you been? Her hand brushed Naruto's cheek, and she knew this was the most difficult question of all. Her heart was pounding, and Kushina could hear it beeping in her ears. She scowled and said, have been away. The pouty Naruto asked, why, mommy? Child, actually I was never away from you. Almost every night when you were tucked away in bed. I and your father would visit you in your sleep. We were there for your first 3 birthdays. I and Minato never abandoned you. We were forced to leave you behind. Naruto looked at her shrewdly, wondering if she was telling the truth. He had seen no one in his room during the night, so he assumed it was his mother. Oh, yeah, he said, they visit me in my sleep. He remembered waking up in the morning with covers on when he didn't sleep with blankets on summer nights, so it was his mother. How come? Because your Hokage would arrest us if we did not give you up. Then after the trial we were banished from Konoha. Never to set foot on Konoha soil ever again. The hair on Naruto's neck stood up as he saw the tall, blonde man who killed the villagers who were going to beat him to bloody pulp. Naruto's cerulean orbs sailed over Kushina's shoulders. Naruto yelled, "You're that guy," and pointed the finger at Minato. Kushina, on the other hand, had resisted the urge to chastise her son because it would be disastrous if she did. The last thing Kushina needed was to give Naruto the impression that she is an abusive, heartless mother. If her son stepped out of line, she might have to use excessive force to discipline him, but she knew it was in her own right. Minato sighed and shook his head disappointingly. "Sweetie, that's not how you properly address your father." Minato and Kushina exchanged curious looks, then shrugged, and then looked down to see their son crying uncontrollably. Naruto dismounted from Kushina's grasp and embraced his father, saying, "Daddy." Naruto tensed up. Minato gave his son a back pat and said, "I'm here for you, son." Naruto retreated, saying, "Dad, you no need to kill them." "Son, I'm sorry for scaring you earlier. Rest assured, I did not kill them, but put them to sleep. I can't help but eavesdrop on your conversation with your new friend." Dad cracked a joke while being persuasive. There were multiple red streaks on Naruto's cheeks. Kushina cupped her chin, observing his body language, then chuckled and snapped her head at her husband. Naruto pushed against her cape, attracting her attention. He smiled and said, "Her name? Sakura-chan." Kushina slapped her cheeks gently and chuckled, saying, "Oh my, what a lovely name. I want to meet this Sakura someday, but we have important business to attend to." "You wish to become Hokage?" Minato shot back, looking down at him curiously. "Business like your dream to become Hokage?" "Yeah. Believe it, I'm going to be the best Hokage that ever lived." His parents grinned and said, "Very well." The climate at this time of the year would dramatically reduce in the fall season, preparing for winter. It was what most villagers were about to look forward to after suffering the scorching spring and summertime in Konoha. They were lucky to live here instead of Suna in the hot-baked desert. Konoha being a tropical village, tourist sky rocketed until Danzo's reign. Financially, the stocks dropped the below average, mainly because of the Great Defection and fewer tourist attractions. The Godem decided to leech off Iwa budgets, sucking them almost dry. Iwa remained to enslave to the Konoha Empire. That was Iwa's fault. Luckily, for the Sandaime Tsuchikage, he was still in office. Naruto and the Kyuubi had literally wiped out Iwa's shinobi council and civilian council. There was no one to replace him, Danzo knew. Onoki was starting to show signs of senile, and it would be easier to manipulate Onoki by the thread of Danzo's fingers, and possibly, avoid the younger generation to organize a coup. Danzo straightened his head towards the Hokage monument. His enigmatic glance to his predecessor Namikaze Minato, Danzo's eyebrows furrowed to that thought. His non-bandaged hand tightened. His knuckles whitened, and there hasn't been any report about Minato and his wife's whereabouts. He'd sent a hunter ninja platoon to the land of waves where last contact on the rebels was last spotted. The ninjas scoured over the seas where the island that was once Uzushikagure no Sato was gone. There was no island. Danzo had never heard of this, the report he received decades ago stating the island was intact. There was no foul play of General Jutsu. He would need more time to investigate that area, but without clearance. His men would be trespassing on Kirikage's territory that they were. Kirikage will be the Godime's next course of action. With Kiri under his belt, he could control the land of wave in which it controlled the seas. With that territory, Konoha could conduct an investigation on the missing island. His men need to be healed. That will not be a problem. It would take months of plotting and preparations. The goal of every operation is to catch their adversary by the element of surprise, which Iwa failed to do. Iwa thought they could waltz in Konoha because of the great defection and Konoha's low budget and the lack of provisions. Danzo may be an old fart, but even him was wise enough not to underestimate his opponents regardless of their status. If Onoki were in the shoes as the Godem Hokage, he would have sent out a battalion, and only Kami knows what would become of them. Onoki's thinking that he and his village are superior to all 5 great shinobi nations has warped his mind. First, he thought he could overrun Konoha in the Third Ninja Wars that was spoiled by Minato when his Hiraishin had helped him slaughter battalions in seconds. Obviously, he did not learn from the first time. You must know your enemy's aces to determine the outcome of victory. Onoki had not known Minato was Konoha's ace, and he never knew about Orochimaru's chimeras, and Onoki never in his wildest dreams thought Danzo would never use his toddler Jinchuriki. Onoki had 2 aces and had hardly used them in the last 2 years. Speaking of the 2 aces, Danzo thought, Iwa's 2 Jinchurikis had mysteriously disappeared at the start of the war, never to be heard or seen again. This was another thorn in his back that he needed to be removed, but he had no idea where they were. Those Jinchuriki, in which Danzo assumed they had defected, could strike the very soul of Konoha with resistance. In the worst case, they might be in the hands of the Konoha rebels. The fact that Minato might have captured those Jinchuriki sent a chill down the Godime's spine, and he must assume that Minato has the 2 Jinchurikis in his possession. The thing that worries him the most is why neither Minato nor Kushina have attempted to invade Konoha to reclaim their son. He had been trying to predict Minato's moves for 4 years, knowing that he was far behind him. It was like a game of chess and shogi, and he must have been thinking several hundred steps ahead, but knowing Minato, he was probably at least 1,000 steps ahead of him. What are his pawns? Danzo thought the campaign to Iwa was the best chance Minato had to reclaim Naruto, but it never happened, which made the old war. Hawk wondered if he and his rebels would have to reclaim the orphans during the war with fewer troops stationed here in Konoha, and made his way toward the land of Earth. However, it never happened, and Minato must have foreseen the possibility that he might come across an ambush. Minato is unaware that Onoki is merely an abstract concept, and Onoki was simple to predict. It was why an adamant Onoki was not just the oldest, but the boldest Kage to lose most wars in history. Just because the odds were against the former Hokage's enemies. Danzo knew never to underestimate the underdog or the adverse side. It was just like a David and Goliath. A cornered cat could turn the odds against their adversaries. Surely enough, Onoki never learned from his first attempt to conquer Konoha. On the other hand, Minato was clever. He knew passing up a chance during the war was going to be the best attempt to mount a rescue operation. He didn't, as Danzo reminded himself repeatedly. To most, it would seem like a missed opportunity, but he knew better. It was brilliant thinking and perfect tactics to avoid an ambush. Danzo finally acknowledged Minato foreseen the ambush Danzo had in waiting. Unlike Onoki, Minato planned to keep his intuition in secrecy. That was how a leader should act, regardless how puny, weak, and pathetic an enemy could be. The key was not if, but when Minato and the rebels will come for their children. That's the most vital move Danzo must anticipate than all, but when? At the least, he expected. Danzo sighed for a few seconds, then glared at the Hokage monument, trying not to show his disdain. You think you're very clever. Wait until I get my hands on you. Danzo's hands clenched from a tight grip, and his knuckles whitened, before he let out a muttering, choking laugh. An Anbu Shinbi knocked on the door, and Danzo watched the golden door knob turn counter clockwise. The door slowly opened as the Anbu ushered himself and his team in before shutting the door behind him. Donning a white dog mask, he bowed his respects and beckoned him to approach. What's to report? They somehow disappeared during the second wave. Danzo sighed, carry on, feeling dejected. According to one of the Jonin we'd interrogated, he said that the two had pursued an unknown shinobi. Couldn't tell which village that shinobi was from. The Jinchurikis lead off course by this ninja and suddenly vanished into swirls of gusty winds. Danzo looked up with his well-known trademark squinted smile and rubbed his chin in curiosity. "Any description?" he asked, shrugging. "Any details concerning this unknown ninja, and what about the whereabouts?" "Unfortunately, information of the ninja's whereabouts is not available at the moment," Akunoichi said. However, the Jonin did leave a description of the ninja's appearance. The shinobi was dressed in blacklist robes with a hood over his head concealing it. The shinbi wore an orange mask with black swirling designs with a one-eye socket. "A man with orange mask." Danzo cupped his chin and said, "That will be all for today. You all are dismissed." Danzo frowned and nodded. "Could it be you?" Danzo leaned back in his chair and collected his thoughts as the three-leaf Anbu left the Hokage's tower. It had been 4 years since he had last seen that person, and then he heard another knock on the door. Whoever it was almost had a kunai stabbed him in the head. It was another Anbu, but he had become accustomed to the Godime's impromptu attacks, which he usually does when he is not feeling well. Danzo hardly ever displayed his face in public. "Hokage Sama, we have reports confirming a mob of villagers were pursing the Nine Tails. Chasing him through the alley," the Anbu man shouted. Danzo let out a sigh. "What is the Jinchuriki's status?" Danzo snorted, "This better be good." "Hokage Sama," the Anbu held out some marble-sized smoke bombs and said, "We thought he escaped unharmed, but the mob was discovered unconscious. We think someone or third party must have intervened by the looks of it. We've found these at the scene." A light bulb went off in his head. "Sound the alarm. Get all off duty and send them to the orphanage on the double. Tighten security and alert the village on lockdown, but let this be a drill for those who are not participating in the raid." As the Anbu squad bowed, they said, "Your wish is my command, sire." Danzo Sama, I'd completed my reconnaissance in that. Danzo Sama, I'd completed my reconnaissance in that. Danzo tugged on his vest. Kakashi knew that glare well enough not to double-cross Danzo. His sudden grin was replaced with trepidation, but he'd done his best to conceal it with a light chuckle. "Godime Sama, what seems to be the problem?" Kakashi asked, trying to be as casual as possible. "Hitaki, you're accompanying me on this possible invasion." Yamamka Ino was lined up in the middle of the boys dressed in a skirt-purple outing dress for occasions. She had 2 gold rings and earrings that somehow were passed down to her from her mother who'd forsaken Ino in the year she was born. That's what she was told, but none of these children knew they were kidnapped. Looking to her right, she'd seen Nara Shikamaru from the defected Nara clan stood beside her. She saw him as nothing but an indolent bastard of a nuisance. She wondered how boys or just this boy could be this lazy, do nothing but sit up on the hill in Konoha's National Park and glanced up at the clouds day in and day out. Occasionally, her so-called brother figure Naruto would join him. Unlike Shikamaru, Naruto was never this lazy and troublesome. Shikamaru's favorite catchphrase. Ino chuckled, which got Shikamaru's attention in the corner of her eye. Ino crooked her head in Shikamaru's direction but caught the Nara boy straightening his head at the very last moment. She did not know when, but at the age of 3. Shikamaru had been avoiding eye contact with him. Definitely, there was something wrong with him. Ino could not recall what she had done to upset him if they were the case. He was dressed in a brown tiger-skin kimono. She glanced at the obese boy on Shikamaru's right. He was wearing a large-size white T-shirt with an orange Uzushio emblem enlarged on the back of the shirt with the word "Happy Birthday Naruto" written small in kanji and blue jeans shorts. This boy was born into the defected Akamichi clan. Akamichi Choji, like his predecessors, is known for their enlarged state from birth. He has an immense appetite and rapid hunger for food. Choji is typical as ever, munching on a bag of potato chips. This was another boy who she could mark of her most wanted affection list. Then Ino looked to the left at the 2 boys. She does develop a relationship whatsoever. Mainly, Inuzuka Kiba from the defected Inuzuka clan sometimes would get into little scuffles with Naruto. Ino saw Kiba was still wearing his silver baggy coat with a wool collar. She snarled, "This is Naruto's birthday after all, how could he?" And lastly, Aburame Shino from the defected Aburame clan. Shino still remained a mystery to everyone. He always kept to himself and rarely engaged in conversation. Some think that he's a mute. Nope, she thought. This boy doesn't have a place on her boys list. Shino was dressed in an olive, black kimono. The children straightened their heads as the double doors flung open. The 2 doors opened. The 2 caretakers ushered Naruto inside. He was dressed in his famous orange jumpsuit. To Ino's surprise, Naruto never came in alone. Standing behind him was a man who had betrayed Konoha, a wanted rogue ninja and a former Hokage Namikaze Minato. There is no soul in this village that does not know Minato is Naruto's father. Ino noticed Minato had looked in her direction momentarily. What she suddenly felt 10,000 volt of electricity coursing through her body mentally. She shuddered. This man here could kill everyone in this faster than the speed of light. The bedtime stories of the Hiraishin no Jutsu the caretakers told her, but what felt inspiring was Minato slightly winked, indicating everything would be alright by his body language, and he grinned just like Naruto. Ino was dumbstruck. She sighed, shaking her head. Then a woman, not just any women, but beautiful red hair women, flanked Minato to the left and placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto seemed to be in a world of blissfulness. Then her brainwaves felt like it malfunctioned for several seconds. This could be Naruto's mother. Naruto seemed happy, so does his parents, Ino thought. The caretakers exited the room after closing the door. Minato approached them while Kushina held Naruto against her hips with the back of his head resting against her lower abdominal. Kushina glanced at the children, and she then perhaps spotted the only girl in that line. She knew it must have been hectic just being the only female among males. It just reminded Kushina of the good old days in Uzushio when she played and hang out with boys. Ever since living in the Whirlpool country, she hadn't befriended a single girl or female companion. Her father thought Kushina had undergone a sex change. Her tomboy status was carried over to Konoha, where she was being pestered about her boyish appearance and attitude, excluding her round head and tomato hair. No matter how she tried to be a woman, it was futile even dressed like a girl. Her mother passed away from giving birth, and she could not learn the proper feminine way. That was not until she befriended Minato, and she was introduced to Uchiha Mikoto. It was embarrassing, but she learned a great deal of being a woman, clean and took care of her fingernails, brushing her hair, applying cosmetics to her skin, etc. It seems she doesn't need to go through that great ordeal, Inoichi, Kushina said, observing Ino from head to toe. She was startled out of her reverie by the slight tugging of Naruto's body on her arms. Guys, look who came, Naruto said with a joyful thrashing of his arms. The kids all knew from the pictures and tales of the blonde ex-Cage who stood before them in wonder, so it was their turn to grimace. Ino's mouth fell into a frown as she pointed bitterly at Minato. Why? You're Naruto's father, she said, clenching her jaw, the Yondaime Hokage. When Minato's azure eyes met the young Yamanaka toddlers, it said, yes, I am Yamanaka, Chan. Ino exclaimed, how you know me, in amazement. He pointed to the kids and said, let's just say your parents, or more specifically your father, is a good friend of mine, not just you but all your dads. Shikamaru squinted at the former Hokage, keeping Minato in his line of sight. But why are you here? You're wanted, he said. I don't have time to explain as of now, but listen up. The kids stiffened up. You want to know the truth about your parents? Minato waited until they nodded. They did not intentionally abandon you. I had arranged for you guys to be kidnapped by my former student. I did not separate you from your parents to do any harm. Shikamaru, who may be 4 years old, has an IQ that ranges from 8 to 10. He quickly identified the flaw of having parents abandon their own child. What good parent would be so callous as to abandon a child in a hostile nation? The atmosphere inside the walls has been a living hell ever since Danzo took office. But sir, why kidnapping is harmless? 4 years ago, the Kyuubi had attacked this village, killing lots of people. They told you that I sealed the Kyuubi inside Naruto. The truth is that was supposed to happen. The Sandaime Hokage was attached to the Kyuubi when I sent it on my land, my home. The sealing just you that I was to perform is called the Shiiki Fujin. You can only use this jutsu once in a lifetime because the user of this jutsu will have to sacrifice his or her soul. Nothing can live without the soul. The death grim expression on the faces of the children, especially his son, made Minato smile. Minato could only imagine what was going through Naruto's mind at the moment, as he glanced over his shoulder and saw him cursing while Kushina ruffled his hair in an attempt to calm him. Minato grimaced but forced a fake smile at his son before dragging his head languidly to the children once more. Kiba whispered, Sir, why you? Alive? But purposefully kept it to himself so as not to attract attention. I never got a chance use that jutsu, Sandaime Hokage. Sama had done the sealing for me. The Shiiki Fujin can only seal half of the Kyuubi's chakra at a time. The Sadaime sealed the first half the yin chakra and its soul into my wife, and the second half the yang chakra and the Kyuubi into my son. Dad, so mommy is. Naruto said, briefly releasing his embrace with Kushina. Yes dear, I'm a Jinchuriki like you. In fact, I'm its former host, but we will save that story for later. Kushina smiled as she patted Naruto on the cranium. 4. Now where was I? Oh, the ceiling. After the ceiling, me and Kushina were exiled from this village because people were angry that Kushina's Jinchuriki status was kept a secret until the night she conceived Naruto. All I can tell you is that your Godem committed mutiny and overthrew my authority as Hokage when failing to assassinate me and my wife on our premises with his Anbu Root division. We failed to prove an attempted assassination from Root and were instead charged with manslaughter of the 2nd Anbu Regiment Division. But your parents wanted to leave with us. They did not want to live under the madman's ruling and decided to come with us. Minato and your parents decided to leave you guys behind for 4 years until we reconstructed your new homes in a new village, said Kushina. Kushina laughed at the amazed kids. Well, it's not the primary reason why you were all abandoned. I had all of you abducted by my former apprentice, Hitaki Kakashi of the Sharingan Eye. How could you? They want that, Ino said, her forehead displaying bursting veins and boiling blood. You were all selected. It will be up to you 5 to become Naruto's allies, subordinate to help restore the lost Will of Fire. In other words, assist my son in realizing his dreams of becoming the future Rokudame Hokage. Danzo's obsession has not abated since he removed me from office. He is hungry for more power and territory, which he will invade to conquer other countries. He will enslave the world, and everyone will suffer under his wrath. The kids gave a deadpan. It will be extremely difficult tasks to accomplish, but you 5 have a choice not to accept. We will understand, but we can't leave you all here anymore, he said. He sneered, pardon me, sir. Why didn't you fight to regain your position, Yandame? Sama? You could save the trouble and abandon us in an orphanage. You have your father's keen mind. The reasons were that we did not want to spill the blood of innocent people were going to be used against us under Danzo's orders. Minato said, in another of his trademark goofy remarks that was all too familiar and similar to Naruto's. You 6 with Kakashi have the element of surprise. Danzo won't suspect a coup d'etat. Naruto turned to face Shikamaru, but even he was perplexed and had no idea what a coup was, so he drew his gaze to Minato's back and watched the gust sway his cloak in an intriguing way. What is coup de? T.tat, Dad. I and your mother will do everything in our power to equip you with nearly every skill and jutsu you will require. Now that a lot of this has been said and done, do you have any questions? It means you will rebel against Danzo's authority and perceive his authority as Hokage. Waging warfare, just like what happened to me. Naruto scowled and said, Dad, you won't help fight? Do you all agree to fight alongside Naruto? No son, we will be right behind Ya when the operation commences. Any questions? The kids said, shaking their heads. All right, let's move on to the finale. Can't leave Naruto ni Chan behind. Ino clenched her bicep and held onto her wrist above with her other hand. Troublesome. I'm with Naruto all way. Describes a world without Naruto as problematic. Since Naruto is one of his closest friends, Shikamaru put on his sarcastic, I don't give a shit act, crossing his arms in frustration to convey his laziness. He won't live well if Naruto dies. Kiba whispered, this sounds interesting, and pointed to Naruto. I want to join him, Kiba said. Same here, Shino said with a nod. Minato started searching through his cloak and retrieved a flat wooden jury box. He walked slowly up to Naruto and reviewed 6 macadamia-shaped nuts in the form of seeds. Now, will you swallow this? He asked, gaping as he grudgingly swallowed his saliva. Then, he reached out and picked up one of the seeds from the box, juggling it in his palm while looking down in discussion. The seed felt rough, as if someone's calloused hand touched the inside of his palm. Looking at it was like staring at vegetables, something that most kids disliked until they were teenagers. Dad, what's this stuff supposed to do? Thought Naruto. You will find out after you do as I say. Naruto with one swift motion swallowed the pellet down his throat. At first, nothing out of the ordinary happened as he watched Minato presented the remaining seeds. Suddenly, he felt a clank building up in his neck, at the same time he felt his guts exploded. Naruto frighteningly stared in horror as his tummy expanded nearly the size of a basketball. The pain subsided once the expansion ceased. Now he had the urge to empty deposit whatever he ate this morning, slouching over as he grabbed both knees. Naruto screeched. Gripping his knees, the knuckles on his hands began to whiten. The hue on his face was drastically changing to blueberry as what appears to be olive green tree root sprouting from within his mouth. It grew in a swirling motion like how a snake slithered around an oak tree. As the roots finally left Naruto's system, it began to undergo a metamorphosis into a shape of a slime. There were immense human like veins throbbing around the organic life ball. Naruto never had time to assess the situation as the ball of green flesh began to take a humanoid shape. Looking to the right, Naruto had seen Kushina began to multiple hand seals as the formula in the center of a hand-sized scroll illuminated with blue chakra as he had sworn the roots came to humanoid shape, and life before it spontaneously replaced by 6 neatly folded black capes. It was nicely perched on her palms like a stack of beach towels. She then unfolded each one just enough for it to dangle over her left shoulder. Naruto now could see the red cloud designs clear as a day. Naruto pondering to what all this meant. Was it a secret faction of society? Naruto's cerulean eyes trailed his mother's speedy body frame as she wrapped the cloak on the humanoid organic form, which completed its metamorphism. Naruto rapidly got to his feet as if he had just seen and at any moment would flee, all the color on his vanished before him. The clone is not only identical, but a complete replica of himself. How was this possible? His doppelganger gave him a mischievous grin that sent shivers down his spine. Naruto got no hands to return the favor as he heard his friends going through the same hilarious session as he did. He watched as Kushina covered the humanoid figures with the remaining black capes. As he expected, Doppelganger took shape and image from the organic green flesh in 3 seconds. Judging from his clone and the others, they might be nudity. Chan, thanks, he didn't want anyone, but his parents see him naked, especially in front of Ino and nevertheless, his orphan companions. The smug, shocking expression from Naruto's companions was somewhat amusing despite him experiencing the same ordeal. After taking a quick look at the clones, Minato smirked and cocked his head in the direction of the originals, saying, "Now go to your rooms and change into new clothes and have your clones wear the clothes you have on now." Breathlessly, Naruto pointed at his doppelganger and said, what that thing? Oh, I see. I'll explain the Shodai Hokage Advance Wood release. Bunshin no Jutsu when we leave. When they returned to the room with the Namikaze couples, they saw an enormous shiki on the floor, spread out over half the width of the room. The children gaped, thinking it was wonderfully artistic. The Namikaze couples beckoned the children to join them in the shiki circle, and they lined up in a circle in the middle of the formula. The boys changed their clothes in less than 10 minutes, but Ino took an extra 5 minutes because she was a girl and wanted to make sure she didn't ruin her platinum blonde ponytail. Okay, hold hand and we should be out of here before you know it. The kids' stomachs tightened at the anxious look on Kushina's face as a series of sirens buzzed through Leaf Village, sending shivers down their spines. Minato, on the other hand, stayed composed as though everything were under control. With a lower voice, Minato whispered, "Quickly. We have less than a minute to leave this place before they raid." The children shivered at the sound of the orphanage's main door being slammed open, and they joined hands with the Namikaze couples. "Clones lined up in the front," he said. Regretfully, everyone watched as the door to the room they were in kicked off its hinge, and time passed. Kakashi was the first to enter, and he caught a glimpse of the hidden shiki in the corner of his eye before it was erased. He was able to conceal a smirk from his fellow shinobi, and he saw fear in Naruto's eyes as he anticipated what might be going through the boy's mind. Yamanaka Fu and Aburami Torun then abruptly flanked him, leaving little to no room for the copycat ninja to gauge Naruto's reaction. His Cyclops eye followed and fell upon the platinum blonde toddlers frowning. Ino cried, "What's happening?" Kakashi then drew his gaze from the shocked Ino to one on the caregivers, glaring at her and saying, "Explain. Remain silent until you're instructed." "Sir, we were celebrating Naruto's birthday until the siren rung. We panicked at first, and we were about to evacuate when you and your people brought madness. What is it that you want? Take the fucking children. I don't care. Please, don't burn this orphanage. It is all I've got left." "That will be all." Kakashi cupped his chin and squinted his eyes away from the caregiver. "Hokage Sama, all children are accounted for." He then counted the 6 children. As the Godem approached Naruto, Kakashi retreated. "Good," he said, his eyes brimming with rage. "Boy, I have a very basic question for you. Where did you get these?" Minato warned Naruto that he would be questioned about the sleeping bombs and that he must be quick in his response. Naruto shuddered as he recognized the sleeping bombs that appeared to be a violet cracker. Bomb without a fuse attached. Danzo's palm seemed to hang forever into those cerulean orbs. He. At the women hot spring. They waited until Naruto gathered himself to his feet. Danzo glared smugly as he gestured at his hand, but then he was hit by a hook punch from the copycat ninja, causing him to fall hard on his butt. Ino felt depressed and wanted to retaliate verbally, but Shikamaru sucked behind her and snaked under his arms beneath her armpit, so he could cap Ino's mouth with his hand. Naruto's jaw pain finally subsided, but he could not see the crimson chakra leaking out from his lip wound. "Brat, if you wish to be treated to well in the future, then tell me exactly where and who you got these smoke bombs from." Naruto was trembling. Sir, S. Some perverted guy who has long silver hair dropped it when he was being chased by ladies. He heard only a reference to Jiraiya as the Danzo and Kakashi abruptly whispered to one another, and shortly afterward, their eyes locked with N. "Very well, now explain to me, how learn to use these bombs?" The drumming in Naruto's heart went into overdrive instantly, but it was short-lived after he felt a hand pat him on the back. Naruto's breathing pattern was stabilizing. He stiffened, realizing what his future would come to, or he was just being daunted. It didn't matter. Naruto knew he would lose both ways. They would be debilitated, and if he told them, he could be punished for attacking villagers. Kakashi smiled and said, "Take a deep breath, everything will be fine." Was he telling the truth? Kakashi's and Danzo's moods had drastically improved, as if Naruto had somehow pleased them without their knowledge. Naruto followed Kakashi's instructions, gathering his thoughts. Was making trouble. Naruto screamed, "I'll just throw the thing at people. I never know, it can blow up after throw it at someone." Naruto hoped his remarks were clear. Danzo's gaze fell on Naruto with such indifference, knowing that it was nothing more than his pranks. He had mentally cursed himself for making such a move, only to find out that Naruto had defended himself in self-defense. His main goal, knowing the Toad Sennin, was to spy here. He assumed that Naruto's parents were keeping an eye out for their child, but the question was, how long did you come in and out of this village without a soul knowing about it? He thought it would only be a matter of time until the Namikaze couple and the rebels make their move. That will be all. Cancel the drill. The area around the birthplace of Uzu no Kuni, land of whirlpools, which housed Uzushiokager no Sato, was known as the Uzu Fields. It was claimed that before Uzushio's destruction gave that country its independence, the main island Nami no Kun, land of waves, was a part of Uzu no Kuni. Uzushio had not been forgotten by many older generations. Although the Uzumaki clan had been exterminated, many wished to reconstruct the lost village. Today, there was only a handful of Uzumaki left. In the absence of the Uzumaki, Uzushio was practically dead. The affinity life of the Uzumaki is symbolized by that village. Without an Uzumaki, Uzushio would not exist. In addition, the village could only be governed by people with Uzumaki ancestry. They did not want the events of the Second Great Shinobi Wars to occur again. Rumor had it that the rebels were building Uzushio since the Great Defection. Without the special chakra of the Uzumaki clan, they would be unable to govern the sea if that were the case. Rumor had it that the Yondaime Hokage and his spouse had been frequently visiting Nami no Kuni. Nobody on this island was completely ignorant of Minato's wife, Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina. With only one Uzumaki left, it would make sense to return the great village to its former splendor in order to avoid being subject to Kirikager no Sato's laws. Despite being a Jinchuriki, Kushina will find it challenging to manage the Uzu fields alone. The Namikaze couple bought a tugboat-sized ferry that resembles a tiny cruise ship. Its colors were similar to those of the Titanic, but its hull was denser enough to withstand reef and iceberg scrapes. The children gathered at the bow were observed by the couples. The children had never seen the sea before. Dolphins were swimming on the ferry's starboard side. As one of the dolphins attempted to jump over the boat, high enough to reach the railing so Naruto could pat its head, the other dolphins started flapping their fins. The crew was sprinkled with salt water. The kids gave a clap. As the dolphins swam, Naruto waved. Then he turned to lie on the bridge next to Shikamaru, and they both looked up at the sky. While Shino and Kiba were farther apart than any of the three boys, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji are the closest of friends. The three boys would faint under the cloud's gaze, as they usually did. In most cases, Ino would tell them and yell at them for sleeping outside. At night, it wasn't safe. Shikamaru was furious because he had vowed how much Ino wanted to play mother. He turned to face her and saw Ino curled into a ball. Shikamaru rose from his chair and walked over to Ino. Shikamaru encircled Ino in his Akatsuki robes. To her dismay, Ino snarled. As though he were about to violate her or something, she simply hissed at him to get away. Ino wanted to knock his blocks off, but Shikamaru dismissed it and muttered, "Troublesome girl." She had moved every inch. Even with the Shikamaru's robes, the warmth decimated. Shikamaru embraced his chest and looked back at him. What does he do? He straightened his mouth. Shikamaru pulled his head back toward her. With a curse, Shikamaru found himself looking directly into the devil's eye, which was a platinum blonde hair. Why, for once, is he unable to look her in the eye? Why did she constantly curse him? Yes, she was always irritated by his indolence. All she detested about him was that. Regarding his generosity, Ino was unable to recognize it. Perhaps it's because he always uses the catchphrase, troublesome, or a drag, after saving her from difficult circumstances. She has a gut feeling that Shikamaru lacks motivation for his actions. She would never be able to tolerate such a lazy boy. But with 2 Akatsuki robes wrapped around her, Ino's shivering seemed to lessen over time. It was anything but conformable. Whispering, "I'm cold," As the voyage grew deeper, she saw the ocean grow rougher as the wave crashed into the hull, crushed into a white mist. The ferry would bobble. It took 10 full minutes for the capsule tablet that Ino swallowed to prevent seasickness to start working, and during the first 10 minutes, she felt her stomach churning. Ino was hugged from behind and retreated from the starboard side. When she looked up, she saw Naruto's mother, who had red hair. "Sweetie, hug your chest. It will keep you warm," she laughed. After following her instructions, Ino was unable to appreciate the warmth because Kushina muttered, "Look, we're here." When Ino noticed a gigantic whirlpool, she raised her head to the bow. Abruptly, the boat was accelerating. The ferry was being pulled in the direction of the vortex. Beside her, Naruto started pulling Kushina's robes from behind with amusement as well. Then, with her free hand ruffling Naruto's hair, Kushina playfully snaked her arms beneath them and wrapped them around his neck in a chokehold. Ino laughed. It was a very adorable sight. She pondered whether her mother would treat her similarly. She saw Naruto gesture toward the whirling tide. "Why is that water spinning, Mommy?" "That my boy is a whirling tide named after our surname Uzumaki," Kushina laughed. As her husband underwent multiple hand seals, Kushina's gaze was fixed on the whirlpool, and she laughed at the 2 astonished blonde toddlers. "Everyone, keep your hands together." In a matter of seconds, Minato's body was rigged with formula seals, and it slithered down his body like a snake before leaping onto the sea's surface and slingshotting its way into the whirlpool. For a good 15 seconds, nothing happened until the children were falling asleep as the boat rumbled with numerous tremors, and then the whirlpool spun out of control into a gigantic water fountain that stretched beyond the sky. Then, a white shimmering in the center of the scene caught the children in awe as it showed a boat dock and an island inside the whirlpool, and Naruto and his orphanage mates could see people gathered at the end of the boat dock as if they were waiting for them. Whoa, it felt strange. So this is Mommy's homeland. Naruto gave a thumbs up, enthralled by the people who were waiting for them. He saw a smirk written on his parents' faces and smiled enthusiastically. "Nice." As they went through the fountain, Kiba yelled. Everyone outside who was observing said the fountain collapsed into a tidal wave, and then the whirlpool started to retake its appearance again, leaving no sign of the ferry at all. As the ferry docked near the boat ramp, people were pushing each other, and there was even a small altercation where some of them were pushed off the documents into the freezing salt water. Shikamaru's perspiration stopped as the ferry they were riding on was waiting for a funny parade, and he felt virtuous, deep down, inside his entire being, that there would be no more harsh Konoha treatments that would make him a coward, not for a long time. Too bad for his counterhalf. H laughed. For once, the troublesome chase phrase was ineffective, as he watched the ramp descend onto the dock, and he heard Minato yell, "Stay close. Your parents are here," as he lined up behind Ino. "Go on." Minato beckoned them as Ino was the first to descend the ramp. She shivered as a man approached her with open arms as she stepped out. Looking up, he saw that the man had the same Akatsuki cape as her, and that his hair was the same color as hers. His spiky dreads were similar to Naruto's, but he had a long ponytail that reached down to her waist. If she had been at least 10 years older, she would have gotten a nosebleed. The man grinned as his eyes widened with delight, calling for her to approach him. 7. It's my baby girl. Inoichi exclaimed joyfully, "Come on over." Dad. Daddy. Ino stared at him, stunned out of her underwear. How could she be attracted to this man? Her father, only temporarily, as she felt delirious. "Where's Mommy?" she cried, squealing and crashing into Inochi's arms. Her father's face twisted into a pout. Both Kiba and Shino were prevented from walking down the boat ramp because their parents were in the way. The Inuzuka toddler was pulled off his feet by a pair of arms, yelping like a puppy, and then he was hit with a barrage of kisses to his face. He moaned as he inhaled the woman's cosmetics, and she looked like she was wearing the Akatsuki cloak. She had long, spiky, dark, amber hair, similar vertical dog-slit pupils to Kiba's, and a dark shade of red lipstick that clanged from under her eyes to her cheeks. She looked to be in her late 20s, roughly the same age as Inoichi, and Kiba had to admit midway through all the markings, claws, and fangs. This woman was still attractive. Sume stroked her son's spiky hair with her free hand as she muttered, "Looked at you." She gave Kiba a pat on the head and said, "You've definitely grown, my little cutie pup." Mom, Kiba sobbed as Sume nodded, amazed that he had at last a mother. As he was gently snatched from his mother's loving arm, a girl's voice called out behind him, "Hello, big brother, you are cute." His older sister kissed him on the forehead and said, "It makes me happy." Still shy, he thought this only got better. His sister had long, straight, dark, amber hair, dressed just like their mother, and had nearly all of Sume's features except for the canine slits. "By the way, little brother, our mother's name is Inuzuka Sume, and my name is Inuzuka Hana." He laughed and nodded. "I have a sister. A pretty one," Kiba said. Then, like Inoichi, he looked off into the distance and asked, "Where's Dad?" His sister and mother both pouted. He was mature enough to read their facial expressions. He turned to face Shino. "You went where?" Similar to Kiba, Shikamaru was taken from the groan, but Nara Yoshino threw him wildly into the air like a beach ball. "Troublesome woman," mumbled Shikamaru, frowning. His voice barely feigned enough to escape Yoshino's outstretched ears due to frustration. Shikamaru raised his head. This woman, in contrast to the other mothers he had observed, was only dressed in a traditional scarlet kimono. Her long, darkly plastered hair matched Shikamaru's in color. It was obvious to whom Yoshino was referring when she said, "Oh, my Kami, I can't believe he looks like you," she said, referring to someone who was ostensibly out of his line of sight. "Shikamaru-kun, I missed you." Her arms encircled Shikamaru's waist and pulled into an embrace, but he was still being carried. Shikamaru's breathing quickened as her head leaned on her chest and she listened to Yoshino's drumming heartbeat. "I love you, son," she exclaimed deeply. And his heart was pounding. He always discovered strange creatures in women. Difficult to handle because, in essence, none of them made sense to him. Although a mother is a completely different animal, she is still a female. The son must also bear the burden when they suffer. Because the heart was filled with affection, it was enough to tear a son's heart out of his chest to see his mother in pain, suffering, and sadness. After only a few minutes of getting to know Yoshino, her anguish and tears were beginning to make a big impression. Shikamaru was aware that he was not alone in his suffering. For the first 4 years of his life, his mother missed every moment of his life. The love of a mother. It was magnificent. Breathtaking, beyond her wildest expectations. He was happy to see a woman for the first time in his life. Hopefully, Yoshino's perception of women and girls would change in the future. Then someone gave his skull a pat. Then Shikamaru turned his head to the left and looked at a different man wearing Akatsuki robes. The skin of this man was potato brown. Shikamaru shuddered, staring into his face. He was on the verge of urinating. Just looking at his dreary, characteristic scars, which were slashed above by the man's right eye to the ear and another grazed at one just below that eye all the way down his chin, gave the impression that this man was intimidating. He thought I was, but then his gaze fell on the man's pineapple-colored, spiked black hair, leaving me wondering what had happened to him. He gestured. He grinned. Mom, is that? Looked at you. You have my hair and your mother's face, dear boy." "Shikamaru, this is your father." The boy stood up and gave a nod. From the distance, someone yelled. He noticed a yellow streak moving quickly through the crowds. He needed a few moments to tell the yellow streak apart from Ino's hair. He swore. The Nara boy's thoughts were focused on the speed at which she was approaching, ahead, on collision. "Oi! Slow down." Just half a foot from him, Ino stopped completely as he had requested. Shikamaru looked down at his sandals and avoided eye contact once more. Ino held his robe out to him, but he never saw her acrimonious glare. Shikamaru said, "Shika-kun," and took back his robes. His cheeks were burning as hot as Ino's. "Thank you," she said with a bow. Before a blushing Shikamaru could respond, she fled. "You have grown up quickly," Shikaku chuckled next to him, tapping his non-conformable back. "Baka," snarled Yoshino. Shikaku was whipped, poor guy. Shikamaru began to perspire. The only people still on the ferry were the Namikaze family. Naruto was observing his friend's reunion with their parents while perched on his father's shoulders. As his parents were silently conversing, he clapped. His gaze lingered on his mother's laughter. She flushed. Kushina gave him a smile. When Kushina said, "You're enjoying yourself, baby," Naruto gave a nod. "Well anyways, so before we head to your birthday part, how about a tour?" The celebration of Naruto's birthday was regarded as a national holiday. Never before had Naruto witnessed so many people gathered in front of him, adoring him as if he were a god. He was proclaimed the Prince of Uzushio shortly thereafter. It's all because his mother is the sovereign, something that hasn't happened in decades. 300 years ago, during the Edo period, the story was told. Royalty accompanied feudal lords and daimyos. During those times, there were also kings and queens. Only during the final reign of the emperor did the feudal lords and daimyos band together and hire shinobi to carry out their dirty work, overthrowing the emperor and regaining their territories. Nevertheless, this led to shinobi clan strife. The first shinobi foundation was built after shinobi clans like the Senju and Uchiha decided they had had enough of war and declared a truce. Sato no Konohakagure. 10 years after the emperor's overthrow, the Senju were unaware that a Senju noble and the emperor's only child, an heiress to the throne, had fled together and were never seen again. The Senju were the only ones who could keep tabs on the couples, so they started mating and having a lot of kids. In contrast to the Senju and Uchihas, the princess's long, distance ancestry was known to be descended from the Rakudo Sennin. The Uzumaki clan is the result of the union of two descendants of Rakudo Sennin with distinct ancestries. The clan had made Nami no Kuni, a nearby island, their home for the next 2 centuries. At that time, the Whirlpool village was established, a score ahead of Konoha. Every Uzumaki person proudly carried the princess's royal bloodline in their veins. Regarding Uzushio's leader, the clan wished to continue the royal tradition, but not as king and queen, but rather as a position that would oversee all citizens, feudal lords, shinobi commanders, and daimyos. At last, the Uzumaki chose a sovereign and decided what was required to maintain the royal monarchy. Ninjas had destroyed every royal family on the continent except for the Uzumaki clan, which had the last remaining lineage. Senju Hashirama, the head of the Senju clan, had teamed up with the Nidaime sovereign. When the sovereign's only daughter, Uzumaki Mito, wed the Shodai Hokage, the bondage was created. But Hashirama had died of tragedy, leaving a pregnant Mito widow for the rest of her life. Uzushio was not besieged until the Second Great Ninja Wars, when Kumo and Iwa invaded the shores of Uzu no Kuni. They looted the Uzumaki's assets, which included their renowned Fuin, Jutsu or Special Chakra. The Uzumaki clan vanished when Uzushio passed away. There was less than a handful left today. There was no election to choose a new sovereign because the Uzumaki clan has been exterminated. Even in the event that the current sovereign had a child. According to clan law, every Uzumaki person has the potential to become a future sovereign, but no sovereign has the authority to name their successor or even have an heir or heiress to the throne. One could be a member of a royal family. A Uzushio sovereign is a selfless leader who only looks out for their people, not themselves. This is how their monarchy differs from that of a king or queen. Those who ascend to the position of sovereignty must put the welfare of everyone under their control above their own, regardless of a citizen's birth class. If a sovereign has no other option, they must be prepared to give their life in order to protect everyone everywhere. In her will, Kushina named her only child Naruto as the heir to the Uzumaki throne because there is no Uzumaki clan committee to choose the next sovereign. In shinobi history, Naruto is the first Uzumaki heir to the sovereign throne. There were no ruins visible, and Uzushio's renovations were perfect. Less than half the size of Konoha, Uzushio appeared to be manageable by a feudal lord. However, Uzushio's building was entirely concreted, just like Sanakagur no Sato. The structure's beauty lay in its platinum, painted exterior rather than its shape. The village would be nearly invisible during the winter months due to the thick layers of snow covering it. As though they require this kind of camouflage to conceal their presence from the public. The Uzumaki Palace, the former residence of the Uzumaki clan, was the only structure still standing. Because the palace was constructed like a tower, it was impossible to miss. Naruto had entered the palace following his birthday celebration. Never in his life had he seen such opulent buildings, murals, and sculptures. He was uncomfortable. Is he deserving of wealth and gaki treatment? He had witnessed the outcome of his parents spoiling Sasuke. Naruto laughed, what a complete teme he'd turned into. He thought, still snickering inside, yeah, he might just end up like emo Uchiha. Naruto's gaze wavered. His jaw fell like a mooring. Naruto was amazed by his new space. Compared to his room at the orphanage, his room was almost 3 times larger. Naruto was intelligent enough to realize that the bed was worth a fortune, even though his peers might think he was stupid. Just being skeptical, the pillow, its cases, the bed linens, and everything else would be valuable enough for a down payment on a home. How in the world did his parents afford all the luxuries in his room? The closets, the lamp, anything you can think of that could be in a room. The best part was that his jumpsuit's orange color matched that of his bed linens and pillowcases. Both of his pillows bore the Uzushio crest. The bed linens had the black stripes of a Bengal tiger even though they were orange. He was still unable to sleep here. He didn't have to be reminded of the solitary, sheltered, and miserable life he led in Konoha. Naruto had been sleeping with his parents for the last 6 months because he didn't want to do that now. He had the opportunity to meet his godfather Jiraiya during his 6 months in Uzushio. Naruto can still clearly recall their initial meeting with the Sannin. He recalled Jiraiya's absurd stance when he claimed to be the holy toad sage of Mount Myobokuzen, but Naruto nicknamed him Ero Sennin instead. Naruto was proud of that particular detail and chose not to share it with the elderly Warhawk. When they had gone crazy, Sumi and Yoshino appeared to be the worst mothers, but he did get to meet the other parents. Even so, Naruto was unaware of his mother's evil, irascible side and her covert whipping of Minato. He would have reconsidered otherwise. Naruto acted appropriately. He should be concerned when he starts acting inappropriately. Little Naruto had gone to see his friends over the course of the months. The wood doppelgangers in Konoha, who have a 1-month lifespan, were the only people he ever saw with his friends. Every month, Naruto and the kids create a new clone to serve as their double, and Minato sent them straight to the orphanage in Konoha using the Hiraishin no Jutsu. The clone's degradation following deactivation is its best feature. All of the clone's experiences were returned to the original. Sakura gave Naruto the experience of being beaten and struck on the head while his third clone was being deactivated. She ended their friendship and broke his heart. Despite his desire to cry, Naruto was shaped into a man during the first 2 months of his shinobi training with Minato and Jiraiya. It didn't matter to him that he was beaten. After observing her head over hills for the sulky Uchiha, he nevertheless forgave her. When the time came, he would win her heart. He must now worry about a mission he is on with his father. The tasks, which included cleaning and rescuing stray dogs and cats, were all meaningless. During his 2 years in Uzushio, he completed just 1 mission with a C or B ranking. His mother is now in front of the Yondaime sovereign. She put her hands on Naruto's shoulders and reached out. Even so, he could see that she was nervous about the mission because it was rarely assigned to genin outside of times of war, even though Akatsuki was the best shinobi faction in the world at the time. Honey, this will be your first A-rank mission assignment. I wish you prosperous health and a good journey. Come and give mommy a hug and kiss. He crossed his arms and scowled. Chan, do I have to every time? He asked. She sobbed. Why? Why you don't love me anymore? I do, he snapped back. Sighed, son, there is no such limitation when greeting or bid farewell to our loved ones. Do not feel ashamed to embrace and kiss your loved ones even with her in public. We're all blessed to have to loved ones because you never know when it will be your last. 4 years ago, the night that you were born. I sure thought it would be the last time I would ever hug and kiss your mother. After nodding, Naruto said, thanks, Dad. I'm sorry, Mommy, please don't hate me. Don't ever say that. Kushina cried more, fighting the urge to squeal. As Kushina squatted down and repeatedly kissed Naruto's cheeks and wrapped him in a bear hug, Naruto embraced him and said, I will always love you from the bottom of my heart. Now wait outside, I will have a word with your father. Yes, Mommy. As he started putting on his Akatsuki robes, Naruto bowed. His parents observed him until he left the room. Kushina installed a sound barrier and secured the door. There are no sounds coming from outside the office. Kushina slapped her husband in the face out of the blue. Minato didn't anticipate it. He rubbed the red handprint on his cheek. The tears in her eyes flashed to ruby. Occasionally, the Kyuubi slits would be briefly visible. His spouse was furious. He had to soothe her, but how? You know how much I detest being reminded of my past, our past on that unfaithful night, so what in the world did Kami tell you to bring it up? Minato bowed somberly. Forgive me, Chan. Shit. Minato cursed himself, fearing that his peers would make fun of him if he ever discovered that Kushina had him whipped and on a leash. Why did I have to call her by that name of all times? Hey, didn't I tell you to stop referring to me by that name? With a seductive blurt, she said, Minato.kun. Hey, I'm not a little boy anymore, Minato pouted, giving her a clever snarl. Alright, then mature, he flirted with a giggling Kushina, saying, most certainly will do after we've returned, and we can start off where we left off 5.5 years ago. Don't worry about Naruto, I'll have sensei babysit him. She let out a loud yelp when her ass was touched. She didn't try to strike back, she gave him a dagger, like glare before bursting into another giggle, saying, pervert, you better get going. The sooner you return, the better for us, and one more thing. You both return unharmed. Minato slammed his mouth against hers. When Minato teleported, leaving a flushed Cushing struggling with her raging hormones, they parted lips and Minato massaged both of her buttocks while she moaned inside his mouth. "That asshole is going to get it when he comes back," she said with a seductive smile of laughter. Alongside the Ino Shika Shoduo team, in Nami no Kuni, the Ino Shika Shoduo, which included both ISC teams, had been hunting down two renegade ninjas named Momochi Zabuza and Haku. Although this was Ino's first A-rank mission, she was fond of missions and only cared about her appearance and attire, preferring to dress up in the winter to keep the cold at bay. However, both Shikamaru and her father would continue to rant about her whining and selective clothing, which they considered to be unprofessional and ignorant. She would slap Shikamaru in the head when it irritated her, but she would never do the same to her father because he is an adult and most importantly, her father. She looked around and saw that they had returned to the main village of the Land of Waves, and that the rogues were apparently hiding in the Black Spot Inn. Inoichi tapped her shoulder, and she looked up into his blue eyes. He was also anxious, but not because he was facing two renegade ninja. Rather, he was anxious because this would be Ino's first battle as a shinobi, and what a way to begin a B-rank mission. Inoichi shook his head. "We're close, get ready. Are you certain they're here, Daddy? The last 2 weeks have been spent in circles." "It's definitely them," Inoichi said with a smile. "Haku is close to the hot spring. Get into position with your team," he said, grinning and patting Ino's head to eliminate any apprehension. Ino nodded as she stood beside her other team leader Nara Shikamaru. Again those lazy eyes adverted Ino's. It got under her skin that Shikamaru could not keep his eye of her. It was annoying, but at the same time the feeling was ecstatic. Ino felt like a goddess. Sure, she had no problems of Shikamaru being attracted to her beauty, by seeing him blushed every time he had looked the other way, but consistently staring behind her back. Pathetic. She wondered if Shikamaru would have the balls to check her out from the front. She didn't blame him. Most females would consider such a perverted act of sexual harassment, and she knew Shikamaru wasn't like that because all he could say, "Girls are troublesome." The nerve of him to mock females, but if the time came when Shikamaru decided not to divert his eyes from her glaze, she couldn't think of the outcome. She loved Sasuke and no one else, yet, what if Shikamaru were affectionate with her? What would become of Sasuke? Sure, he ignored her love and called her annoying, which ticked her off subconsciously and sometimes vented her frustrations on poor Nara, and what about him? What the fuck was I thinking? He would never be in Sasuke-kun's lead. Ino ripped her head in different directions, disgusted with the Nara boy. Shikamaru is everything she wanted Sasuke to be. Sweet, loving, attentive, pure heart. He muttered, "Girls are troublesome," this time without taking his eyes off of her. Shikamaru is certainly handsome, and perhaps he and Naruto are second best to Sasuke in appearance. Shikamaru sighed as his father simultaneously tapped his shoulders, saying, "I swear, all she thinks about is boys day in and day out." Shikaku had declared, "Okay, it's time to split into two teams," looking down at his 6-year-old son. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Man, this is going to be such a drag. Ready when they are." Shuza smiled and said, "Shoji, make the Akamichi clan proud." "Yes too. Sama," Shoji said, looking at his teammates and nodding enthusiastically, as prepared as ever. He turned to face the Nara leader and said, "Good, Shikaku? Zabuza and his apprentice are no longer together. This will be our only opportunity to take aim at him by ourselves. I'll say it again for the last time, and then let the mission begin. Avoid killing the target. All right, team, when you're ready, then move on to the goal," Inoichi snorted. "Hello." The younger team all said the same thing. "All right." Forming as a team, Shikamaru cried out. Later on, as the only girl her age in Akatsuki, it was not a huge treat to her reputation, but if the cherry blossom forehead found out about her so-called mischief, Sakura would chew and spit her out just to gain points in their rivalry. The three young Akatsuki members wriggled through the pluming beneath the village until they reached the boys' bathing area. Ino would never have imagined entering a boys' bathroom, and she would prefer to keep it a secret from her friends. As of right now, Ino wished she was with Sakura instead of this hellhole, by all means the sewer. What was Kushina, Dono, or rather Shikaku-san, thinking? The place had such a foul stench, and Ino barely managed to keep her breakfast from spilling onto her foot at any moment. Shikamaru gave her a mischievous grin with a "told you so" expression, and she was warned not to eat a lot in the morning, something she now regretted. Looking to her left, Shoji was even worse off than she was. The Akamichi take pride in their hunger and the amount of food they consume in a day. Only Kami knew the answer. Shikamaru signaled to his team to stop when a shadow fell from the drainage, and he pointed to the gutter, indicating that the goal was only 20 paces above them. Ino, Shika, Cho hid themselves in the shadows, and as they approached the gutter, more human shadow figures descended with the light. Ino sneezed, but she also kept her mouth shut, making a low sound pitch with such relief. Both Ino and Shikamaru sighed, and Shikamaru became enraged as he aimed daggers at the platinum blonde-hair Kunoichi. Ino smiled guiltily, my bad. She was about to question Shikamaru when he and Choji had a silent conversation. The scroll was a picture of Haku when she was 6 years old, and she stared in the direction Shikamaru was pointing at the girl. Wait a minute, wah. The three of them arrived at the gutter at a distance where a girl was swimming alone. What is a girl doing here? Jealousy formed on her face. Is that Haku? I thought the report said she was a boy, she pointed. No way. Although she said it quietly, Shikamaru was not happy with her. His index finger flushed in the middle of his lips as he said, Shish, are you crazy? Slow down your voice, he grunted. Whatever, I'm dying for a shower. He whispered, troublesome girl, but managed to get past Ino's outstretched ears. Choji, you're up. I thought you will never ask. Haku was only 8 years old. Zabuza. Sama's training today had been very demanding, and they had been pursued by unknown hunter ninjas for the past 2 weeks. Oddly, they wore black capes with red cloud designs, and half of the team was made up of kids who were only a few years younger than him. Haku grunted from his sore muscles, hoping that he could recover long enough to regain his strength. Nothing beats a day at the hot springs. The strain and tightness in his muscles had started to ease. He inhaled the hot, misty air, and all he wanted was a day's peace, without multiple spiked chakra signatures concealed among the shadows. Zabuza was going to kill him if he didn't survive. Human bullet tank, or Nikuden Sensha. Haku stirred as the ground towards the spillway caved in. A boulder lounged out from the thickness of debris and dust clouds descending upon the raven-hair girl-like boy. Haku smirked as he began to weave multiple hand seals, only using one hand as the liquid that surrounded him began to stir into a vortex. The water deposits began to harden into a thick glacier. Ice release. Glacier shield no jutsu. Choji started to recover as he gestured to the gutter he lounged out of. His body was easily ejected into the logged walls, and the remains of glacier shards had clattered on the hot spring's surface. Hua, take action. At first, Haku shrugged when nothing seemed unusual, but then he tried. He could move his body. Huh, why can't I move? After a few seconds, Haku's eyes followed the Nara boy's feet, where a much smaller, pineapple-haired shinobi had his hands in a ram seal. A shadow. It connected with Haku's shadow, immobilizing him, and he heard the boy speak with such triumphant. Cage main is unsuccessful at jutsu. Are you okay, Choji? We'll live to eat another day. Shikamaru sneered. How much more can his stomach take? You kids are too young for this job, so why are you attacking me? He's no better than them, even though it was clear, asking never hurt. The answer is straightforward. Momochi Sabuza is a renegade ninja that you are harboring. Additionally, we're only testing your strength. You really want to know what my strength is, Haku said with a laugh. I'll demonstrate my best jutsu for you. When Haku turned into water on its own, Shikamaru and Choji both deadpanned. Damn it, water clone. He got away. Exactly as I had envisioned. It's going to be a challenging day. At this distance, escaping with a substitution jutsu was out of the question, and Shikamaru struggled hard to snarl the boy in his shadows once more, but it was too late. The original Haku appeared behind them with the element of surprise, and every hair on his neck stood up because he never noticed the Haku's presence behind them in time. Right you are. Shikamaru was amused because he had never witnessed someone weave a seal with just one hand. If he, Choji, and the witch survived in unison, he would have to ask Dad about it. Ice release. Crystal ice mirror. Haku let his hands fall in surrender. Shikamaru knew it was the result of Ino's Shintention no Jutsu, and both boys were in awe. Hey, where is the jutsu? You moron, it's me, Ino. She frowned as her fist struck the unfortunate Akamichi's skull. Sheesh, sorry. It's just Ino Choji, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. Stay away from her outburst. I'll return with your corpse. Remain with Choji. Hey, Buster. No, you understand that it's funny business with my body? She growled. Difficult. Why would I? Nothing about you would impress me, and it's not like I think you're attractive. He secretly lied, but he reasoned that he wouldn't pursue her love because Ino was too high class in appearance, even though all he wanted was to get married, have 3 children, retire, and age. Shikamaru shuddered and said, "That won't be necessary, Nara," warning Ino not to approach his daughter before her father abruptly stood to her right and carried her unconscious body before she could respond. Disregarding the male Yamanaka, Shikamaru used the occasion to speak with his father, who was reportedly using Zabuza's sword. "You guys took forever," Shikaku said. "It's not like we have the luxury of being an adult who has more combat experience. Lightened up, kid. It was so nice to be a compliment on your first completed B-rank assignment," Shikaku chuckled. "At least for your age, you performed better." As his father ruffled his hair, Shikamaru scowled and said, "Troublesome." "All right, are you all set?" With an unconscious Zabuza slung over his shoulder, Chusa declared, "The authorities will be here any minute. Conan and Yahiko will be at the extraction point, waiting. Get moving." Inoichi gave the order. Alongside Nagato, Kisame had Samahada's head deep inside the campfire. Roasted salmon was one of his favorite meals, anything involving fish, while his shark eyes scanned the clearing cascade by shadow. He licked his lips and gulped down the entire fish, bones and all. Normally, the sound of bones crunching beneath his jaw would give people nearby the impression that a great white shark was feasting on their carcass. Nagato believed General Jutsu was at work, but his Rinnegan had picked up on the fact that Kisami's eating habits were the source of the illusion. Nagato dodged the sharkman with great ninja reflexes and heard, "Show yourself, scoundrel." As he emerged from the bushes with the sun at his back, Nagato reflected, Kisame had to shield his eyes from the sun's rays. Nagato had noticed fish gills on both cheeks, and his skin was as blue as the ocean. He had never seen anyone as formidable as Hanzo the salamander. He was the real deal, and he could likely compete with Hanzo, let alone the three Sannin. According to reports, he had to exercise caution. He possessed the chakra capacity of a Jinchuriki and was able to absorb chakra. He then assumed a stance, grinning at the Kiri rogue ninja. A frown crossed the redhead's lips as he said, "So you sense me out. Very well then, perhaps a little duel to see who's stronger." "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you think you've got guts to challenge one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Last I checked, we are only 2 years apart. Oh," he spat, "I see that you followed me for a month before coming here to talk. Fucking funny." Nagato had to end this as soon as possible because he doesn't have the chakra capacity for long duration fights with Jinchuriki-level adversaries, especially since his opponent has the absorbed chakra with his sword. He knew better than to let his opponent get under his skin, and it was clear that Kisame was using mind tricks to counterbalance his way of thinking. It was Samahada. "Don't brag about yourself. You're the reason I am here." "You don't seem to be the hunting type," Kisame said with a sly smile. "That leads me to my hypothesis. You are not Anbu. What do you want?" "To gauge your abilities. Hey, you're funereal." Kisame unwrapped Samahada and slugged so fast that he stammered his steps between each blow, parrying any that he couldn't avoid in time with a kunai. Every time he blocked Samahada's staggering blows, Nagato's body was thrown off his feet, and he rolled hard on his kidneys, sensing the sudden danger from behind. At the same time, Samahade chipped into Nagato's chin, leaving a nasty gash. 3 more inches would have been fatal, a slit to the throat. Nagato's eyes saw Samahada in motion, and the redhead spun as he scissors kicked Kisami's shins. The swordsman's legs buckled, so Nagato took advantage of this and kicked Kisame into the trees. Kisame bounced back and licked the opening wound on his lips with satisfaction. Nagato followed Kisame into the treetops, where they exchanged blows. However, Nagato had already had 3 kunai fall prey to Samahada's brute strength, so Kisame laughed and leered as Nagato threw several shurikens. He used the sword as a launching board as his shin swung at Kisami's side temples, forcing Kisame to release Samahada and block. At that moment, he heard the tree bark crackle beneath his feet, and he blocked another kick with more force than he had expected, sending his body sailing into another treetop. He watched Nagato pursue him like a predatory, and the fire in the redhead's eyes was fascinating. As Nagato lounged towards the Kiri rogue swordsman, the branch they had been standing on snapped in 2. "Let's see your Tai jutsu," Nagato said, joking that he had never been good at Tai jutsu but that he was told to test Kisami's skills. Unfortunately, it also required Tai jutsu. Nagato went to Kisami's location and was surprised to see that Kisame had thrown the first punch, which Nagato let pass on the right as he returned a punch. He saw Kisame sprinting the bark with a sadistic snicker that somehow agitated the Uzumaki, and they exchanged kicks and punches while balancing. Kisame had almost landed a roundhouse kick, but his foot caught the tree, shattering the tree in half. Both clung to another tree bark, exchanging thunderous blows that reverberated throughout the valley, and the nearby birds fled in terror. Trees were smashed like a piñata, and only Tai Jutsu was tearing up the landscape. This guy is a monster, Nagato thought. Eventually, they would both circle around to meet Samahata waiting for its master. Kisame and Nagato each had one hand, and they danced around Samahata like exotic dancers, trying to claim Samahata. I must keep him away from this sword because that's where his strength comes from. Nagato was fortunate to land a knee to Kisami's chin as he sprawled backwards, allowing Nagato to claim Samahata. It was heavier than Nagato had initially believed. Kisame avoided the swung sword as Nagato swung Samahata. Nice sword. Oh. Nagato was forced to drop the sword, which fell into the hands of its rightful master, after Samahata's thorns pricked his hand. After weaving several hand seals, Kisame said, I neglected to mention that only I can wield Samahata, and it loves to feast on its opponent's chakra. Take this. Suiten. Water release. Water shark bullet technique, Suikoden no Jutsu. As Kisami's body transformed into a great white shark, water started to leak out of it. It was directed toward Nagato like a missile, and Nagato tucked the hair strands under his ears to reveal the Rinnegan. Is that what I think it is? He was correct. Such eyes do exist. Nin. Jutsu time, then. Excellently, prayed a path. In 3 seconds, a magnetic barrier formed on both of Nagato's palms, allowing him to absorb the shark and the nin. Jutsu hole. Kisame was the least stunned, his mouth straightening and his blue knuckle turning white from his tight grip. Nagato reached out and grabbed the shark's nostrils. Nagato boasted, I'm not the only one who could absorb chakra and disrupt a nin. Jutsu. Kisame wasted no time in slamming Samahata head first into the ground before weaving more hand seals while grinning mischievously. Unfortunately, you're slow. Doden. Submarine voyage. Earth release. Dochu Senko. Below Samahata's, the ground started to spin. Nagato was plunged below as the ground the redhead was standing on swiftly collapsed. Then a body of water surrounded Nagato, replacing its minerals. Kisame was aware that he hadn't used the Dochu Senko in a long time. A tremendous amount of chakra was needed for the jutsu. Usually, Samahata would lend him chakra that it had taken from its victim. All of the chakra he had taken from Nagato would have to do. Standing at the base of the submerged man-made canyon was Nagato. He transformed the underground into water, making it impossible to see the surface. What the devil? Nagato started selling, but something stopped him. I can't surface with such gravity. The gravity gets heavier as I approach the surface. At this rate, when surfacing was pointless and there was little oxygen to work with, a normal shinobi would have panicked, but he saw a weakness in the jutsu. The ridge was flanked by pockets of air. He then swiftly pursed his lips against the roughed, jagged hole as he swam close to one of the air pockets that created an air bubble. The oxygen cycled once every minute, allowing Nagato to breathe. Kisame, unaware of his presence, became tired. As he looked down the canyon, he noticed what Nagato was doing. After concluding that this jutsu would end the battle, Kisame wove in another set of hand seals. Clever but not good enough. Your body temperature will gradually decrease, and you will die from hypothermia. Unfortunate, I don't have all day, he said. Water release. 5 Sharks Frenzy, Kashokuzame, is the suit. My pets haven't eaten human flesh in a long time, hee. Nagato barely had time to get off the walls before the first water-shaped shark dove quickly, but he managed to avoid it by jumping off its nose. The second and third sharks attempted to flank him, but as he watched the two swam side by side from below, he was lucky that he was levitating just enough to keep his feet from becoming snack food. However, the fourth and fifth sharks collided with him, tearing him from limb to limb, and luckily, he replaced him with one of the sharks. Damn it, even levitating out of this hellhole won't work. The gravity pull is too strong, and I'm running out of oxygen. How long can you survive on the little oxygen you have left? Kisame watched in wonder as Nagato thrust a number of the sharks with a number of enigmatic black rods in the palm of his hands. One of them struck a shark square between the eyes as it dissolved into the water, while the others missed. What was that? With a cheeky smile, he persisted, saying, "Muhahahaha, better luck next time." Unbeknownst to the shark swordsman, the rods were primarily used as a radar to identify nearby shinobi personnel. Nagato would teach Kisame that no matter how much of an advantage you have over your opponents, you should never leave yourself exposed. He waited until the sharks boxed him in the narrow corner, knowing that he had 10 seconds left of oxygen and that the sharks would be within 5 seconds. When he was ready, Nagato clasped both palms together. Diva Path. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push. It's pointless, Kisame. Kisame was caught off guard when ripples appeared on the water's surface, as though it were boiling, and then it erupted like magma. His dukes protected a large portion of his face and upper body, but they were unable to withstand the force of the tidal wave. He was slammed into a nearby tree, gasping for air, his lungs filling with blood, and he gagged on his own blood. Kisame knew he was in trouble, and he stood up lightheaded as the world around him spun out of control. Holding on to one tree, he started vomiting more blood than before, and he was bleeding internally. Curse you, ran. The universal pull, or Bansho Tenin, from a distance, he heard. Kisame felt his body being pulled violently through the air by 4 rods that were coming in. He tried hard to break free from the invisible force that was pulling him toward his demise, but he was unsuccessful. The first rod struck him just above his kneecap, piercing his other limbs, and his shoulders were also impaled as blood poured out from all 4 of them. Sweat and blood mixed from being suspended off the ground, and he hung facing a red-headed ninja, holding his palm, before deciding to rest it, which caused him to fall on his back and scream. The new chakra was making things more unpleasant than they had been. Can't move my body, not to mention chakra. Why dot you definitely performed better than I anticipated. I would have died if it weren't for these eyes of mine. He grinned and said, you've earned it, kid. No more betrayal, no more run-ins with hunter ninjas. He could finally rest in peace. Unfortunately, he was unable to carry out his duties to him. Kisame saw that Nagato was struggling to breathe, knowing that he was almost completely depleted of chakra. If he could break the pull of gravity, he would end this his way. Very well, your soul belongs to me. Human path. After placing a palm on Kisame's skull, Nagato took a deep breath and began to weave several hand seals, slamming his palm close to his foot while uttering the incantations. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. Summoning technique. The Naraka path. Nagato held the soul to the hand tongue and watched it retract the soul into its mouth as the smoke cloud dissipated. Damn it, summoning the king of hell took a lot of me. When a scroll was dropped to the autumn floor, it magically unfolded, and another summoning took place, this time involving 2 familiar faces. The head, which was enormously human and limbless, stood beside Nagato like a pet and also possessed the Rinnegan. Yahiko smirked mischievously and said, told you so, I knew he would do a number on your ass. As he watched Yahiko's girlfriend Konan poke him in the ribs while pointing daggers at him, Nagato could only respond with a smile. How are you, Nagato? Been better, but let's return, so I can restore my powers to resurrect Kisame. Dude, this will be the last time I'm sending you out solo on S-rank missions. They waited until Konan finished her origami jutsu, and she chose the giant bald eagle as her shape. While Nagato and the temporarily dead Kisame were being held apart in another talon, Yahiko and Konan stood on its back, and the eagle took to the skies, leaving a trail of fair dust. However, not far from where they were, a man wearing a black cape, not related to Akatsuki, and a familiar black swirl and orange mask with one eye socket watched the entire battle between Nagato and Kisame before disappearing into wind swirls. Alongside Minato and Naruto, Deidara scowled as mud splashed over his tunics. The more he thought about it, the more he despised his homeland. He was framed for stealing his clan's forbidden scroll, and he was sentenced to death without any further evidence. However, Deidara had other plans. He was not going to be executed for a crime he had never committed, so he set out to find the culprit, who was no less his father and the council. Deidara's death in their duel had permanently sealed away his freedom, so he took it, the forbidden scroll, and fled on foot, saving his clay for the lengthy journey. Where would he go? Anywhere but Iwa and Konoha. Despite his former clansmen trying to complete the task, Deidara ended up using the jutsu his clan forbid against them. He was traveling to a dilapidated village when he felt like he was being watched. Being aware of his surroundings, Deidara was more cautious than ever because of the noise around him. The wind blew a strand of his own blonde hair into his face, so he tucked it between his ears while many villagers were gossiping behind his back. Oh, he was well known throughout the land of wind. Deidara mentally cursed himself before he was bumped into someone after leaving the art shop. He watched in wonder as the scrawny blonde boy in an orange jumpsuit no younger than 6 years old hilariously fell onto his behind. If Deidara was feeling good, he would laugh. As he rummaged through his grocery bags, Deidara tuned his back. Since everything he had bought was there, he started to jump from treetop to treetop as he left the village, with no one even 100 meters behind him. His hands slowly reached into a pouch of clay. Deidara. Senpai. Deidara. Senpai. Naruto yelled while panting loudly. Deidara vaulted off the tree stem and performed a double front flip landing affront to Naruto, who was no threat but whose keen eyes never failed him to judge people, and who was certain to be a shinobi. There, his eyes spotted a sketch of drawing, which is why he had been chasing me. Such a doby. The aforementioned blonde-hair nunkin was perched on a tree stem, and the device over his left eye was an eye scope that could zoom in on a long distance. Can't you see I'm in a hurry? Master of Art, will you see fit to my artwork? Naruto gulped, unsure of what to do next. Despite his lack of drawing talent, Deidara's eyes were fixed on the paper sketch, and he never let his guard down. The shading and toning of the drawing surprised him. Hey, let's check out what you have. No offense, dude, however, you have a lot of work ahead of you. Even though your shading isn't the best, it's still better than most people your age. Your premise is excellent. How about this one? This was the final sketch of sloppy art he would survey, and Deidara's eyebrows furrowed. Taking his eyes off the first sketch, Deidara was confused when Naruto, grinning mischievously, unzipped the upper half of his orange jumpsuit. His eyes grew as large as apples, and he started to perspire. His skin lost all of its color. The Uzumaki boy had dozens of paper bombs rigged all over his exposed upper torso. What the foo? Boom! The kamikaze attack left a 20-foot crater in the once beautiful landscape, and herds of birds flew. The villagers even felt the shockwave as they pointed at the small rising black mushroom cloud in the rainforest. Deidara emerged from a clay cocoon and brushed the remnants off his face. The wind nuzzled down his neck, and he was unaware of the reason the boy wanted to kill him. He knew all the younger shinobi in Iwa, none of whom was as young as he was. He could bet that Iwa had secrets, so why would they send someone so young? He knew that Onoki would never use such savage, sneaky tactics. He valued every life, especially the children in Iwa, and would rather sacrifice himself than use a child. Thus, the query is, who are you, anyway? From where did you originate? He whispered. Multiple shurikens were thrown in Deidara's direction in response, and Deidara pulled out a kunai, deflecting all the shurikens in his direction, but he simply evaded the kunai with an attached paper bomb and exploded on the tree where he had been before a flash of black caught his eye. He was standing on a tree top, looking down at the blonde numpkin, still wearing that ridiculous orange jumpsuit, but lapped in a black cape with red cloud designs. How do you feel about my main artwork? Carefully keeping his gaze fixed on the crater that Naruto's clone had made, Deidara cupped his chin as all of the anger inside him subsided, then started to laugh and gestured toward Naruto. I consider that to be art. He looked stoic once more as he said, but you've heard me correctly. Both blondes laughed simultaneously. Your homeland called me Konoha's Crimson Fox, but today, Naruto said, still smiling crazily as he started to scratch the back of his head. I'm referred to as the Fox of the Red Dawn. Oh, so the rumors are true, Deidara exclaimed in amazement. I don't think you're this young. Let's get right to the point, he said. If my report is accurate, you were banished and rejected by your clan. Naruto's face stayed expressionless as he said, whoever you are, I ran away from a crime I never committed because I was so supposed to be executed. Tell me what you want from me, since you're not a hunter ninja. I want you to join my Akatsuki organization. With a passive expression, Deidara said, Red Dawn. What a persistent name, please tell. Normally I'm not allowed to discuss my organization to candidates, but I will go into brief details, Naruto snorted beneath his cape. Akatsuki only chooses rogue ninjas who have experienced betrayal and corruption because we want to eradicate corruption, hatred, and a violent world. Or if you're not guilty. Sounds interesting, but I always fight alone, Deidara said, raising her eyebrows. This time, I'll forgive you, however, the next time, we'll be in agreement. My man, you won't be as fortunate. Deidara wrenched her wrist and said, Nay, how about we fight? You'll join my organization if I win. You can kill me if I lose. Deidara freed his arm from the Akatsuki member's iron grip and said, All right, little man, don't claim I didn't warn you. This is your final opportunity. He ran up the tree. Gosh. With a tiger seal in hand, Naruto said, Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mass shadow replication technique. 1,000 shadow clones, each holding a ninja star between their fingers, sat atop trees and leapt for the sky, their arms gesturing in unison as they all sprang with the intent to kill. Now here we go. Uzumaki Naruto Special Handbook. 1000 Shuriken Combo. They all exclaimed at once. The drooling mouth in Deidara's hands had sunk in the clay pouch, and the sound of chewing bubblegum could be heard in the palm of his hands. The mouth then spat out what appeared to be a shield made of clay that was sufficiently protective to deflect the deadly swarming of shuriken from the shield, and the sound of horsehoof beats was audible from impact. Then, as the clone mob descended upon him, the drumming was replaced by the sound of war cries. He grinned and said, How about C1? Even though the blonde boy's death would be an art of perfection, Deidara's other side told him that he was starting to like this boy, but not in a romantic and joyous way. Deidara's hands started chewing on the clay that had once served as a shield, and both of them spat out bumblebee-sized hummingbirds as they flapped their buzzing wings. "So many," Deidara said, extending his spawns. "How about I let my child labor? Spread," he growled. Deidara was pleased with his so-called work of art, but it was short-lived as shadow figures lounged towards the sky. The villagers watched from a distance as the hummingbirds dispersed like a swarm of deadly wasps. One of the clones glanced at a hummingbird that rammed into his nose, causing it to explode. The explosion set off nearby by hummingbirds that created a chain reaction. The clones were easily destroyed. "I haven't finished yet. A special guide to Uzumaki Naruto, 100 boomers." Then Deidara used his eye-scope device to zoom in. He knew that at this rate, he was in trouble because these were kunais attached to paper bombers. Son of Fa. Boom. Their last straw was the sight of another mushroom cloud from the farm village. They panicked and started to flee, gathering their loved ones and whatever supplies, equipment, and luggage they could spare, leaving the livestock behind. Unexpectedly, Naruto scratched the back of his head, but he smiled to conceal the guilt he was suddenly experiencing. "I hope I didn't kill him, or else Dad is going to scream." "Not even close. What about C2 now?" This time, Deidara chewed the batch of clay with both hands, then pursed their lips together. The chakra that was molded from both hands started to fuse with the clays, combining them into a single shape. The massive smokescreen was then destroyed by the wind, revealing a 20-foot long and 10-foot tall clay drake dragon. Naruto was enthralled with this creation, even admitting that Conan's origami would be dwarfed by it. "Do you like this piece of art? Nice. You made a dragon," he cried. "You must demonstrate your skills to me the next time, Datbeo." "Not likely," the dragon said, waving hand. Seals, and then the tail became inflamed with a ball. The ball was then launched from the tail and out of its mouth in a single motion, resembling another dragon spawn that was at least 5 feet long. "Fly, my baby." Minato said over the comm headset, "Son, keep in mind that every clay object he throws at you is a bomb." When Deidara detonated the clay dragon near Naruto, he was unable to react in time, and he fell sprawled on his ass. His Akatsuki robes were torn as he threw away the clothing, and his skin was seared with first-degree burns, but it was healing quickly from the Kyuubi's chakra. The comm headset was destroyed during the attack, and Naruto saw another dragon soaring and spotted him. Using quick thinking and his only chance of survival, he created 15 shadow replications, and they barricaded the original in a dome formation without any leaks as the dragon plunged into the bunch. The explosion was able to absorb the majority of the impact, but he was not unharmed. His body skidded out of control for about 10 seconds before coming to a complete stop, making Naruto's head buzzing stars. By the time he recovered, Deidara's dragon had spat out 5 more miniature versions of itself. Naruto frowned, but he suddenly smiled at Deidara's stamina. He was panting a little, but he wasn't yet showing any signs of fainting, but his mind was suddenly racing. Deidara was attempting to keep him from approaching, which is a tactic his father taught him to use when he was in a tight spot. Using his shadow clones to create a distraction will allow him to launch his attacks with ease, using the element of surprise to his advantage. It resembles a kamikaze assault. "I'm struck by one of those things. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto said, weaving a tiger seal. "I don't want to know." There was no room for error as Naruto and his clones ran in different directions, with the first clone being struck down and the second being destroyed a minute later. Deidara was jumping enthusiastically out of control, taunting with mockery as the original ran like a mouse being pursued by a stray cat. Naruto was cornered up against a boulder, and he could only watch horrifyingly as the dragon rammed straight into his gut and detonated point blank. Minato was about to intervene, but he changed his mind with a wry smile on his lips. "Go for it. What saw matter, Fox of the Red Dawn?" Deidara cried, his eyes cope zooming in and catching Naruto lying motionless on his stomach. "Did the cat cut your tongue?" His right brow furrowed as a log replaced Naruto's body as Naruto refused to be capitulated. "Shit! Why are you unable to remain down?" "Hey. I am currently warming up." The dragon was rapidly approaching Naruto, who was about 50 yards behind it. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A paper bomb kunai was retrieved by the army. Minato, who was observing Deidara through a telescope, found the fear in his eyes amusing. "Naruto has you on the ropes, boy." "No, you won't understand." They all started to crouch and simultaneously vaulted towards the sky as the dragon flapped its wings, causing some of the gust that had been flapped from its wings to momentarily impede the army of Bunshin's progress. However, the army was soon within throwing range. It won't be easy for you to leave me. Special Handbook of Uzumaki Naruto. 500 boomers. The only thing Deidara could have done was to perch on the dragon's head and wait until the knives were within a foot of the dragon before vaulting off it using its head as a trampoline. The last time he saw his dragon before it was destroyed, turbulence wasn't working well for him, but he was able to create an enormous dove. Deidara stood on the dove's back, and the clay bird began to rise higher than it kept out of kunai throwing range. The dove was more nimble than the dragon, and if the blonde toddler had another chance, Naruto would find it more difficult to hit it. Unfortunately, Deidara won't fall for the same trick twice. Shit, never dreamed the C2 will drain me this quickly. My little man, you certainly know how to put on a show. Come fight like a man down here. In between breaths, Naruto uttered these words. I will tell you what, if you make it through my ultimate masterpiece, C3, after that, I'll join your group. How is that? Naruto couldn't possibly know that the father and son were both smiling simultaneously. He didn't want the Kyuubi to get involved in his battle, and his reserves were getting to the point where they could be released. For the 1,000 boomers, I don't think I have enough. Just bring it. I have a surprise of my own, he exclaimed, hammering his chest with pride before flashing his signature thumbs up smile. Deidara smiled at the boy's mischievous behavior. Deidara was also disappointed that he had to use C3. Being aware of C3's past, if Nan had been the target of the jutsu, they had survived to tell about it. He couldn't afford to show his enemy any signs of mercy. This boy would at least have a spectacular farewell. The hands of Deidara clenched. A foot tall statue of some kind materialized in both of his hands. He looked through the eyes. Cope device one last time. The boy was determined, and he knew it. He dropped the statue and said, then let true art reign supreme to the victor. Then, bombs away muhahaha. The statue expanded and developed into a massive, towering object. The shadow of the tumbling giant statue covered the space where Naruto stood. It's humongous. Naruto's blue eyes looked across the village. It's too dangerous to use any of my boomers, the village said. Deidara could hear bellows yelling. This is true art. How are you going to stop something this massive? Your shadow clones won't be enough to provide shielding for this pathetic village. Then he looked at his shadow clones, who were starting to freak out. His own rioting clones soon caught him in their crossfire. He dispelled them because he didn't have time to deal with them and looked up at the statue that resembled a meteor. He was startled out of his pathetic mood by the static on his broken comm headset. He heard the voice of his father, toss my kunai. It sounded like the man was running, and it was hardly fainted. Naruto's battle with Deidara was over, but he would never acknowledge it. This towering chunk of clay is too strong for him to stop. He then dug through the holsters of his weapon and took out his father's trademark three-prong kunai, which symbolizes the first stage of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and has an orange Shiki scroll attached to the hilt. With all of his strength, Naruto threw the kunai while yelling, "Go dad!" The three-prong kunai was plucking it out of the air when Minato flashed up beside it. Then he extended both palms to hold the kunai horizontally. Instead of the hands themselves, he held the kunai in a diamond-like position between his fingers. Upon impact, a vortex of blue aura emerged. In a matter of seconds, the clay statue disappeared and exploded on the opposite side of the mountain, safeguarding the village and the majority of this habitat. Orange specks lit up the sky. The aftershocks were so strong that Deidara almost lost his dove. But Naruto saw the three-pronged kunai land safely next to his right foot, head first. Deidara was astounded by what she saw. He was furious and almost chakra depleted. He gasped for air and said, what just happened? How did my masterpiece ended on the other side of the mountain? Minato's monotone statement, "It was me," caught Deidara off guard. The boy had a look in his eyes that was halfway between horror and rigidity. Even though this was his first encounter with the man, he already knew him. Even at full strength, Deidara couldn't compete with the yellow flashpoint blank. Why? Yo, you're... Minato grabbed him by the wrist and swung Deidara over his shoulder after a bunt on the back of his head had sent him falling off the dove. You were a Jonin like Kakashi when you were 9 years old. As the dove collapsed without its master's awareness, Minato smiled. To his son's surprise, Minato teleported Deidara and himself to the kunai beside Naruto. It was visible on his son's face to Minato. He patted his son's head, but it was jealousy of a certain kind. But Deidara started to stir, mumbling something unintelligibly. Thank you to my son Naruto for marking you on your chest during that confrontation you had earlier. You exceeded my expectations. Let's get you to safety, Minato said with a wink. Ignoring the blonde boy, Minato gave him a sedative injection. P. Put me down. Deidara was immediately knocked out. Dad, you were super duper amazing. You saved me in the village. No. It was you who was amazing. Good thing I've taught you the Shiki, mark of speed. It will come in handy again in the near future. Then again, why did I have to do all the fighting? You could have used the Flying Thunder God. Incredulous, Naruto simply shrugged in response to the statement. I knew you had it in ya to gauge Deidara. Sorry that I never told you, but that was one of our main objective was to gauge the target's skills and abilities. I stay behind and observed and record the data, and I know you're uncomfortable giving in reports. Naruto grinned evilly and said, thanks, I like the action better than office reports. He patted a smiling Naruto and said, that's my boy, but don't get too cocky. Let me call your mother. It was a transparent blue hologram of Kushina between her husband and son, but it only required one hand to call forth Kushina. Her azure, jaded eyes swept over Naruto's bruised body. Naruto could see his mother's eyes were filled with horror. When her eyes fiercely shifted to a unscathed Minato, he tried his hardest to smile, but it was unsuccessful. She was, to put it mildly, enraged. Minato was trembling, which is not something that usually happens unless his father is about to face Kushina's wrath. The two could read her like a book. Only Naruto was aware that Kushina had Minato at her fingertips, whipped. Minato. Naruto. How was your mission? Her thoughts had deceived her, and it came out incorrectly. She was greeting them, but why? Before Minato stiffened, they had exchanged ambiguous glances. Everything went according to plan. I've observed Deidara's skills, and tell you what, he will one day a great value to Akatsuki. He choked up. I nearly kicked Clayboy's butt all by myself, Dadbeo. Believe it. Are you out of your fucking mind? The scene changed so fast that Minato was perspiring profusely and Naruto had actually urinated in his pants. Minato, how could you let our son fight alone? You're forgetting that despite Deidara being 3 years older than him, he's the highest S-rank missing Jonin form Iwa. This mission was A rank based on your level in ninja statistics as a former Kage. If Naruto were paired up with any other Jonin, this mission would be classified as an S-rank mission. A fresh genin like him taking on Deidara alone would be classified as an SS rank mission. As Kushina growled evilly, Minato trembled and sighed. There was nothing to fret about in the first place. Naruto's skills were enough to test Deidara. If I knew Naruto was not capable of it. Well, you know what, Minato said. He thanked Kami for not being there in person because he would have lost some of his independence otherwise. The situation became adverse in Naruto's favor when Deidara used a C3 and threatened to destroy a village along with Naruto. My time and space nin. Jutsu barrier successfully sent it to the skyway out of the reach of human population. Besides, I'm there for Naruto. If he gets into trouble, I'll be there to bail him out. Kushina remained perturbed. She rubbed her chin, attempting to predict the results of upcoming missions. Still, I'm not pleased with your judgment of letting a genin fight alone, especially against an S-class Nunkin. Don't let it ever happen again. Knowing Kushina half his life, he sighed. He's still in trouble. As you wish, my love. How are the others? Both Ino. Shika.Cho teams just returned a half-day ago with their missions completed. Jiraiya. Sama and Tsunade returned a week ago and were successful in convincing the three-tailed Jinchuriki from Kumo to join our ranks. Nagato was supposed to hunt Kisame alone but barely succeeded, needing to call in Yahiko and Konan for assistance. That's good to hear everybody succeeded. Nevertheless, one impromptu recruit joined our group. The son of Makoto, Uchiha Itachi. As for Naruto, he knew Itachi personally because he was very attentive to him while he was assigned to guard Naruto. He is also the son of his auntie, Makoto. Both males were in awe. Minato specifically told the Fukagu not to rebel until the operation began. He was rigid. His focus was primarily on his father, and he almost laughed at Minato's expression. His face was so red that it looked like he had consumed an entire bottle of chili pepper water. I'm not getting it. Why did he do it? It sounded less like a question and more like a demand. Minato, she said somberly, Itachi has massacred the clan. Only Itachi, Fugaku, and Makoto made the journey in poor shape. Hey, how does Sasuke Teme fare? Naruto inquired. Don't interrupt me, sweetie, I'll address that shortly. Why Itachi, I wonder? Minato cringed in confusion. Danzo reached him and used an unidentified mind control technique to manipulate Itachi. Itachi's mind was restored by Feigaku, who had just barely taken off Danzo's restraints. Not until he had killed his clansmen. Makoto is currently receiving medical attention after suffering a nervous breakdown. Kushina's eyes narrowed at her son. As Feigaku, he just was discharged from Tsunade and Shizune's care. Sasuke was taken away from them during the trip to Uzushio. In order to gain leverage against the Uchihas, I believe Danzo will keep Sasuke alive. The expression on Naruto's face worried Kushina, who was unaware of Naruto's dislike for Sasuke for a variety of reasons. One that all NS fans share: she didn't want her and Makoto's sons to be at odds because that would make their friendship awkward. Naruto stopped talking about Sasuke because, in reality, he was happy that he was taken away from his family, knowing that he would suffer the same fate as Naruto did during his first 4 years without parents. Kushina nodded piteously in agreement, saying, "Man, to think that we had it rough," adding, "I'll be sending Naruto over to Jiraiya Sensei's care. I hope our unfinished business wasn't forgotten." "Oh, you mischievous boy, I haven't forgotten you. You will get it." "Well, really, would you guys just save it for behind closed doors out of my hearing range?" Naruto said, fighting the urge to throw up. "I'll give you a briefing on your new mission with your friends later, Naruto, regarding Sasuke. Until then, I love you." She winked, and then blew a kiss with a pink imaginary heart on the side of his face. "Safe journey." "I love you too, Mom," he said, repeating what Kushina had done to him. They appeared to have been detained in a bunker for hours. Most had thought, how depressing that there were no windows. Every prisoner had access to just 6 hospital beds. The beams of the ceiling lights were partially worn out. There was nothing to do but read magazines or play shogi in the dimly lit room. There was never any patience in Deidara. Despite being outwitted by the Yellow Flash and his son, he was still treated like a bitter loser. As he watched them destroy each other until only the last man remained, he played with animated ninja clay dolls. The triumph would always be thrashed. After gathering the clay, Deidara put it back in his pouch so it could be used again. "How long are they going to keep us here? This place is too cozy for my art." "Stop your whining," Kisame yelled. "We've been awake to 6 hours." In contrast to Deidara, Kisame was a former assassin and valued patience. Kisame served the fictitious Yondaime Mizukichi for half of his life. He received instruction in mist assassination jutsu and ken jutsu. Because of his extraordinary ability to possess chakra on par with a Jinchuriki, he was feared by many. Ultimately, Kiri and his teammates betrayed him. Since he was viewed by the council as an uncontrollable animal, he was forced to kill them all. He believed he should kill the Mizukichi when he ran away. His target was within his grasp, but a regrettable incident had finally come to light, revealing to the world that an unidentified entity was controlling the Yagura the Yondaime Mizukichi. In all honesty, only Kisame was aware of the person pulling the strings, and even though he wasn't immediately killed, that person gave him free passage. He had grown weary of being misled, but this entity or person gave him life on the condition that he serve him with a noble purpose: the abolition of lies, violence, and corruption. Ironically, he had put himself in a precarious position that made it possible for insurgents or a group of rebels with objectives similar to his master to capture him. While Deidara was pointing daggers at him, he laughed uncontrollably. Kisame laughed softly. One day, he would be killed for that behavior. Kisame had no doubt about it. Well, Fish Face likes to input his 2 cents. "Watch it, kid. I suggest you continue playing with your Barbie dolls if you know what's going for ya." Deidara's expression was blank. Kisame merely laughed before glaring at Deidara several times. The atmosphere changed on its own. As if appearances could kill, malice was stirred in the air. It appeared as though the Mexican standoff was going to start between these two. "How dare you mock my art? I should have you kill for that. Try me. Crybaby," Kisame exclaimed as he took Samahada's case off. Zabuza gave his former 7 Mist Swordsman member a quick glance and a smile. "That's enough, boys. Seriously, what the fuck does it take to get some peace and quiet in here?" Yugito, wearing her ripped Kumo-Jonin vest, woke up and became enraged. Her mommy-fied ponytail, flushed against the bridge of her nose, was flicked over her shoulders. Then she let out a shriek. The men closest to her recoiled when they sensed the two-tailed beast's evil chakra leaking from her body. At the age of 2, Ni Yugito hosts the two-tailed beast. She was 12 years old at the time. She was second only to her fellow Jinchuriki maid Killer Bee in her ability to manipulate a Biju. She had total control over her Biju. During the Third Great Shinobi Wars, she and Killer Bee were the main protagonists, particularly after Iwa had stopped fighting. Ultimately, Konoha emerged victorious thanks to the triumph of Yellow Flash and Crimson Death. Many people thought that Yugito had mastered the two Tails at the start of the conflict. Konoha would have been defeated. She was viewed by many as Kumo's scapegoat, a failure and disappointment, in contrast to Killer Bee. The Raikage and his oldest son even avoided her. Killer Bee made an effort to become friends with Yugito as someone she could trust and look up to, not out of sympathy. Over the years, Yugito's jealousy overcame her, so she never saw it that way. Because Bee's father is Raikage, people learned to respect him. Yugito was born without parents, so she had no family. After years of service, Yugito questioned whether Konoha would receive the respect she was due if she had fallen. Rather, they persisted in berating and reprimanding. Jinchuriki only was prohibited by law from harming civilians unless spies or assassins could prove otherwise. When the Sanins arrived in town one day, she was beaten to within an inch of her life. The Jinchuriki were being scouted by the Sanins. They gave Jinchuriki freedom after ordering them to leave the village where she was being mistreated. She initially resisted betraying her nation, but their arguments had shown that she was being betrayed as well. They promised her freedom and the eradication of corruption, and to bring things back into order, after she was healed by Tsunade. The Raikage and his 2 sons confronted Yugito and the Sanins. There was, in other words, no conflict. The Raikage voluntarily gave the Sanins permission to escort Yugito off the property. He claimed that the council, which would overrule the villagers' criticism of Yugito, was beyond his control. She is gladly sent off to better care by the Raikage and the sons. In that particular case, Yugito neglected to accept Bee's friendship. He would never be more familiar to her. Interestingly, Bee had never used his typical rap when he said, "You will always be a friend of mine." His fist lightly brushed hers. Then, for the final time in her life as a Jonin, she left Kumo. The Raikage claimed that although he had marked her as a missing ninja, he would choose his reliable Anbu and hide her whereabouts so that the council and Kumo's Anbu captains, not a friend, search would be as hostile as possible. Oh, sweetheart, we all meant no disrespect to a fine, beautiful lady such as yourself. It isn't that right, partner? Before lying flat on her back and watching the termites being drawn to the light beam, Yugito thrashed aimlessly about her arms. HMPH, Kisame said with a shrug. 5 more minutes passed before a transparent, blue projector image of Kushina materialized in front of them. She smiled nervously and scratched behind her head. Many were taken aback by her unexpected arrival. Yugito had wide, open eyes. It's possible that she is the only person in the room who can identify Kushina. The men thought she was going to striptease and praised her beauty. Kushina understood the idea. She battled her inner demons to keep from losing her cool. How's everyone doing? She raised her hand. I know you. You're that Crimson Death everyone in Kumo was talking about during the Third Ninja Wars. You nearly killed the old bastard Sandaime Raikage. Her antics caused Kushina to laugh. Some of you may have heard of me by that title during the Third Shinobi Wars. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, the Yandaime sovereign of Uzushio and daughter to the previous ruler. I'm also married to the exiled Yandaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, and we have a son named Uzumaki Naruto. When Minato's marriage to a powerful kunoichi was revealed, many were shocked. Zabuza rubbed his chin and said, I recognize your son's name. Why? Thought Deidara, because he's Konoha's Crimson Fox. For approximately a minute, there was utter silence. Kushina laughed at the panicked state of the renegade ninjas, and while she was pleased that her son was being recognized throughout the continent, she was not pleased that he was being used as a weapon. Her words hit Kushina like poison. Such monstrosity, she spat, the yellow flash and the crimson death created an abomination. I'll overlook that one, too. Tailed Jinchuriki, Kushina sneered. My son is exactly like me and you. He is the 9. Tails container. Since Kushina was a Jinchuriki, Yugito suppressed her laughter. It's just amusing that you weren't identified as a Jinchuriki in the report. You were initially selected to host 8. Tails. One of the rogues shot her a sly look and said, I was the Kyuubi's previous host until an unfortunate event occurred 6 years ago that changed everything. If you wish to learn more, pay a visit on your own time. I am aware that the majority of you are wondering why you are all here. All of you have been chosen to join a group or faction that will transform the shinobi world. Many people were confused before her. Kushina, who typically fakes a smile in difficult situations, scratched the back of her head. What do we have to gain from being your slaves? Samahata was unwrapped from Kisami's back. Nobody was stupid enough to realize that Kisame was eager to spill blood. He exuded a murderous intent that filled the room like a sea of miasma. Few could have predicted Kisami's lightning fast sword swing. If it weren't for her holographic body, Kushina would have been stunned when Samahati slipped through her neck. They would have beheaded her. A beam of demonic, Crimson Chakra Fist slugged Kisame in the chess game, pushing him to the farthest corner of the room as Kushina thrashed around. Although the punch was innocuous, Zabuza had to stop Kisame. The candidates glared at Kushina after that. She objected, saying, "Oh no, you guys won't be treated as slaves. You see, we are something that I like to call crusaders. We will campaign against violence, hatred, slavery and the eradication of the shinobi system. That is a Kastuki's crusade. Rather, it takes one crusade or 1,000. We will not back down until the mission is completed down to the last person and restored peace with understanding." That's bull. How can people coexist by the means of an understanding? Slept with your husband, or if I skin your son alive, then what? Zabuza discovered that speech bias based on his beliefs. You're cynical. There won't be any of that in the new world that me and my husband sought out for many years. Ask yourselves. Are you worthy of Akatsuki's indulgence? You all would no longer be a branded rogue ninja once the mission is completed. You all have my word. The candidates were whispering to each other. Kushina was barely able to recall what they were talking about. Deidara walked toward her, watching the redhead's face. It didn't do anything. If we all refuse, then what? He said confidently, glancing at her. Kushina's expression changed from one of passivity to impassivity. Then you will forget we ever had this conversation. My husband will come in the morning. A big bundle fell helplessly onto one of the beds, crushing it to a heap of springy scraps as the ceiling above opened up like a trapdoor. A fat man was mummified and attempting to escape. Since the bandages were intended to seal off your chakra, they were not your typical bandages. Kushina knelt down and cut the bandages in half with the demonic chakra hand's biju claw. A chubby, fat man in his late 50s appeared. The man appeared lost, and many were dumbfounded. Kushina went on, "How nice of you to join us this evening, Sasori of the Red Sand." As everyone retreated from him, Sasori glared at them. He was frightening even to the old mist swordsman. His blood-shot vein eyes followed Kushina's body frame. "What have you done to me?" Kushina beckoned Yugito and laughed, much to her dismay. "Who will be delightful to lecture Red Sand for me?" The roommates were left in a state of silence as Kushina's reputation declined. Sasori's bloodshot eyes never left Yugito as he fidgeted. Yugito let out a sigh. "That woman thinks this a game," he said in a monotone. "Will someone fill me in? I hate waiting, and I hate keeping people waiting." The corridors were dark and comfortable as the Ino, Shika, Sho moved through them. They didn't bother to talk. It felt like a strange moment. Shikamaru started to feel as heavy as an anchor due to the very distressing nature of boredom. Staring up at the clouds until he fell asleep was the only thing he could do. There was also Ino to gaze at. Naturally, he lacked the bravery to take the initiative or to fully acknowledge that he had a mild crush on the platinum blonde Kunoichi. These days, what was the world coming to? He would be constantly harassed by his peers. There would never be a way to restore his damaged reputation of disdain for women. It was obvious that the gods were against him. They must feel sorry for him, forcing him to manipulate his emotions. Love cannot be planned. It occurs on its own. Undoubtedly, a person's physical attractiveness also influences your desire for them. The majority of early stages of love are devoid of simple infatuation or crushes. Ino looked like a goddess, but she was also her age, like most girls. They just aren't able to see a man's innermost thoughts and feelings. He hated women for a variety of reasons, including the fact that he is gay. But back in Sanakagar no Sato, Tamari, the eldest child of the notorious Yondaime Kazekage, there was this girl who was several years older than she was. Like Ino, she had blonde hair. Tamari wasn't particularly pretty or ugly, in contrast to Ino. She was a perfect fit. Tamari was one of the rarest girls you won't find ogling a boy out of insane lust for love, but like Ino, she could be bossy and a bitch. Unfortunately, Ino, not Tamari, had his heart. It was his hope that his feelings for the Yamanaka girl would eventually fade. He will not, under any circumstances, accept being someone's leftovers and silver medal, especially Sasuke. Speaking of the Uchiha, he noticed a hazy blur from the corridor's corners. The Akatsuki cape covered his ninja gear and clothes, and he was a teenager, maybe 16 years old, wearing black tunics. Despite having a long ponytail draped over the boy's scabbard fastened against his back, his face and hairstyle were identical to Sasuke's. His eyes were the most menacing, but he had, as was to be expected, worn a rasped Konoha's Hite.8, labeling him a renegade ninja. He had 3 tomos in blood. Lusted eyes, which may have been a Kekkei Genkei, blood limit jutsu. His soul was on fire when he looked into those eyes, but many people who were not astute saw it as a facade. His dislike of what he believed to be a smokescreen made his underlying melancholy clear. Who was to blame? Maybe all of them had such a terrible, troubled past. Silently, they crossed each other. Shikamaru swung his head over his shoulder and swallowed. Itachi went so far as to avoid looking back. He felt Ino tap his shoulder at that moment. Her eyes glowed with incredibly pink hearts, as was to be expected. She whispered, scorned by Shikamaru. P.S.s. I know him, it's Sasuke, Kun's brother. To Ino's surprise, he said it strongly, like I care. Whether or not he was pulling Ino with him, Shikamaru rushed to the opposite end of the hallway. Ino clenched her fist and her face belched like a magma. Everything that had been in her hands was reduced to crumbs. I wasn't asking you, pineapple head, whatever, he replied again, echoing through the hallway. They were passed by another man in Akatsuki. Shoji had a complete mental picture of Kisame. The man's smile was spiteful, and he exuded a weird, evil vibe. He felt sick to his core from it. He told himself that this man was dangerous. At a time when Kisame was far away. Rushing past an enraged Ino, he went to the Nara boy and gave him a quick tap on the shoulder. Shikamaru appeared to be about to castrate him, to put it mildly. Shikamaru sighed in embarrassment when he realized it wasn't Ino nudging him on the shoulders. Are those men the new recruits? They kind of creep the food me out, especially the fish face one? Shikamaru's gaze abruptly shifted from his best friend to the attractive and flushed girl with platinum hair, and he laughed. I understand what you mean. Where are you going, Ino? Such a hunky, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with love. Deidara turned to face her eyes puzzled and suspicious. Finally, Akatsuki decided to recruit a cutie, she exclaimed. She reached out and said, excuse me. Hi. My name is Yamanaka Ino. What's yours? Deidara chuckled. He nervously scratched the back of his head and said, ah. Where are my manners? Deidara also reached out and said, say hello to my little friend. Fortunately, Ino never made contact with his hands. Deidara's hand stuck out its tongue and smiled as Ino screamed at the top of her lungs to the mouth in the middle. The girl of Shikamaru's dreams was holding him, and he tensed up. Shikamaru would have blushed but for the horrified expression on her face. Overwhelmed by his feelings, he chose to gently pull away from Ino's hug. Unusually, Ino tightened her embrace, as though she were fighting for her life. How rude. Deidara laughed uncontrollably as she walked down the hallway. Then Shikamaru looked down and looked directly into Ino's eyes. He held her in his arms for what seemed like an eternity. Shikamaru, did you see that? That was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. I swear, that thing was mentally violating my private parts, she grumbled. Then Ino's mood abruptly changed. What? See what happens when your fetish of boys clouds your mind. A ninja must learn the art of deception and see beneath the underneath. You pervert. He was lying on his back with a sore welt on his head the next thing he knew. With no sign of Ino, he hurried to his feet. The moment she slammed her fist into his skull, she must have fled, he pondered. What the bloody hell was that for? Next time I won't catch ya, you stupid girl. In an attempt to contain his laughter, Shoji gave Shikamaru a pat. Shikamaru swatted the Akamichi's hands away after reading him like a book. Shoji reassured him, she's just venting on ya. Don't let it get to ya. Shikamaru had pointedly tilted his head toward their destination, saying, all girls are troublesome. Let's not keep them waiting. There was silence for the remainder of the journey to the conference room. They went inside. The space was identical to any other academy classroom. Between them were two green chalkboards with what looked like strategical warfare writing on them. The door had no windows next to it. 3 enormous Chinese lamps hung in the middle of the ceiling, parallel to each other. Wooden tiles were used to gloss the floor. Shikamaru counted precisely 50 desks, and his friends were seated in the front row. With the exception of Ino, who gave Shikamaru a fierce glare, they all turned to face the boy. Shikamaru shuddered and chose to sit close to the Inuzuka boy, as far away from her as possible. With a wry smile, Kiba added, took you guys long enough. Shikamaru glanced at Ino and said, we had a little girl trouble if you know what I mean. Kiba appeared to understand. Yeah, it's just Naruto and his parents were waiting on. From the other side of the room, Ino yelled, what is the meeting about? Both boys shrugged after giving each other a direct look. Kiba had boldly raised her voice. Don't know, but something big, I just know it. I'm here. Datbeo. As usual, the knucklehead's enthusiasm was too much for them to handle. His parents trailed in his wake. Minato wearing his Akatsuki cape over his typical Uzushio Jonin suit. Kushina, on the other hand, was wearing her wedding dress. like white gown with embellishments. Two maids had to hold up her skirt just enough to prevent her from dragging the expensive garments and possibly ruining and discoloring them from future use. She was wearing a blue daimyo hat with a ruby set in the middle of the inside crown. If not attached to the hat, the female's crown, which is significantly thinner than the male's, could be mistaken for a forehead bracer. "Good morning to you, Your Highness, Minato, Dono, and Naruto Oni. Sama," she raised her hands. As Kushina said, "Good morning to you too, go join them, sweetheart, everyone. Gather." The kids congregate in close quarters. Minato feigned a cough to capture the child's interest. "You all gather here today because we're going to discuss the circumstances about your mission. We've decided that the coup will commence in the Chuan exams once you all have become registered genins in the Leaf Village. Our sources say that Danzo is graduating from students at the age of 10, and is pushing them to become Chuan to fight on the front lines in his campaign for world domination. We did not expect him to make such a hasty movement. Your mission also concerns about Uchiha Sasuke, who was stranded back in Konoha. You are not by any circumstances to involve him in our affairs. Danzo is smart, and he may use Sasuke to draw you guys out. Once he does that, game's over." His gloomy expression gave the kids a spooky vibe. "Be casual in your normal self, and everything will go according to the plan." Shikamaru held up a hand and said, "Your Highness, may I ask permissions? What missions will have all the new recruits do, and can they be trusted?" Kushina gave him a passionate smile. "Thank you for concerning that matter. Rest assured, their mission as of now is to hinder Konoha's movement in claiming more lands than they already occupy, and throw people into slavery. According to my reports, Ta no Kuni, land of rice fields, Yu no Kuni, land of hot springs, and Cha no Kuni, tea country, has fallen under Konoha jurisdiction and territories." With a loud shake of his head, Shikamaru said, "Troublesome. Indeed it is, which is why children, your missions will be restricted." The kids didn't like this, especially Naruto, who burst out laughing. "All respect, Your Highness, but we've worked our butts off hard to be put on the sidelines," Kiba objected. "Yeah, Dad Bayo. I won't let those new recruits get the best of us. I don't care if we're bunched of kids. Believe it." Minato gave his son a stern look. Give Naruto credit for using his ramblings to bring a deceased party back to life. One of a leader's duties is to inspire others. Naruto would undoubtedly succeed in that area. "It's not just your age we're concerned about. We're taking great countermeasures to avoid Danzo's spies. If one of them were to spot any of you, everything that we have worked so hard for will be compromised." But that's not fair. Why can't we hide our identity?" When Kushina clenched her fist and a vein appeared on her forehead, everyone but Naruto winced. This was exactly how Sakura felt when Naruto pressed the button on the cherry blossom, which usually led to castrations. Her trembling voice shook the room like a quake as she said, "You think I have never thought about that? You all have your own objectives to worry about." "Still doesn't explain, Baka." Suddenly, for these kids, this moment would live on in history forever. Sakura's innumerable reprimands and castrations were identical to Kushina's in terms of whiteness. Out of all the kids, Shikamaru trembled because he believed Yoshino to be the world's most cruel mother. Even though she was a wicked witch, Kushina was far worse than his mother. One could even say that she was Lucifer's daughter. He sensed it. They sensed it. Naruto's face collided with the now ruined, glossy floor, causing damage to his skull. It wasn't the scariest thing ever. In a cloud of bloody mist, the evil shroud of chakra encircled her, decimated. When Kushina realized what she had done to him, his eyes were wide with fear. She gathered what they all believed to be a broken Naruto right away. They were shocked to learn that Naruto was unharmed. His head was never hit by the punch. Similar to a tree-climbing chakra exercise, the chakra that was directed into her fist was like a wave of inexplicable force that flowed harmlessly from head to toe through his body before leaving beneath the soles of his feet. As a result of Kushina's slight tears, Naruto became obscure. However, Shikamaru was unable to suppress his jealousy of Naruto. His mother at least said she was sorry for almost killing him. But Shikamaru never expressed regret for his near-death encounter. For example, Shikamaru was trying to use the kitchen door to leave because he was too lazy to wash the dishes, and a meat cleaver thrown at his head missed it by several centimeters. As he watched, Kushina let go of Naruto's embrace. As they watched the mother and son exchange glances, the kids grinned. They all adore seeing Naruto's silly grin and smile like that. That was the happiness sign. An arm was still slung over Kushina's right shoulder and across the back of his neck. "You like your peers will undergo a simulation training." "Simulation?" shrugged Ino. I and my wife will simulate the coup a year hereafter. There are 6 of you. We will break you guys down into 5 categories: tracking, interrogative, inventory, tactician, and leadership. Awesome, said Kiba. With a sly smile, Minato said, Yama Ino will be listed under interrogative. Your job is to extract vital information or data from your captive's mind that will be of great use to our operation by means of interrogation. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino will be listed under tracking. Basically, your job is both on the offensive and defensive. You guys are responsible for tracking the location of the target or targets and tracking unwanted companies that may be a liability for you and your team, something that all of you should avoid. You mean she's going to torture people? A sadist, Shikamaru said, glancing at what Ino had observed. However, I would rather not cause as much harm as possible because doing so would only damage our reputation, even if it is required by the job description. The Yamanaka clan's ability to read and recite people's memories without seriously hurting the victim is therefore a blessing that will always be with us. Do you have any more queries? They shook their heads. The team's inventory will be led by Akamichi Choji. Maintenance of provisions is his responsibility. Inventory includes ninja clothing, equipment, and, above all, food supplies. Don't misunderstand it, there is more to the Akamichi clan than just eating. They are well versed in the Akamichi Archive's extensive collection of information on refreshments. They are skilled at figuring out whether something is fit for human consumption. For example, they check to see if the food is poisoned, spoiled, or unfit for human consumption without questioning why. They simply know. Pa hasn't taught me about food yet. Minato patted Choji and said, Don't worry, kid. This is why we train you guys early. Let's go on. The team's tactician will be you, Nara Shikamaru. Planning a strategy both on and off the battlefield, or prior to each mission, is an easy task. The survival of your team depends only on a well-thought-out plan. Why must I be given the difficult task? This is going to be such a drag. Finally, prior to the implementation of any strategy, the team's leader is the only representative with the last word. Your team leader is your one and only hyperactive knucklehead ninja, and I'm sure you all understand the responsibility that comes with leadership. The kids started laughing at this. Hey, that isn't amusing, Datebeo. Yes, it isn't. Naruto is not intelligent enough for that role. If I were you, I would think twice. Kiba continued to laugh. Every eye glared at him at once, and when Kushina shot him a stern look, he almost swallowed his pride. You have to develop faith, Inuzuka. It is crucial in the way that flawless teamwork is achieved. A simple lack of faith or a lack of belief could be deceptive and disastrous. You have the right to believe what I'm telling you, even though the odds are against my son. This is what I told every student who has studied under me. Those who disobey the rules are trash, but those who desert their fellows are even worse. Do any of you have any questions in light of that? Then I declare this session over. None of them said anything. When the kids cheered, the Namikaze couple's lips turned up. Thank you for your time, children. When all the children except Naruto were out of the assembly hall, Kushina gave them hugs and kisses on the cheek, while Minato shook the hands of all the boys and gave Ino a high five. Since Minato was a girl, she only gave Ino a hug and a kiss on the cheek, while Naruto bumped fists with the boys and gave Ino a hug from his so-called sister who had no blood. Don't you agree that I simply adore kids? Minato groaned and laughed with a nagging, silly smile. Only the behaved ones. Don't you agree that sometimes I find them to be a nuisance? He was always there for her when she needed him the most, but he knew that the woman of her dreams was within his grasp. Jiraiya, who clung to the ceiling and watched the conference between his former pupil and the children who jumped down from it, made his appearance typical of showing off his perverted style of peeping in women's bathing areas. Half the time, he found himself in colossal situations, running from an angry mob of infuriated women, most of whom were kunoichi, and there was this one time when he was in deep shit, being caught staring at his teammates' nude breasts. The next thing he knew, he had woken up in an infirmary, almost beaten within an inch of his life by Tsunade, who had dated Dan at the time, which caused the friendship to deteriorate until, regrettably, Dan was KIA. All he had to do was reach out and grab her, and all the rejections and berating paid off. He had been happy for a short while, but the sadness in her hazel eyes made him mourn her loss of happiness. At one point, he had to stop her from killing herself and told her that her life was precious. Then, out of desperation, Tsunade wanted him. Every time he left Konoha, she asked him a lot of questions, like, when would you be returning? And, how long are you going to be gone? Each question felt like a punch to the gut, and he refused to settle for second place and be treated like a silver medal on a plate. Eventually, after the Third Great Wars, Tsunade severed her ties with Konoha, severing her connection with Jiraiya. Jiraiya saw Naruto leap out of Kushina's clutches and fly in his direction. "Send an arrow. You've returned. When will you teach me that jutsu?" he asked, pushing against the toad scroll that was resting on Jiraiya's back. "It does ring a tone, am I correct, Arrow Sama?" Kushina reprimanded him playfully after Naruto's parents snorted. "That's not a polite way to address your godfather." She gave a malevolent chuckle. Minato said, "Arrow Sensei sure does fit your description," and he forced himself to laugh at the realization that dawned on him. Oh, to his dismay, Jiraiya slapped his head and said, "Hopeless. When will you instruct me in that jutsu? You promised to instruct me following my mission." "Hasty." Jiraiya laughed and said, "You'll be with me for a couple of days. Are we? That's why I'm here. But first I think it's time to activate your other side, Naruto." Naruto saw both adults give Minato a strange look before turning back to face him. "What are you talking about, Dad? You have a split personality, an artificial intelligence that I created within your mindscape when you were just a week old," Minato said with a wry smile. Concerned but eager to witness the AI in action, the Toad Sage questioned, "So, you're going to activate him?" "Yes, Sensei. What caused the personality split?" "You were destined to think and behave like your mother, Naruto. My knowledge, personality, and behavior are partially replicated in this split personality that I had synchronized. After the activation of your split self, your body will be temporarily taken over by him. In the near future, he will accomplish great things for you and us. You will become known as Namikaze Naruto while you are in his control." Naruto angrily objected, saying, "I don't want to be controlled by anyone or by anything. Which is why I designed to let your split self be synchronized temporarily with a Kage Bunshin or wood release clone. That way, we can have both Uzumaki and Namikaze Naruto at our side. However, this won't happen every time, so be cautious all times." Naruto takes a moment or two to think about the situation. "Okay, let's hurry it up. I want to learn that jutsu." One of the continent's smaller shinobi villages was Kusakager no Sato. Their prosperity came from plantations that sustained economic growth for many years. They are among the continent's larger farming nations. A field of weeds that stretched for miles beyond that was magnified. The field was a great place to hunt because so many hogs and wild boars roamed around it. Additionally, the fields served as training grounds for earth release, jutsu and stealth shinobi. In addition to being a source of medicinal herbs and various poisons if not carefully traversed, these weeds served as the village's defense mechanism, as unauthorized people who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time would be eaten by the plants. They were protected from further invasions as a result. The front gates could be reached safely via a single trail. Kabuto, Orochimaru's disciple, came up to the front gate. The walls of Kusa were somewhat smaller than those of Konoha. After the Third War, this was Kabuto's first time outside of Konoha, cuddling with lying corpses on the battlefield. He was, of course, only a baby that Orochimaru himself had found. Kabuto trained under Orochimaru in secret for years. Under Orochimaru's suspicion, even his first disciple, Anko, was unaware of the relationship between Orochimaru and Kabuto. For Konoha, Anko was spying on him. Luckily, Minato and his wife were exiled. Hiruzen was killed while securing the Kyuubi inside Naruto, and the investigation was abandoned. Kabuto turned out to be useful to Orochimaru. He received ninja training when he was 4 years old. He started attending the academy when he was 8 years old. Kabuto had a distinct mind at the time and pursued studies to become a scientist. At this point, Kabuto was tricked by Orochimaru into learning the medical ninjutsu and becoming a spy. He was among the very few cadets in Konoha's history to join the medical corps and graduate early. Rin, Minato's deceased disciple, was the last to do this. Rin had killed herself in grief over the death of Uchiha Obito following the Third War. His expertise in medical ninjutsu was crucial when Orochimaru used it to experiment on the people he had abducted. At first, their sight was nauseating. He was proud of the many dissections he had performed. It was such an exciting moment to nip open someone's stomach. As he watched his master strap and hang the corpses that were scattered throughout the lab, Kabuto yearned for every second of it. The fact that his specimens occasionally came to life and begged for forgiveness was the nicest thing about it. His desperate need for entertainment was satisfied by the horrified cries of a Torgy's tune. Kabuto could kill an Anbu ninja at the age of 10, and the sound of metallic cutting into flesh was just a bonus of satisfaction. A skilled shinobi. Orochimaru's immortality project was secretly permitted to proceed by the Godem Hokage. Danzo's most trusted advisor was the only one aware of the Curse Seal project. One requirement is that Konoha must gain a lot from the project. The cursed seal, which is essentially a three-pronged tomo the size of a person's mouth open, was given to people who had been bitten by the snake Sanin on the jugular part of their neck. Mitarashi Anko was one of the unexpanded test subjects to survive, only 10% have done so. The animal he had bitten turned into a chimera, while the survivors became super ninjas. Chimeras are vile creatures capable of mauling and tearing apart a human in a matter of milliseconds. What kind of animals they were is irrelevant. They all changed into 9-foot long, hideous dogs with multiple tendrils attached to the side of their heads. By accumulating the cursed seal's power into a sphere of high-density energy, these creatures can use the peak of their tendrils to frighten the living. It would shoot at and turn to stone anything within its firing range. Like dragons and phoenixes, they can also breathe and spit fire. Because chimeras have a lower rate of survival than the average human, they were far more difficult to spawn. Because these fiends are delicate and few in number, Orochimaru would refrain from using them. They're useful if Orochimaru wanted to prevent bloodshed and the removal of souls from its vessel. The grizzly ghouls are his most recent and practical endeavor. Orochimaru's dispense makes it simple to spawn these fiends. The shape of grizzly ghouls is half bear, half man. Under the cursed seal, these creatures are the corpses of the dead that have come back to life to consume the living. Because of its furry skin, which is identical to that of a grizzly bear, the creature was given the name Grizzly. The creature's ability to transform into spiritual form, which enables it to move through buildings without much contact, and its ability to evade physical attacks by slipping through people's bodies, much like Tobi or Madara, gave rise to the name Ghoul. They are related to the zombie species, which are undead with no mind of their own and only the desire to eat anything that has flesh that can be torn out and eaten. Like their relatives, they walk slowly and erect, and their victims share the same zombie systems. Except for Orochimaru, anyone who gets bitten will become a grizzly ghoul. Kabuto was informed by Orochimaru, "Here we are." Sanin, the snake, stumbled a few times. His zombie-like face was tainted by the moonlight that shone down. Orochimaru was a truly terrifying individual to be around. His tone was as frigid as ice. An entire man could be turned upside down by his ominous laughter. There were 2 Kusa Chunins on the lookout towers, one on each side of the stone wall and gate. "We're here to seek immediate audience to, not from, your leader." The 2 Kusa ninjas gazed at each other in confusion. A Japanese rain hat made of dry straws was worn by both. Their clothing did not reflect the level of luxury and quality found in other shinobi nations. They only wore a black raincoat with cut sleeves and a khaki tunic. "What pleasure do we own to Konoha scums?" Chunin, who had black skin, said sharply. "Oh my, so this is how you treat your guests. Be gone, we don't associate with blood, thirsty bastards." His laugh was grim. "Kukakuku, very well then, have it your way," he said. Avoiding the senbons being fired from the watchtower, they withdrew to the closest bush field. They were about 200 meters away from the senbon strewn clearing. "What is your course of action, Orochimaru-sama?" After saying the incantations, Kuchio's no jutsu, and weaving several hand seals, Orochimaru bit his thumb and extracted blood. The summoning formula tattooed on his chest was smudged dead center with his blood. Below them, the ground started to rise into a smokescreen. An enormous iron bar gate composed of the Earth's core started to open as the smoke ravaged. It appeared as though crimson, glowing eyes were peering against the bars from somewhere in the shadows. "Proceed with the chimeras and have they incapacitate many of the villagers as possible." "As you wish, sensei." Before Kabuto stepped, a number of sizable blurs shot out of the gate. When Kabuto had disappeared from view, Orochimaru closed the dimensional gate by weaving another set of hand seals. The planet would be scarred for many years by the enormous crater left behind when the gate burrowed. The remaining senbons were collected by the ninjas at the opposite end. The plantations were in a state of unrest. There was ruffling in the bushes. One unsettling ninja near the bushes where the sound was coming from was alerted by the sound of someone stepping on a twig that had broken in two. There was no wind. "Have you heard that recently? Hear me out?" Another Jonin gave a shrug. "Over there. Ah." The chimeras, which had a goat's body, a lion's head, and a serpent's tail, appeared to be exhaling in order to shoot out their nostrils. A ninja was dragged into the bushes, never to be seen or heard from again. "How in the world is that thing?" Set off the alarm. The Chunin on the watchtower rang the bell, and one of the chimeras jumped through the towers and crushed it with its claws, causing the debris to fall onto a nearby market. Fortunately, no one was inside, and the Jonin Dairu was flung from the bell tower, recovered, and ran from rooftop to rooftop, leaving the horrifying screams behind. One of the chimeras was pursuing him, and Dairu dropped unequivocally on his back, blew out a foul stench of brown smoke that seemed to impair the chimera's senses and focus, and it leapt off the balcony, panting. Dairu made it safely to the home of Kusa's leader, who was still wearing his nightgown and reared to kunai knives. "This place is unsafe, Daichi. Sama, we have to hurry," Dairu called out to him. "What's all the fuss and urgency about, brother? I think we've been invaded by Konoha." With a horrified expression on his face, Daichi said, "My goodness, rally the man at the gate. Orochimaru and his bloodthirsty, miserable minions have taken the gate. The villagers cannot be saved by us." 4 chimeras pounced and boxed the brothers in after the ninja was snared by a long set of tendrils and dragged into the darkness. Orochimaru, wearing a victorious expression, walked slowly in their direction with Kabuto at his side. "Where are you going at this hour of the night, Kukuku? Are you leaving behind your cherished village? Your folks? You criminal, you have the audacity to invade my village and massacre my people. My sensei and I are denied entry by your people, or whatever you call them. That will be all. Kabuto." Before departing, Kabuto bowed and said, "As you wish." Orochimaru gave a deep scowl and said, "Your people are fine. No blood has been shed. Daichi Dono, my Hokage has issued a treaty through the usage of a messenger bird." Daichi grumbled, "Right you are, and you know what I did with it? I shoved it up the bird's ass and fed its carcass to my Venus flytrap." Kabuto muttered as he strode toward his master like a horse. Explains why the messenger bird went missing. Orochimaru dismissed him with a wave. Kabuto shrewdly went back to his post. "Go ahead, old man. Danzo. Sama won't be happy to hear that one of his most vulnerable birds died, but there is always hope. You just need to sign the treaty." "What if I say no?" For his brother's sake, Daru was trembling because he knew what the snake Sannin was capable of. He was not someone to be taken lightly. Orochimaru called forth a gigantic violet snake, which held a woman captive in its mouth while she was unconscious. Orochimaru enjoyed playing this sick, twisted game, and the eerie atmosphere satisfied his desperate needs. He simply enjoyed the way people would have bragged on their knees, a cruel way of abiding, but still, it was for the joy of being a sadist. Witnessing people suffer and cry helped to fill the emptiness that followed the death of his parents. He laughed uncontrollably and said, "Let's just say I'll feed her to my pet Manda." "You're insane. Let her go now." Before vanishing in a cloud of smoke, Manda had laid the unconscious woman on top of one of the roofs. "You see, it wasn't too bad, Daichi Dono. But I choose which payment is required to cover the debt for the bird's survival." Orochimaru's mouth dropped open, and a sword, resembling the tongue of a Jackson chameleon, lashed out at Daichi's chest, piercing Daiki's heart before retracting down the Sannin's throat. It happened so fast that Daichi was never able to react. Oni. Sama, Orochimaru lived for watching people grieve after losing a loved one, and the sadistic laughter he was letting out never stopped. Daru caught his lifeless brother, before it could have reached the bloody turf, crying, "Gosh darn you, psychopath. Stay silent, Jonin. Konoha now has jurisdiction over your village. To go over the conditions, one of my representatives will arrive here first light. The more challenging option than just destroying this village was what I did tonight, you know. I'm needed somewhere else now, nice dreams." Orochimaru and Kabuto teleported out of the village with a flaming shunshin, and the chimeras teleported out of the village to grieve for their leader. Luckily for them, Daichi was the only one killed that night, and the villagers and anyone who was still conscious gathered around the brothers, crying with Dairu. Dairu laid down Daichi's body gently, clenched both fists, and screamed out Orochimaru's name. He vowed to exact revenge, but first he would need strong allies. Where could he find them? Danzo has already taken over 1/3 of the continent. Work has been busy after academy hours. Sakura worked at a dumpling shop a block from the Ninja Academy from 2:30 to 6:30 in the evening. Summer was approaching and the weather gets really hot, so she hated working as a baker during this time of year because it was like working in a furnace. Sweating to the bone. Up until that incident, the perk of working was getting to see Sasuke with his mother. "What does he like?" She squealed, "Oh Sasuke-kun, I'll claim you as mine one day." Every Friday was the same, but today was different. A cool breeze grazed at her chin as she trembled from the coldness, or was it something else entirely? It was as if her 6 senses were suddenly activated, and she felt a pair of eyes watching her, but from where? On a Friday evening, the streets were typically crowded with people, so she had to detour through the private alleys that were least populated. Her mother warned her not to walk that way alone, but she refused to follow her advice. As she rushed to the clearing, a shadowy figure of a man blocked her path, causing her to panic. She immediately turned around, only to be confronted by another man wearing an Anbu black. She dropped the paper bag of dumplings and raised a kunai. She had heard a couple of human-like barks taunting her. Perhaps, you'll do us a favor. I am a certified Konoha Kunoichi, watch out. Shaw, inner Sakura roared. Oh my goodness, this would be so fascinating, wouldn't it? Remain back, otherwise, are you going to tell your father? The leaf Anbu ninjas moved too swiftly for her to notice that he was coming from behind, and she was pushed onto her stomach and sprawled out, with nothing to do but watch as the first man gently straddled her back and kicked the kunai out of her hand, while the second Anbu moved forward to remove most of Sakura's clothing and started to grope and fondle her private areas. She struggled valiantly but was ultimately unsuccessful, and when his arms were beneath her, his forearm was revealed. Inner Sakura got the idea and Sakura clamped her mouth as hard as she could. You're a bitch. Her inner self was screaming for her to get up and run, but she was only wearing her panties, and her school outfit was in ruins, but that was the least of her worries. She screamed, and no one seemed to hear her, and she would have made it to the populated streets if it weren't for a third man who appeared out of nowhere and scooped Sakura and slammed her against a building. That was her last straw. How could they rape an innocent little girl? She would never have expected to lose her virginity to a group of vermin red necks. She smelled the foul stench of alcohol when they breathed down her neck. It was disgusting. When Sakura was slapped in the face, her body twisted in an awkward horizontal, and the third man caught her just before she hit the ground, tying a cloth around her mouth. She looked up at the two men, who were both slender, identical to brothers, and had hair similar to Iruka's. The second man had already bandaged up his arm from an injury sustained on a previous mission, and the third man was bald and much more obese than the two men combined. They appeared to be furious, and Sakura was dragged by the hair, sobbing in agony. As they unzipped their pants, she was forced into a kneeling position that made it seem as though they wanted to enter her mouth. She was unable to stand, her body hurt, her legs felt heavier, and her screams were like fainted moans of pleasure, which only made their hormones raging out of control. Let's have a party tonight, guys. When the second man forced his tongue down her throat, a trail of blood ran down his right cheeks. She had nothing to do with it, but she was pushed on her back, and the two other men wondered what had happened. There was nothing to stop them from raping her. They would have their way with her and possibly kill her to leave no trace of their crime. My ear was bitten off by a bitch. He had no way of knowing that his ear had been severed. I'll teach you how to be polite. Ah. The fat man was weaving several hand seals that made her flinch. He was going to kill her with some powerful killing jutsu. Before she could collect her last thoughts, a spray of blood mist emerged from the man's body as he was being violently hit by projectiles. She saw a number of shurikens pierce his body before he passed away. A pool of blood started to flow towards her and quickly came to a stop. That's not how you treat such a ravishing girl. That voice made Sakura tremble. Inner Sakura paused. That's na.ru.to. Although she appeared stunned, her inner Sakura took in the sight of him as the blonde leapt from the rooftop beside a sobbing Sakura. Her cheeks flushed slightly when she saw him. Naruto was still wearing his orange jumpsuit, but he was wearing a platinum cap with a black Uzushio insignia on the right shoulder. The cap was buttoned down to just above ankle level, revealing only his waist and jumpsuit pants. His hair was combed neatly, and he looked more professional and representative. His eyes changed from azure to ruby red, and the Kyuubi's chakra was in check. All right. Now, the Crimson Fox is free. Unfortunately, Danzo Sama won't be able to use you anymore. Sakura did not like the sound of that. Naruto was deeply concerned because, although she would not like him, this was the second time she had been saved from him. The first time was 2.5 years ago. It was like deja vu, except that this time the bullies were more sophisticated and no genin could defeat these elite shinobi. We'll check on that. The second man was changing, his body growing into a bulky, muscular fiend, dark, brown amber furs growing wildly, tearing apart everything he was wearing, his ninja gear falling to the pile, the beast howling, its eyes glowed with golden flakes of light, the fiend barely sane, the furs on its skin belonging to the grizzly bear family. No, it isn't possible. Ga? Sakura turned away and put her fingers over her ears as the beast lunged forward and began mauling the shinobi to death. Naruto was extremely irritated by the sound of flesh being torn apart, but he was accustomed to seeing death. This is bad, he thought. Grizzly ghoul. The grizzly ghoul looked at Naruto with its mouth full of human flesh dangling from the side of its cheeks and howled, then it went on all fours before pounced. Haruno.san, move over there. All she got was Naruto pointing toward the opposite direction, maybe 10 meters away. She watched as Naruto pulled out a black kunai with 3 awkward ends that were like prong, and she couldn't see the formulas written on the hilt. Sakura flinched as the ghoul was about to land on him, and the 3 prong kunai slipped through the monster's head, turning the hue on the ghoul's body transparent. It penetrated him completely. As the ghoul reached out with its claw, Sakura felt her insides turn upside down, knowing that Naruto had been slain. Naruto waited patiently, and the baka stood there like the Statue of Liberty as the beast solidified and crushed the blonde to death. Not so quick. Naruto dived with the kunai that he had previously thrown. We weaved multiple hand seals and the tattooed fuin on his palm activated, which shot out 25 kunai knives rapidly cutting down the undead phenomenon. The beast was then vanquished into dust that only its skeleton remained. Naruto scooped a weary Sakura into his arms. Here you go. Naruto undressed himself out of his father's cloak, and proceeded to dress her. Sakura then spun around, and hugged Naruto with all of her might and wept briefly. Even though this was Naruto, she was glad he came around. Are you okay? Sakura nodded and said, this place is unsafe. She nodded once more. I'll take you home, have Tanaka-san take care of your wounds, and have Ino-ne-chan spare you some clothes. Sakura never took her gorgeous, jaded eyes off Naruto. He had never worn a cloak to the academy, and today he was only wearing that ridiculous orange jumpsuit. She wondered how he had escaped the monster and ended up in mid-air, and he had killed an elite ninja. Even her beloved Sasuke-kun wasn't that talented, so she began to doubt that Sasuke was her ideal boy. Nevertheless, Sakura defied her inner self's newfound fondness for the blonde boy, a boy who was dead last. This is just Naruto, a boy who possesses a demon that resides within him. He is naive and informal, which irritates her the most, but he wasn't the same loudmouth today. How on earth did you accomplish that? You vanished into thin air and emerged behind that monster without the use of hand seals, she accosted him. Snickering, Naruto said, that's a trade secret. Naruto used his free hand to weave a tiger seal and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone trotted over to the corpse, knowing that it would have to be decapitated. Given what had happened to Sakura, he had no intention of letting her see such a gory sight. Let my clone clean up here, while in the meantime, I'll carry you home, Haruno-san. The way Naruto had addressed her, Haruno-san, made her feel like a princess or a goddess of such low class. She acknowledged that the chan suffix made her feel good deeply. Using someone's surname and an honorific is more of a formal greeting of respect. It seemed so out of Naruto's understanding that it was like a remake. Now, Sakura's ears were not playing tricks on her. Are you Naruto, really? You look so different, she said, stunned that she was asking such a trivial question. Naruto winked and said, I'm quite the gallant fellow. Baka, don't be like that, shish. Keep quiet. Sakura was unable to see that Naruto had gathered the chakra to the soles of his feet, which allowed him to run up the building without using his feet. He made it to the balcony, crouching in a corner, and his back hugged much of the wall upright. Sakura mimicked his movement, not caring how he had gotten off the ground up, saying, not a sound, or we will be in trouble. Naruto was being serious, and she wanted to assume that this was some sort of prank to wake her, but her inner self wouldn't stop, so she gave in and dealt with her. About 8.5 seconds later, 8 Konoha ninjas that weren't Anbu leapt off the building in a manner similar to what Naruto had done to save her. Naruto took the opportunity to slip away, keeping his chakra signature as low as possible. Sakura sighed, relieved to be out of the alley. The question was why they were running, since these were shinobi on duty, and Sakura could have explained that she had nearly been raped by 3 filthy off-duty Anbu ninjas. Naruto vaulted from roof to roof as quickly as he could, leaving Sakura wondering why he would learn such a technique. Those guys are good, so why? The silence between them was broken by her. A bookworm with no common sense, Naruto gazed at her as though she had no idea. Trust me, we do not want to be spotted. For a moment, Sakura resisted the urge to slap him in the head because she thought he was acting like a complete idiot. The same old baka. For a brief moment, she believed Naruto had changed. Bad move. Danzo will put us 6 feet under if he finds out that we are responsible for the deaths of his elite Anbu root members. Sakura swore. Naruto was being truthful. He had never lied before, but those men were the ones who had committed the crime, so she had no reason to think that he was saying, he will find out. We have to visit the Hokage. You can't. One of the 3 legendary Sanins, Orochimaru, owns it. In response to your other query, that was Orochimaru's work. I assume you're talking about Uzumaki. Uzumaki? In this state, I have a split personality. They call me Namikaze Naruto. Wah. Never saw that coming. I'm a much mature by a stoic version of Naruto, and Uzumaki is an immature boisterous clown. He grinned. If he wasn't Naruto, he would have told us his name, so it makes sense to keep calling him that. You think we're impossible? Sakura gave herself a blank stare. In any case, we still have a single body. I consider myself to be more stoic and mature. Uzumaki is a very noisy person to deal with and more of an exuberant clown. Okay, but you still never answered the first half of my question. I spy on him because of what he did to me in the last war, Naruto said, furrowing his brow. I've negotiated more than I anticipated because I wanted to know more about him. Are you aware of the 15 years of kidnappings and killings? This guy was behind it, Sakura said, nodding. He has a lab where he performs experiments on human specimens or test subjects, even after he passes away, until he can no longer utilize them. However, horror was a funny topic to talk about. Sakura was terrified because she had seen her father talk to Orochimaru on occasion, and she knew that something was wrong with him because he always gave her the creeps. What keeps him out of jail? Naruto reached the orphanage and said, he creates those creatures for Danzo. We're here, for the benefit of you and your family, I trust. You guys risk being imprisoned for Orochimaru's experiments if you don't discuss this with anyone. He always left a clone to guard his belongings and alert the original of the intrusion. Naruto used the stairway to enter the window that his clone had opened for him. His room had just been cleaned, and she could tell by the smell of Lysol. Naruto then lay her on his bed and was about to leave when Sakura grabbed a handful of his cloak. Thank you for everything, Naruto. I'll be right back with Tanaka-san and Ino, Haruno-san, whenever you want. Namikaze was uneasy because of Sakura's irritated expression. He dismissed it with their signature silly thumbs up smile, just like Uzumaki. Uzumaki or Namikaze. Naruto will never change. Inner Sakura exclaimed with delight, but this new Naruto is strong, intelligent, and adorable. I'm beginning to like him. No, since I'm in charge, you won't. Instead of him, I prefer Sasuke-kun. Don't flatter yourself. You find him attractive as well, you can't deny it. Quit talking. Quit talking. Naruto will never match Sasuke-kun's strength and good looks. This was only a bad dream and a fluke. You going to be okay? Naruto gave her shoulder a quick tap. Sakura gave him a look and shrugged. No, I won't be alright. Put yourself in Sasuke-kun's shoes. You fool, he was so eager to save me. Naruto, you destroyed my life. Now that I'm going to have to put up with her shit, I'd rather get raped. And you're going to force me to dress like Ino now? She was saying things in her head that Sakura couldn't believe. Naruto risked his life to save her, even though it was painful that her Uchiha Prince Charming wasn't the one who saved her. That was the amount of gratitude she owed him. Perhaps she would be lenient with Namikaze if she said, why wouldn't I be? I'm in your room. While her inner self was throwing up uncontrollably, Naruto nodded and left her to her wild fantasy of infatuation with a certain Uchiha boy. A bad, tangy taste filled her mouth when she heard the word Sasuke. 4 more years went by. They had a great time in Uzushio. They lived with their parents for 6 years. We had a great time with them. Now, however, they have a task to complete. Except for the first one, the simulations were fascinating. Naruto in charge. It became evident that Uzumaki was still unable to understand the concept of leadership, which resulted in the incapacity of his team. Minato thought Uzumaki wouldn't learn in time at that point, so Namikaze took charge of the subsequent simulation the following year, and the outcomes were encouraging. Since Uzumaki is the primary Go.to person, this was Minato's backup plan, with Namikaze Naruto taking Uzumaki's place in the coup. Uzumaki wouldn't always have Namikaze's support. For the last 2 months, Uzumaki has been training to lead his shadow clones. The majority of them tricked the village. Unfortunately, the old war. Hawk caught Naruto and ordered him to spend a week in the dungeons, eating nothing but slobs. Sewer rats scavenging his leftovers were all that his prisoners were. Once the coup started, the old man was going to pay for that. Naruto had no doubts about it. His 5 friends, particularly the platinum blonde girl, gave him glares after he got out. Naruto never did, however, learn from his past errors. He had the Hokage statues graffitied this time. Nobody was aware of how he accomplished it in the middle of the day. The Chunin and Anbu patrols were nowhere to be seen. Having just finished Danzo's statue, Naruto pondered. His mother detested seeing Minato with a beard and goatee, which he painted on Minato's faces, so he was glad she wasn't present. He gave a hearty laugh. Then he turned his head and saw several green blurs flashing. As he waited for the Chunin to ascend to the scaffold, Naruto sighed. His body dispersed into smoke when they were within striking distance. After descending through the smokescreen to attempt to tackle Naruto, the Chunin swore as they were thrown face first into the pile of paint buckets. As he rushed down the street, Naruto chuckled at the distant bellow. Then a number of Anbu, not just any Anbu, flanked him there. Root is Danzo's special division. Malicious intent filled their eyes. They had the right to execute on seen civilians without a trial if they weren't Danzo's weapon. They did not intimidate Naruto. Then, with a flying kick, he charged in recklessly. In response to his kick, the man with the tiger striped mask spun Naruto around on his stomach. The shadow clone was extinguished by the impact. Muhahahaha. You guys can't catch me. With a regiment of irate Chunins following him, Naruto shouted and ran from one rooftop to another. Return here, Naruto. You know that the Godem Hokage Sama will throw you back in the dungeon. As if I give a damn, I'll let the old man kiss my ass. The last time Naruto was seen, he was jumping off the roof of a dumpling shop and running into the clearing. The villagers glared at him, but he dismissed it as a bother and rushed toward the academy. The villagers shouted his location to a nearby Chunin patrol from behind, and then he was on his rear end again. Naruto could have used the walk on tree exercise to climb the buildings with an easier escape, but his parents told him not to use techniques outside the academy until he became a genin of the leaf. Naruto made a shrewd turn into another private pathway in the most impoverished area of Konoha, which left him wandering the slums. He swiftly hid himself in a nearby dumpster, and the thundering footsteps of shinobi stopped. Where did he go? He seems to have simply disappeared. Naruto heard them dispersed. His training to use his ear to gather information paid off, and when he was certain that no one was around, he swung the lid open and heaved himself out of the dumpster, dusting himself in his orange jumpsuit. The same jumpsuit that his mother wanted to tear to pieces, but he ignored that and kept it hidden from Kushina. His jumpsuit was like an antique, and he would never allow anyone to destroy it. However, he had other concerns when he almost ran into an unwanted company. There, Naruto turned around and hurried up a ladder on the building's side while he watched the Chunin bellow. Everyone looked up at him in wonder. Without wasting any time, Naruto whirled down the steps on the other side of the man's hot spring, hiding in the corners and hiding behind a cover shroud that blended in with the surroundings, making him invisible to the naked eye. The sea was last seen entering the bathing area. Naruto took off the shroud and exhaled with relief, relieved to be free of Anbu and Chunin sentries. Hee. They were duped. It's you who speaks. A recognizable voice spoke up from behind. In the middle, his body was snaked with robes, and his wrists were so tightly tied that no blood flowed through them, which prevented him from using any jutsu that would have allowed him to escape. Naruto scowled, aware of the punishment that would be in store for him later, but he wanted to pull off this final prank before graduating, and he made a promise to himself that he would take it seriously. Perhaps another experience in the dungeons would have improved his escape skills, and perhaps he could have used this as a justification to get out of jail time. Then he glanced over his shoulder to see who his prisoner was. His academy teacher, Amino Iruka, a 17-year-old boy who was among the victims of the Kyuubi invasion and possibly the only teacher who paid attention to the blonde, whiskered boy. Naruto liked to nag Shikamaru about being related to Iruka Sensei because of their similar pineapple style hair, but it was in vain. Iruka Sensei, Naruto laughed, much to his dismay. The classroom full of students looked on dumbfounded. Iruka glanced down and sighed. The entire trip to the academy, Naruto was wiggling around like a fish caught on a hook. Naruto glared at his teammates as they pitied him. There was an infuriating Ino waiting to castrate him, and Shikamaru cured mentally. Damn it, Naruto. You're going to spoil the mission before it even has a chance to begin. There was absolutely no way Naruto could tell what was on the Nara boy's mind. All he had was his typical self-imposed boredom, sloth expression as he crossed his arms. As usual, the dog and bug boy usually sat next to each other. Shino was not the one to provoke any conversation unless spoke to. He and Kiba got along greatly over the years they spent at Uzushio. Oh, how Naruto missed his true home, not birthplace. And there was the Hyuga heiress Hinata from the first branch of the Hyuga clan. He could understand why she would be so shy around twiddling with her fingers and blushed madly. Occasionally, he got too close to her. She passed out, in which some of the academy instructor retaliated against him with retribution misguidedly. And there she was, the girl of his dreams, Haruno Sakura. Out of all the girls, she was the worst to him. He would ask her out on dates so frequently that her blood would boil to the point where it might burst in her veins. Sakura would castrate him, and occasionally in front of the classroom. Ino had to suppress the urge to slap Sakura over the head most of the time. Everyone in the academy knew that they were rivals for Sasuke's affection, but few people knew that the only reason was that her brother figure was being beaten by her rival of all people. If it weren't for the mission and the fact that Naruto had a crush on her, Ino would crush her mind, but Naruto couldn't know. Then Naruto was startled by the ropes pulling on him. "Ah! Let me go. Can't have you failing your graduation exams without even trying," I whispered, glancing at Naruto. After cutting the ropes holding Naruto's hands together, Iruka grinned warmly. Naruto got to his feet, dusted himself off from being pulled across Konoha, turned to glare at Iruka, and then rotated his wrists to regain sensation. "You weren't necessary to be so cruel." As Naruto marched down the aisle, he saw Sakura, but the seat next to her was taken by Hinata, so he had to sit next to the emo Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, the youngest and second son of Mikoto and Fugaku, was never good with any of his classmates, and girls were even worse. When Naruto growled, the Uchiha looked over and gave him an unsympathetic glare, and his brow furrowed. The classroom was now focused on the two cadets, who usually banged foreheads. Sakura, on the other hand, was engaged in an internal conflict, and everyone cheered for Naruto in the hopes that Namikaze would reappear and beat the living shit out of Sasuke. Before things got out of control, as they had the last time on the excursion, Iruka had to step in. "Everyone will go over the Henge no Jutsu just for that. Before we begin the graduation exams, I would like each of you to change into Godem Hokage. Sama. You're a baka. Look at what you accomplished. For that, I ought to castrate you," Sakura snarled as she denied it to her inner self. This time, Naruto was taken aback by Sakura's harsh remarks, and he still couldn't figure out why she had to be such a bitch. Minato informed him that he was in a similar situation with Kushina, who had once hated Minato because he wanted to be the first female Hokage and had a girly face. During his academy days, Kushina used to deck Minato in the face for being too close to him or occasionally asking her to join him for lunch, to which Minato could only reply with a smile. Minato advised Naruto to exercise patience, just as he waited for Kushina to reciprocate after many years had passed. Naruto discovered that it had taken his parents 19 years to begin dating, and ironically, it began during the war. With the Hireishin ability, Minato could have teleported himself back and forth to his Genin team and Kushina, and they were married a year before he was born. Naruto wished that he and Sakura could have the same experience. Speaking of Sakura, she was right in front of him, clenching her fist. "Sakura-chan. Starting with you," Iruka said, gesturing to Naruto on the other side of the room. "Hey." With their mouths open, they both gazed. As Sakura returned to her seat, Naruto turned to face the class in front of Iruka's desk, smirking mischievously and scratching behind his head. The expressions on their faces told them what Naruto was up to, and his lip curled up in a cunning gesture. Shikamaru did his best to communicate with Naruto through body language, saying, "Enough is enough," and Naruto shrugged before weaving a hand seal. The blue, transparent silhouette cast a shroud of aura around him, indicating that he was amassing an excessive amount of chakras. "All right, nothing will happen, sexy no jutsu." A smoke cloud replaced the shroud of chakra, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the smokescreen. When the smokescreen cleared, a teenage Naruto appeared. To put it mildly, almost every male, whether they were children or adults, had a nosebleed, with Iruka suffering the most when he nearly fainted from the blood streaming from his nose. "Man Naruto, you simply must," Shikamaru grimaced. "I'm just kidding. Hee." Iruka was so angry that he yelled, "Shut the fuck up," as his head grew animatedly about a quarter of the length of his body and his nostrils flared with steam bursting out. Even Sasuke winced and straightened his red, bulged eyes. "Uzumaki, this is your final warning before you are dismissed from the program altogether." Naruto changed into an exact replica of the former war hawk. "Look, now I'm happy." Before going back to his seat, he said it in a mocking manner. Hinata's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her heart pounded. She would have panic attacks whenever Naruto was near her, and she admired his achievements and perseverance, which made her want to be like him. From that night, when she was 5 years old, when a group of bullies were teasing her, Naruto had the guts to intervene and save her, and she stood there for a split second before attempting to fend the boys off of him. When her bodyguard stepped in, the bullies fled, but she insisted that Naruto needed medical attention, even though he was a Jinchuriki, and her bodyguard repeatedly warned her not to interact with him. She would watch Naruto from the shadows for years, but she was too shy to approach him. She wanted to know him, but all she could do was follow him around like a sick kitten. Eventually, she could hardly muster the strength to hold his hand, and she could hardly stand normally in his presence. However, she knew that Naruto had a thing or two for their classmate, Haruno Sakura, a commoner. Oddly, no animosity was directed at Sakura, despite the fact that she had every reason to do so. When Hinata was 4 years old, her father, Hiyashi, told her that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and she was aware of what he had done in Iwa, but she didn't think he was capable of being a monster or a mass murderer, not after what she had witnessed twice. She was present when the cherry blossom was violated, and Naruto had saved Sakura from the terrible fate of having her life and virginity taken away from her very own eyes. While she was happy to see Sakura alive, she was also saddened that Naruto could take her bridal style to his room. She couldn't understand why he castrated him nearly every day when he asked her out on dates, but she would eventually find the strength to hold Naruto's hand and bear his children. She blushed wildly and giggled. She mentally cursed herself for being a Naruto fangirl, but inner Sakura was actually furious. Oh Naruto.kun. How many times must I tell you, bitch? Let my Namikaze.kun go. How often must I remind you that Sasuke.kun is the one for me, not some dropout baka, in your dreams? Your beloved Sasuke.kun is a total jerk who doesn't care about us at all, and I hate to tell you this. Get that over your broad, thick forehead. Quit. Quit. There was a deadpan silence in the classroom as Sakura repeatedly slammed her forehead against the table while yelling obscenities. What is the matter with her? For a brief moment, Ino spoke in a disgusted tone before turning her azure gaze back to a specific Uchiha. Iruka pretended to cough, saying, "All right, Inuzuka, you're awake." They made love with passion and sweetness. They investigated one another's bodies. Minato had the pleasure of doing his wife for a while. This was a major factor in his desire to see Naruto removed. Kind of a harsh excuse. No, they received the necessary privacy. No sound could pass past the main door because the doors were soundproofed. The loud whimpering and moaning of ecstasy were inaudible to anyone outside. However, they could hear what was going on outside from inside their room. They reached their peak, and Kushina cuddled up to him. Minato admired every inch of her gorgeous body. Her lips had a cherry-like sweetness. The sweetness of her maidenhood was like honey. He never took his eyes off hers. For the next 45 minutes, they lied there, loving their seclusion. This does not imply that Naruto gave them all of his free time. It was always busy at work. Unless Kushina was briefing him on missions or had a meeting that typically took several hours to finish, they don't have time to talk for 30 minutes during the day. They usually go to bed at night, or Kushina sleeps by herself if Minato has gone out to sea for another assignment. Minato was aware of how difficult it was for her to fall asleep without him or Naruto at home. Kushina never had nightmares about her past while Naruto was still living with them. Her dreams were plagued by memories of her family's previous residence here. They were accusing her of abandoning them to become the Nine Tails ship, she explained. She was told by Minato that it was all a dream. The first 4 years of Naruto's absence were the worst. Her phobia symptoms got so bad that Minato's presence never made them go away. Tsunade had a remedy for Kushina's fear, but never an antibiotic. Every time Kushina slept, she had to be under general jutsu. An enjoyable delusion that would keep out all of her sinful and negative nightmares. However, illusions were unnecessary when Naruto was present. Minato was able to leave on a solitary mission and return home to find Kushina contentedly sleeping. Naruto would occasionally join her and share a bed with her. It was such a relief to be a mother. Their kid, Naruto, has turned into a powerful treatment for Kushina's phobia, the fear of falling asleep. Additionally, he emphasized that in the event of a catastrophic event, Naruto could be a booster to Kushina's symptoms. Her gorgeous blue, jaded eyes told him that Naruto's absence was beginning to weigh her down like a huge calendar block. Minato said, "What's the matter, my love? What's on your mind?" Minato asked, removing the red hair that covered the majority of Kushina's face. Shuddering, Kushina buried her face in her husband's muscular pectorals. She mumbled as she winced. With a faint voice, she said, Naruto. I'm worried about him." With a sigh, Minato cupped her chin. She turned to face him as he tilted her head, gazing into those oceans with Minato's sapphire eyes. "We've been over this since day one. And I have confidence in our son's abilities. He will make it through this for the sake of the world. Then your spy must be on the ball at all times." She covered her nudity form with a blanket and scouted herself while sitting, which initially agitated Minato. After being cut off from Minato's warmth, the chilly breeze touched her body, though it was obviously not from her eyes. "If anything out of the ordinary should happen, I will be there by his side faster than lightning could ever touch the ground," he assured her. Minato put his arms around her waists and scouted beside her. As if it were a cushion, Kushina inclined to rest her head on Minato's right shoulder. "Minato," he hummed, "you know what I need?" What? Ramen. They parted when there was a knock on the door. Then, by channeling his chakra into the formula written on the wall above his pillow, Minato deactivated the sound barrier. He said, "Who is it? Excuse me for my rudeness, Your Highness." Minato. Dono, the Uchiha family wishes an audience immediately. The couples exchanged gloomy glances. They wanted to be alone for the remainder of the evening. Kushina shot back, "We will be there, prepare sake for our guests." The maid replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." After giving her a wink, he quickly reactivated the sound barrier by grabbing her tender lips and asking, "Care for slip in another round too? We head downstairs." Minato. She moaned as he entered her with his fingers. As their two former teachers paced back and forth to make sure everyone was present, the kids formed a single line. 3 fundamental forms of jutsu, substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu, were tested in the graduation exam. On 2 of the 3 occasions, Naruto was successful. Even with the chakra tree climbing exercise, the substitution and transformation jutsu was too difficult for him to properly control his chakra, while the clone jutsu was too difficult. At such a young age, it was challenging to fully understand the potential of the 9 tails chakra bay. Chakra congregation became unstable as a result. He expended more energy than was necessary for all of his jutsus. His parents warned him that using the clone jutsu would put him in awkward situations. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is what he needs to use. The Bushin no Jutsu was not the only requirement. The cadet needs to demonstrate their ability to make a clone. What substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu the cadets could be examined with was never specified in the rule. Danzo may have altered the rules and requirements, similar to how he did with the Genin exams, back when his father was still the Hokage. The students and teachers in the classroom were shocked when Naruto created a single Kage Bunshin, with the exception of Sakura and his 5 Akatsuki teammates, who were only mildly alarmed. Mizuki eagerly anticipated failing Naruto. Hinata blushed at Naruto's achievements and ebullient antics as he celebrated. After dismissing it, Naruto headed to his apartment. "This is the last time I'll be wearing the academy shirt," he told himself. He will be one step closer to becoming Hokage and overthrowing Danzo's rule tonight, and he will make his parents and friends proud. With a pass, he managed to get past the Ichiraku ramen bar and into the shinobi training area. He was allowed entry and made after he showed it to the Chunin in the booth. It took them 20 minutes to get to the other graduates after he caught up with the Ino. Shika. Sho. Congratulations on passing the graduation exams. Now tonight is going to be the biggest night of your life. Beyond this gate is your destiny, the Genin exams, to become Leaf Genin. Iruka pretended to cough in order to get everyone's attention. Sector 78, he added. It's a forest designed for combat training and to simulate shinobi missions. For this Genin exam, all graduates must make their way toward the training outpost 2.5 kilometers from our position. You can't miss the tower, but you have until sunrise before the outpost goes into a lockdown. Successful in reaching the tower, there will be 3 rooms that are registered to hold 3 people at a time. Go ahead and memorize the map. The graduates become acquainted with Sector 78. The graduates received attention, and Mizuki cleared his throat. Rules. Those whom don't complete the exam until sunrise, and are caught passing the boundary lines shown on the map will be disqualified immediately. However, there are no other rules. You can either team up, or fight against one another to the death. You're not the only ones in the exam. There will be Chunin, Special Jonin and the Godem Hokage. Sama's unique vanguard. Root members will be scouring the forest. Their job is to simply eliminate many of the competitions as possible. They will first apprehend you. If you are caught, you have 2 choices: surrender or they will be forced to strike you down until you're dead. There have been a total of 40 casualties last year, which only 3 graduates have passed. Mizuki smirked with such a vengeful Naruto said.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.